These days, I am the strongest and most popular guy in school, and all the girls want to go out with me, but it didn't start out that way. It was the exact opposite, and in a weird way. I was a weak guy. Everyone looked down on me and treated me like the classroom trash. They called me a gamer nerd, but they forced me to play on their phones to level up their characters. The girl I've always had a crush on sat right next to me, but I never had the guts to talk to her, until the day she actually came up to talk to me on her own. I almost had a heart attack, but she just wanted a gaming tip. When she walked away, she turned around and said my name. That was it. I just stood there looking like an idiot. At that exact second, my character died on the screen, and I lost the class bully's sword. Cholwoo Min, white hair, total psycho face. He slammed my head into the desk and gave me a week to get an even rarer sword, or he was going to humiliate me in front of everyone. In front of her. I kept playing non-stop. No sleep, no food, just energy drinks. 40 hours, 100 hours, 144 hours in the exact same chair. I finally got the sword on the last day. I stood up to get some rest and dropped dead on my bedroom floor. My body just gave out. I passed away thinking I was the most pathetic loser in history, dying as a gaming slave because of a bully, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Then I opened my eyes and I was back in the classroom. Same day, same phones on the desk, except now there was a system window right in front of me saying that my entire lifelong gaming history was turning into real power. Cholwoo showed up again. He grabbed me by the tie and started beating me up like always. This time, he was only going to stop when his frustration went away. But this time, the girl I like came back to check on me and saw me taking a beating. She stepped in and held Cholwoo Min back. She wasn't going to let him keep going. Then the bastard actually did it. He grabbed the girl I like by the hair and said he didn't care that she was a girl. When I saw that, something inside me just snapped. I didn't want to be the same guy who wouldn't fight back after seeing that. That coward is gone. But when the completely unhinged Cholwoo Min raises his hand to strike Aaron and tells her to shut up, something inside Dawan snaps. He clenches his fist, ready to punch Min, deciding he will deal with the consequences later. Consumed by fury at the injustice, he knows he has to act and throws a punch right into Min's face. The bully immediately grabs his hand, his face contorting with rage as he prepares to retaliate. Dawan resigns himself to the fact that his effort was pointless and he is about to get beaten again. Before that can happen, however, a strange calculation begins, tallying his experience as if he were a game character. In an instant, Dawan reaches the maximum experience level and is promoted through a series of classes, from the rare promising gamer servant to the heroic honored gamer servant, and finally to the legendary class. He then acquires a specific ability from his new legendary class, superior gamer servant. The ability, called Crushing Blow, allows him to unleash a flurry of hundreds of punches on Cholwoo Min. The bully is left completely beaten, his face swollen as he spits out what looks like tomato sauce. Nearby, Ju watches in shock, her hand covering her mouth, completely stunned by Dawan's sudden display of power. Our protagonist immediately notices that the ability is identical to one his characters used in a virtual game. A message from an administrator appears, explaining that this is a reward for a favor Dawan once did for him. He quickly connects the dots and realizes the message must be from Chun the patient, and the favor in question was when Dawan handed over a god-tier item in the game. Following this realization, another notification appears, declaring that he has defeated the monster Cholwoo. He receives 200 experience points, pushing his total to an indescribable number. Since our gamer servant hero had already reached the maximum experience level, he is promoted to the final class, Secret Gamer Servant. Back in the real world, Dawan Ha is shocked by his own absurd and terrifying strength. He had always wanted to live life like a game, and now that wish had suddenly become a reality. As his stats begin to max out, he can only wonder what is happening to him. He recalls that ever since returning from death, he has been able to use abilities just like in the virtual games he played. Ju is still stunned by the sudden attack that took down Cholwoo Min and asks Dawan where he learned such techniques. Then she points out the injuries and wounds on his head. As she turns to find the school nurse, Dawan wonders if he really did hit his head. Memories of his death and his return to the past begin to flash through his mind, while game system windows start appearing before his very eyes. On top of everything else, the fact that his new skill works exactly like one from a game feels incredibly strange. He remembers his lifelong obsession with games, and his intuition tells him that this whole situation feels a lot like a book he used to read as a kid. It is a setup very common in fantasy stories, only this feels much more developed. In those kinds of stories, the protagonist protagonists always defeat every monster they encounter and receive buffs with no exceptions. Not only that, but Do-won-ha is also shocked by his flawless, maxed-out attributes. Another window appears, indicating there are still more bonuses to receive for being a gamer servant. To his dismay, he sees that all his attributes and stats have been sealed and reset to 0. He can't believe that after reaching the final class, he's become a weakling again and feels it's completely unfair. He then remembers he completed an event mission after unleashing his rage and defeating the monster, which means he will now get a reward. He realizes this was the same event mission he accepted the moment he died that day. Suddenly, the golden key listed as the reward in the mission window materializes before him. After he completes the mission, the system officially notifies him that he has received the golden key prize. Meanwhile, in the classroom, other students are commenting on Do-won-ha's injured appearance. They whisper that it was Cho Woo-nen's doing, mentioning that they saw him looking very upset as he went home the previous day. They guess that Cho Woo couldn't vent his anger during the fight, and had even yelled at the nurse. However, they don't know who hurt Cho Woo-nen so badly, since everyone was on their lunch break at the time. Since no one saw the fight firsthand, they are just spreading rumors and wishing someone had filmed it to post online. Do-won-ha ignores them and looks at the golden key several times, but it just seems like an ordinary object. According to its description, however, it's a legendary item that opens a specific place when used. Our hero is in disbelief that it functions just like a regular key. He puts the item in his pocket and decides to set it aside for now. After all, his curiosity has shifted to something else entirely. He now wants to uncover the administrator's identity. When he saw the way the administrator spoke, he immediately thought of the mysterious player from the game. The fact that the administrator called himself the one who brings the end and your highness makes Do-won wonder if he is the same person. He is eager to get home and contact the mysterious player to ask if it's really him. Suddenly, another mission appears, with a panel stating that he will receive an invitation and must accept it. Do-won doesn't understand what kind of invitation he'll receive that night or how he is supposed to get there. At that moment, someone rushes past him and knocks him to the ground. After the initial shock of the crash, he feels the pain and wonders what just happened. The boy who knocked him down quickly apologizes, explaining that he wasn't looking where he was going. Do-won says he's fine and asks if the other boy is okay. Just as the boy's nose starts gushing blood, Do-won offers to get a tissue to clean him up, but the boy refuses the offer. He refuses again, though Do-won insists on getting a cloth for him. The boy finally accepts, and Do-won advises him to be more careful when walking in the hallway. He still can't believe this guy got a nosebleed just from a simple bump. He notices that the kid is somehow even weaker than he is now. Just as our protagonist enters the bathroom, a classmate calls his attention. It's Shin Jaemin, who is holding a vape and says he needs to talk to Do-won. Do-won greets him and asks if he started playing the game, but Shin replies that he doesn't play. Shin Jaemin explains that he saw the entire fight with Chol Woo-man, which is why he's asking. Do-won suddenly remembers that in his past life, Jaemin was standing at the door when he was being threatened. This makes him wonder why Jaemin is talking to him now, and if this is some sort of revenge. Jaemin mockingly calls him a servant with secret powers and asks if it's all just a disguise. Remembering how he couldn't stand being beaten up before, Don is determined not to let it happen again. But just then, Jaemin grabs his tie and calls him funny. Jaemin then invites Doan to go drinking with some girls from a nearby school that night, leaving him completely shocked by the sudden offer. He immediately realizes this matches the mission he received, but the problem is that accepting would mean hanging out with Chol Woo-man as well. Playing dumb, Doan asks if Jaemin is serious, and Jaemin rudely confirms the invitation. Doan can't figure out why he's being invited out of nowhere, and suspects there's a hidden motive. Still, he knows that completing missions in a game always leads to rewards. Since rewards make characters stronger, he initially decides to accept the offer as a good chance to gain experience. However, he quickly reconsiders, realizing it's a bad idea to willingly go somewhere the bullies will be. He makes up an excuse about a memorial for his late grandfather, deciding to give up the chance to stop being a loser, because it seems easier to just avoid that kind of life. He also notices a warning that the mission will be dangerous, which reinforces his decision and gives him a bad feeling. Jaemin accepts the excuse and tells Doan he'll save him a seat at the bar next time. Doan pretends to look forward to it, and their conversation ends. After Jaemin leaves the bathroom, Doan leans on his knees to catch his breath, concluding that nothing good could ever come from hanging out with bullies like them. Just then, a system window appears, notifying him that he will be punished for refusing the mission. A warning states that the pain is about to begin, and he starts to get scared. Suddenly, something strange happens to his body. He has a vision of several massive, fierce bulls in a green valley, snorting as they charge ferociously and strike him in a very sensitive area. Back in the school bathroom, a few students walk in and are shocked to find Doan collapsed on the floor, wetting himself from the pain. They immediately assume Cholwoo must have beaten him up. Lying on the cold tiles, Doan experiences the sharpest, most unbearable pain of his life as a notification informs him it will last for another 59 minutes. Overwhelmed by the excruciating agony, he can't stop crying. Another notification pops up, asking if he is sure he wants to refuse. Doan lets out a scream, the sound echoing through the bathroom as the astronomical pain continues. Later that night, Shin Jamin is walking through the city streets when he spots Doan at the meeting spot. Jamin seems excited, commenting that Doan arrived early. It's clear that in the end, Doan accepted the mission, unable to endure an entire hour of that torment. When asked about the memorial, Doan lies and says his grandfather was busy. He feels like he's going crazy for having come this far and is completely overwhelmed with nerves. Shin Jamin announces that he and Doan are going to have fun tonight, but he finds Doan's expression suspicious, as if the boy is hiding something. Just as Jamin suspected, Doan feels like he should have run away while he still had the chance. In that moment, he grabs his phone and pretends his grandfather is calling so he can escape. However, his plan is foiled when the girls Jamin mentioned arrive, chatting among themselves. All the girls are talking about other guys, except for one very beautiful girl who immediately catches Doan's attention. Captivated by her beauty, he decides to stay at the bar after all. He then tries to convince himself that he only stayed because he was invited, not because of how she looked. Seeing his classmates drinking, Doan wonders how they managed to consume so much alcohol. Jamin explains that a friend works at the bar, so whenever he brings his group, they get free drinks. Taking advantage of the topic, Jamin then asks how much alcohol Doan can handle. Doan replies that he doesn't get drunk, leading Jamin to jokingly conclude that he must be an alcoholic, even though Doan has never had a drink before. Jamin tells him not to worry about money, since he'll be covering the entire bill. Surprised by this kindness, our protagonist starts to think that maybe Shin Jamin isn't so bad after all. While they wait for Jamin's payment to be arranged, one of the girls starts singing karaoke. Doan is shocked by the sudden turn of events, but Jamin just looks happy when a boy named Yu Jihan arrives. It turns out Jihan is his rich servant who came to the bar just to pay the bill, mentioning that he already paid another one just 2 hours ago. At that moment, Doan remembers bumping into Jihan earlier and realizes he's the so-called rich servant. Shin Jamin scoffs, questioning if Jihan really thinks they'll only be staying for another 2 hours. Suddenly, with an insane expression on his face, Jamin begins yelling, scaring and threatening Yu Jihan. Our hero is stunned by Jamin's abrupt shift in personality. Jamin then asks if Doan and Jihan know each other since they go to the same school, but Doan says no. Noticing that his servant is frozen in place, Jamin advises him to have a drink. However, as Jamin goes to pour the drink, he accidentally spills the alcohol all over Jihan's pants. Pretending it was a mistake, Jamin apologizes and says Jihan should have worn darker pants. As the clear target of bullying, Jihan can only agree that he should have worn something darker. Thinking back, our protagonist recalls seeing ketchup on Jihan's nose earlier. He also remembers that the bathroom Jihan came out of was the same one Shin Jamin had just been in. With dawning horror, Doan realizes Jamin must have beaten Jihan up, and he deeply regrets getting involved with such a delinquent. The pretty girl who had caught Doan's eye now wonders what's wrong with him, noticing his troubled expression. The other girls invite Jamin to sing, but he refuses, saying he'd rather get drunk. He then jokes about singing serenades, but they tell him it would ruin the atmosphere. Jamin then suggests it would be funny to watch Jihan dance while singing instead. Doan grows irritated by the sheer humiliation being forced upon Jihan. One of the girls even tries to stop Jamin from making his servant do it, but he completely ignores her. Shin Jamin pressures Jihan, threateningly asking if it's true that he loves to dance. Jihan can barely answer and looks sadly at Shin, who places a hand on his shoulder and tells the wealthy servant that he's embarrassing him in front of the girls. Immediately, Jihan stands up and says he'll dance, and everyone gets excited. Feeling sorry for him, Doan wonders if the servant has any pride at all, but then realizes he would probably do the same thing if it were necessary. Unable to watch this scene of humiliation, Doan asks to go to the bathroom. He knows the only reason Shin doesn't mess with him is because he's believed to be a servant with a secret power. In reality, due to his sealed status, Doan currently has no abilities. He's certain it's only a matter of time before he gets caught, and he knows he's going to be screwed when it happens. He reflects that if it weren't for the penalty he received, he would have fled the mission already. While thinking about it, he concludes that since he came to the bar, he has now fulfilled the mission's requirements. He decides to leave before getting involved in bigger problems, feeling sorry for the other servant. Doan knows he must escape since he doesn't have the power to save anyone, not even himself, and realizes that he and Jihan are in the exact same situation. After Doan takes too long to return, Shin Jamin notices his absence and asks where he is. When Doan finally comes back, he confronts Shin, asking where Yu Jihan's pants are. Shin says he felt bad for spilling on them, so now he's having them washed. Despite feeling a surge of fear at Shin's expression, Doan decides to confront him. Acting like a true servant with secret powers, he commands Shin to hand over the pants, thinking that by insisting so authoritatively, Shin will have no choice. At that exact moment, a tattooed and muscular man arrives at the bar, saying it took a while to settle some business. He's holding a bottle of tomato sauce and asks who the new kid is. Shin tells Don to greet the man, mentioning that he's his friend's older brother. Don is in shock upon seeing the size of this high schooler, who looks like he's in a gang, and becomes extremely frightened by the red marks on his face. Shin Jaemin then asks what our protagonist wanted to say to him. Not knowing what to do, Don feels distressed by the sensation of being trapped in this situation. To escape the tense moment, he asks the bully for the microphone. Relieved, he feels safe for now and thinks he shouldn't hide his power any longer, considering he was nearly eliminated. Just then, a notification announces that the dangerous invitation mission is completed and a chain mission is beginning. A virtual window appears, explaining that he must strike Shin with the microphone within 30 minutes. If he does it within the required time, he'll receive a copper key as a reward. Our protagonist, however, refuses to do it, feeling a paralyzing fear. However, a new message appears, warning that if he doesn't complete the mission, he will suffer a penalty. The moment he reads the word penalty, he immediately remembers the bull torture and is overcome with fear. Meanwhile, Shin comments that his friend Man-chun now looks like a killer, and the nearby girls remark on his menacing expression. Man-chun casually claims the blood must have splashed on him while he was beating people up along the way. Another boy, 18-year-old Man-chun Yuk, is sitting on top of Don and complains about his trembling. He threatens Don not to let him fall, a humiliating scene that makes Shin Jaemin laugh hysterically. For Doan, this situation feels even worse than the mission to hit Shin in the head with a bottle. The muscular guy then asks with a threatening tone, "What's so funny?" reminding everyone that Doan beat up Cha Woo-min. While Shin acknowledges that Doan is strong, Man-chun disagrees, seeing neither potential nor strength in him. Doan feels stuck at a crossroads. He believes they'll eliminate him if he completes the mission, but he also fears being eliminated if he refuses and suffers the penalty. If only he could still use his skills like he did that day, he would have the courage to act. Looking at his skill tree, he sees that his crushing blow ability is sealed and inactive. Realizing this, our protagonist feels doomed and begins to panic. As his anxiety mounts, the mission notification window shows that only 15 minutes remain. At that moment, Shin Jaemin decides to ask Doan Ha a question out of curiosity. He wants to know why Doan lets bullies treat him so badly when he clearly has the strength to take them all down. Unsure how to explain, our hero simply answers that he gained his strength from a game. Shin tells him he doesn't need to answer, assuming he must have his reasons. He then reveals that he called Doan there for a specific purpose. Doan expects something big, like a threat to stop messing with Shin's friends, but instead, an excited Shin asks him to join his group, saying they should stick together. Our protagonist completely misinterprets the comment and wonders if Shin is interested in boys. Shin quickly clarifies that he needs Doan's strength to help him take over the Gwanak district. Doan is confused, unable to understand why a bully like Shin would want his help to dominate an entire area. To convince him, Shin explains the benefits, which include free drinks and cigarettes. He adds that Doan will also earn money, property, and even get attention from women. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Jaemin promises that Doan Ha can have anything he wants if he agrees to help. Doan has no intention of accepting the offer in exchange for such shallow rewards and states that he doesn't want anything in particular. He simply doesn't want to team up with a group of delinquents. In response, Shin Jaemin asks if he really wants to remain a mere gamer vassal for the rest of his life. Shin then presses further, asking if Doan wants revenge against the bullies who have always intimidated him, pointing out that he now has the power to do so. Doan ponders the idea of overpowering his tormentors and completely swapping places with them. He realizes that if he teams up with Jaemin, he will never be treated in such a humiliating way again. As Shin heads to the bathroom, he tells Doan Ha to think about the offer while he's gone. Left alone with his thoughts, Doan starts to believe that it was divine will that granted him this power, giving him a chance to change his life. He concludes that he can live a second life among popular people and finally stop being a gamer servant. Lost in his delusions, Doan was startled when Yu Jihan got his attention. Jihan asked if the golden key on the floor belonged to him, and Doan realized with a jolt that he had dropped the mission reward without noticing. After Doan thanked him, Jihan offered some strange advice, warning him not to hang around Shin Jaemin. However, Doan was determined not to miss this chance to stop living like a loser. Yu Jihan apologized, explaining that he only gave the warning because he felt Doan was not a bad person. At that moment, a notification window appeared, showing only 3 minutes remained to attack Shin. Panicked, Doan realized how much time had passed and began to fear the extreme punishment for failing. He stood up, thinking that if he could just endure this 1 hour, it would be the highlight of his life. Still, not wanting to be embarrassed in front of the girls, he decided to leave the room to wait it out. An image of a green hill with a herd of elephants came to mind. According to a story, when elephants sense their own death, they leave the herd to face their fate alone. Doan felt just like one of those elephants as he isolated himself in a distant room. He covered his mouth with a cloth, bracing himself with fear and anguish for the coming punishment. The notification window updated, alerting him that only 30 seconds remained. Doan decided he would rather fail the mission than stay close to Shinjamin. With only 20 seconds left, he resolved that this was the best way to escape his life as a gamer servant. Knowing it was his only option, he prepared for the immense pain that was about to strike him. Back in the karaoke room, the drunken bully, Yuk, asked to sing a song. The girls made fun of his choices, calling them too old and dramatic, but then they suddenly noticed that the microphone had disappeared from the table. At the same time, Shin-mei returned from the bathroom with a stomachache, blaming it on a bad school snack. While he was distracted by the pain, Doan appeared silently behind him, holding a bottle. In a swift and sudden motion, Doan smashed the bottle over the bully's head. The surprise blow was too much for Shin-mei, who was struck and passed out instantly. With that, the mission judge of injustice was finally complete. Doan came to a firm conclusion. He would rather live as a loser than become a bully like them. Thrilled that he had knocked Shin-mei out with just one hit, he decided to dump the body in a deserted spot. Before leaving, however, he worried about Jihan being left in the same room as the tattooed guy. As he was about to go, he looked down and was surprised to see Shinjamin's phone on the ground. He picked it up, realizing he could use it as a bonus move while Shin was unconscious. Meanwhile, the tattooed guy was in the bathroom, drunkenly singing karaoke. In the middle of his emotional performance, his attention was grabbed by an incoming message. It was from Jamin's phone, calling him a pig and saying he sang horribly. Reading the text, the tattooed guy became enraged. In the message, Doan had challenged the tattooed guy to stay and wait for a fight. But just as he was planning his escape, a huge presence appeared directly behind him. Looking up, Doan saw the tattooed gangster, Yuk, glaring down at him with a furious expression. Doan was in shock, wondering how the brute had found him. At that moment, a new mission window appeared, informing him that Yuk was enraged by the provocation and was about to start a fight. Immediately after the notification vanished, the brute kicked Doan hard in the back, sending him flying across the floor. The force of the impact sent the gamer sprawling, and he hit his head hard on the ground. Yuk then crouched in front of Doan, stating that the messages could not possibly be real. He explained that Jamin never texts him when he is drunk. After saying this, the massive figure grabbed Doan by the collar and punched him hard in the face. While continuing the assault, the gangster claimed that Jamin had actually liked him. He then grabbed Doan's head and slapped him viciously, calling it disgraceful to repay someone who had reached out to him in such a way. Before Doan could even finish a sentence, the gangster slapped him again, calling him a loser and questioning why Jamin ever wanted him in their group. The brute then demanded to know why Shin Jamin was passed out on the floor, but as he looked, he noticed something strange and said he already suspected what had happened. Reaching into Doan's pocket, Yuk pulled out the crumpled microphone and called him a coward. Doan retorted that the real cowards were people like Yuk, who intimidate and steal from the weak. However, before he could finish his speech, the giant threw him across the room. Doan crashed hard into a wall stacked with bags of flour. Yuk declared that it was not his fault Jihan was weak, and that Doan would be their next servant. Lying motionless on the pile of flour sacks, our hero was in immense pain. Just then, he noticed the golden key lying right next to him. Picking it up, he wondered where he was supposed to use it. A tip from the administrator appeared, explaining that the key should be inserted into a lock, but Doan was confused since he had not seen any locks in the area. Suddenly, his skill window opened, revealing a new hidden technique. He then saw the shape of a keyhole appear within the window, and quickly inserted the golden key into it. As he turned the key to unlock the skill, a bright light shone before his eyes. Meanwhile, the brute checked on Shin Jamin, asking if he was alive and okay. Shin replied that he was hurt, prompting Yuk to mock him for getting beaten up by a weakling. At that moment, Doan got back on his feet and declared that if he did not face Yuk now, he would not be an honorable man. Yuk Man-chun found it interesting that Doan had pride. Our hero, however, was hiding the fact that the system had ordered him to face Yuk or be punished. Man-chun grew excited by his opponent's apparent courage and charged forward. Just as Yuk rushed toward him, Doan was suddenly surrounded by a strange and powerful aura. He wondered why the game system had given him these powers, and why it was leading him into such dangerous battles. He then realized the reason was because they wanted to see a show, and in that moment of clarity, he moved to punch Yuk. As a powerful blue aura flares around him, Doan shouts that the giant is doomed. In that moment, he suddenly recalls his childhood and a nerdy kid who was a legend at the local arcade. This boy, known as Master Zobarano, had a unique and unusual playstyle that captivated everyone who watched. Whenever Master Zobarano won, the crowd would erupt in excitement. The boy's incredible skill came from his complete dedication to virtual games. A 10-year-old Doan was deeply impressed, watching in awe as the master played. The boy's special ability was his crushing hawk technique, which made him unbeatable. This ability, called Hawk Hawk's Descent is a powerful kick that knocks out the target, but it costs 120 mana points to use. Realizing he has just unlocked this head kick, Doan thinks it will definitely come in handy. Even with the massive weight difference and the strength of Yuk's punch, he imagines he can win with this single ability against his enormous pig-like opponent. But just then, a notification window suddenly appears, alerting him that he is out of mana. Doan is shocked by the sudden news as Yuk's punch gets closer and closer. Realizing there is nothing he can do, he takes the full force of the blow right on his chin. He goes flying through the air and lands hard on the ground behind his enemy, Yukman Chun. Yuk wonders what is wrong with the nerd, who had just been yelling as if he had an ace up his sleeve. Lying on the floor wounded and groaning in pain, Doan becomes furious with the game's insane system. After all, he only has 100 mana, yet Hawk's Descent costs 120 points. He cannot understand the logic. He wonders if the golden key was some kind of reward for getting beaten up by Cho Min. As he thinks about the golden key, he reaches a conclusion. He remembers the reward for the mission where he hit Shin Jaemin with the microphone was a bronze key. Looking around the room, he wonders where that key is, since it is not visible anywhere. Doan recalls that the key from the Jaemin mission fell right beneath the window. Since he completed that mission in the bathroom, he figures the key might still be there. With no other choice, he decides to take the risk and go find it. But before he can reach the door, Yuk grabs him. The brute punches our hero hard in the ribs and asks where he thinks he is going. Looking at Doan again, Yuk senses that maybe he is not such a weakling after all. Doan collapses to the floor as Yuk calls him a rat. Feeling his body at its limit, he can barely stand up after being knocked down again. He decides he has to retreat and escape the situation to go look for the key. Still unsure of what to do, he sees the enemy place a hand in front of him, blocking his path. Just as Doan starts to run, the giant puts a hand on his face, stopping him in his tracks. Yukman Chun knocked Doan down again, telling him he should stop getting back up. Instead of giving up, Doan started laughing, prompting the giant to place a foot on his head and ask if he had gone insane. Our protagonist then asked if Yuk really believed he had caused all this chaos alone and without a plan. The brute claimed Doan was just bluffing to stay alive, but Doan insisted he was just buying time as an elevator opened behind Yuk. Doan then shouted for whoever was inside the elevator to attack the bully with everything they had. Shocked and momentarily afraid, Yuk turned to look, only to find the elevator completely empty, which left him frozen in disbelief. This confusion quickly filled him with rage toward Doan Ha. He spun back around, ready to eliminate the boy, but discovered that Doan was already gone. Meanwhile, Doan ran through the hallways with all the strength he could muster, amazed that his simple elevator strategy had actually worked on someone as dumb as Yuk. Now that he had managed to escape, he was in a panic, desperately looking for the bronze key. However, in the middle of his run, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. He soon forced himself up with great effort, fighting against the weakness in his legs to keep moving. At the end of the hallway, the hulking figure of Yuk appeared. Cracking his knuckles with a manic expression, the tattooed gangster ordered Doan to stay still. Our hero thought this was the end, since he no longer had the strength to run or escape. Just when he felt it was all over, he glanced to the side and finally found the bronze key. As soon as he grabbed the item, a description appeared, explaining that it unlocks sealed attributes. Outraged that the game hadn't done this from the beginning, he opened his character info and noticed a key symbol in the middle of the status window. At that same moment, the big guy started charging at him, filled with rage. Quickly, just before being caught by Yuk, Doan inserted the key into the lock, urging the system to hurry as adrenaline rushed through his body. A choice appeared, offering to permanently boost one of his stats. Knowing that he needed more mana to use his abilities, he made his decision and shouted for the system to increase his mana points. As the gangster got dangerously close to landing a powerful punch, Doan's mana points were unlocked and increased by 100. Just before being hit by Yukman Chun, he dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Our protagonist then placed his foot on Yuk's thigh and prepared to unleash the falcon drop. He jumped over the man, soaring above him as lightning circled his leg, activating the secret class skill. An aerial kick charged with electricity struck the enemy directly on the head. The skill-powered attack landed perfectly, smashing the brute on top of his massive skull. Blood gushed from his nose and his eyes rolled back in pain. At that moment, a message appeared for Dowan, confirming he had defeated the monster Yukman Chun. His enemy fell to his knees before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Feeling incredibly cool, our hero landed lightly on his feet. His reward for winning the battle was the missing silver key. Though completely exhausted, Doan Ha grabbed the key he had received. As reality set in, the gamer servant couldn't believe he had actually won the fight. Just as he thought he could finally go home, Shin Jaemin woke up and appeared in the hallway. Furious with Doan Ha, the delinquent demanded to know what had happened. Our hero was in shock and stammered when he saw that Shin had recovered from the knockout. Then, someone else appeared. A giant man from the karaoke bar stepped forward, asking why his brother Yuki was lying on the ground. This was Yuk Manak, a 19-year-old who worked at the bar and was Yuk's older brother. He immediately became furious with Doan, who suddenly remembered remembered Shin mentioning that Yukman Chun had an older brother, face to face with the giant muscular man. Doan felt like this was truly his end. Other delinquents began to show up, asking about the loud crash from a moment ago. The tattooed boys quickly noticed the brute, Man Chun, unconscious on the floor. Again, our protagonist recalled Shin saying he used to drink at this bar with his friends. Realizing he only had 80 mana points and 12 health left, Doan knew he lacked the strength to run, let alone the mana to activate any special abilities. Exhausted and injured, he muttered that he was totally screwed now that he was cornered by dozens of Shin Jamin's delinquent friends. Meanwhile, Yuji Han was out on the street alone that night, wondering if it was really okay for him to be wandering around. He knew the message sent from Shin Jamin to Yuke-man Chun was a fake. The bullies had dismissed Yuji Han, saying they had another matter to deal with, but he knew the only one who would be foolish enough to dig his own grave in a place full of gangsters was Doan, especially since it was his first time there, and he didn't know the rules. The last message telling everyone to go home seemed like it was meant to save Ji-han, and he worriedly hoped Doan would be okay and get out of the situation safely. Back in the hallway, Shin Jamin asked why Doan did it, insisting he never wanted to be his enemy. In our protagonist's mind, however, he could see no way out. The gangsters threatened him, saying he wouldn't escape, and he was certain he was going to be eliminated today. Just then, a karaoke staff member ran in, announcing that the police had arrived and that everything had gone wrong. A man announced that someone had called the police from the first floor and told everyone to escape using the stairs. The gang delinquents were disappointed, as they had been eager to beat up the nerd. Carrying his brother over his shoulder, Yukman remarked that Doan Ha was incredibly lucky. Before leaving, Shin Jamin threatened Doan, warning him that they would not forget what happened there. Relieved to be alive, Doan decided he should also run away through the stairs, but at that moment, he felt a strange shock course through his body. Only one day after experiencing death, he had been beaten by both Cho Woo Min and Yuki Man Chun. On top of that, he was suffering the side effects of using two abilities that his body could barely handle. The moment all the accumulated stress finally left him, Doan Ha simply passed out. He slowly woke up to see a woman in front of him and wondered what had happened. He asked the girl where he was, and she replied by asking if he was finally awake. Doan recognized her as one of the 3 toughest girls in school, and she commented that he should have woken up sooner. When he tried to ask why she was there, she quickly covered his mouth to keep him quiet. Realizing they were in a bathroom, the girl told him to keep his voice down. She explained that they were in the women's restroom, so he needed to speak softly. Whispering, Doan asked why they were hiding there. She said the police were still at the bar, and figured they would not come into the women's bathroom. When Doan asked who made the report, she admitted that she was the one who reported the underage drinking. Doan was confused, pointing out that she had been drinking too, and asked if she did it to save him. The girl explained that she saw him when he was fighting Yukman. She had always thought he was just a loser, but it seemed he did not care about collateral damage. Thinking she might have fallen for his charm, Doan asked how he could repay the favor. She initially refused, but after he insisted, she asked him to grant her a wish. As she got very close to tell him, Doan turned red from embarrassment and was left speechless. The next day came at dawn, with Doan waking up to a call from his mom. As soon as he picked up, she started scolding him and yelling loudly. He asked why she was so mad, explaining that he had not talked to her for just one day because he was tired. However, his mom corrected him, saying it had actually been 3 days since they last spoke. Now that she knew he was okay, she said she had to get back to work, leaving Doan shocked by the information that he had slept for 3 whole days. After the karaoke night, Doan really had gone straight home to sleep. This was understandable, considering it was the first time he'd ever been in a fight in his life. Another reason for his exhaustion was that he had dealt with 3 delinquent bullies in one day, even if Shin did not fight him directly. Now that some time had passed, Doan felt like the victory had been easy and was no big deal. He felt very strong and extremely hungry. With his body and mind finally recovered, the first thing he wanted to do was log into the game and contact the administrator. But when he searched for the mysterious player, the one who brings the end, there were no results. Doan hadn't expected things to be easy, but he was still surprised to find that the administrator's account had been deleted. He figured the mysterious man didn't want to communicate with him, especially since he had never responded directly. The admin only ever communicated through the system, so if that was how it was going to be, Doan decided he would have to learn everything on his own. He already knew 3 key things about how it all worked. First, the system was similar to an RPG, complete with levels, stats, and classes, which meant he was essentially a game character. Second, the system treated delinquents like monsters, granting him rewards for defeating them. This was just like hunting monsters in a game and receiving items in return. The third and final point was that using keys made him stronger, so he began began searching for the item he had. When he picked up the silver key, its description stated that it unlocked a passive ability. He learned that the 3 types of keys unlocked different things, and once an ability was unlocked, it would not be sealed again. The crushing strike ability, for example, had been sealed after he first used it because it was unlocked through a class effect. Later, it was unlocked permanently using a specific key. He also knew about the penalty system, but his biggest problem was something else entirely. The real issue was that he had become the target of Shin Jae-min's gang of delinquents. Now that things had turned out this way, he decided to meditate deeply on the problem for the rest of spring break. His thoughts were interrupted when the doorbell rang, and just as he went to get his food, a new system notification appeared. It said that a girl wanted to go out with him and that he should accept and satisfy her. The nerdy, introverted gamer was shocked, thinking it was just his takeout delivery. He slowly opened the door, only to find the woman he had met earlier standing on the other side. Dawan asked why she was there, and she reminded him of his promise to grant her wish. The woman then took off her coat, saying she was going to explain what she wanted, and told Dawan to take something off. This left our hero in shock, especially since the mission title was Become a Man. As he stood there wondering if this was really what he thought it was, she told him to hurry up. The girl insisted again that he take his clothes off, leaving the embarrassed nerd flustered since he had never done anything like this before. A system notification then appeared in front of him, asking if he would accept or not. Completely stunned, he asked the tough girl to repeat herself, and she did. He couldn't believe people could just do this out of nowhere without even talking first. As he started taking off his clothes, Dawan got excited that his first time had finally arrived. But then, the girl quickly asked if his other clothes were in the room, and he didn't understand. He got embarrassed when he realized she didn't want to do anything intimate, and she then told him to turn off the heater. When Dawan asked why she didn't just turn it off herself and how she found his place, she simply explained that she didn't have his number. She explained that she had found his address while dragging him across the ground 3 days ago, having discovered it by looking at the apartment card in his phone case. She then asked if his nerdy clothes were the only ones he owned, to which Dawan replied that his mom had bought them for him. Dawan couldn't help but feel that the day to finally do something intimate had arrived. But when she announced they needed to go shopping, the mission title changed, and he understood the situation. Even so, he found himself getting excited about the prospect of going shopping with a girl for the very first time. Sometime later, inside a clothing store, Dawan felt completely confused. He didn't understand why people would wear clothes like this or use fake tattoos. The girl explained that he couldn't afford to look weak, especially since they would be spending the day together and going somewhere else afterward. Although he was uncomfortable with this fashion style, she insisted it was what she wanted, so he obeyed. While he was in the changing room trying on another outfit, she looked through the racks for more options. Dawan eventually came out looking very different, dressed in black pants, a black jacket, and black boots. He felt strange, as it was the first time he had ever dressed in a cooler, more stylish way. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot about the mission, until he saw the objective had updated to taking her out to eat. The system made everything feel like a game, and Dawan started to think that asking a girl out wasn't so hard after all. Feeling confident, he mentioned he was hungry and invited her to get something to eat, and she agreed. But at that moment, our protagonist felt a surge of frustration and wanted to punch himself. They had been sitting in silence for 30 minutes, and he began to wonder if she didn't like the food. When he stopped to think, he realized he didn't even know her name, so he asked. She replied that her name was Cyan. With that, the conversation died again, and he found himself missing his mom, because things always used to be easier when she was around. Cyan then asked if there was anything else he was curious about. Admitting he knew nothing about her, Dawan asked what he should even ask first. She simply replied that he would learn more about her over time. After all, she explained, they would be seeing each other more often. Standing up from the table, she told him to hurry up because they still had things to do. The mission updated once more, and now, to become a man, he needed to take the girl to the movies. Dawan felt happy to be experiencing all of this for the first time, and then invited her for a coffee. He proceeded to sing a song for Cyan, which made him question the true purpose of the mission. He had always thought the system only made him fight bullies in exchange for rewards. The 6th step of the mission began, leading him to take the girl to an arcade. Thinking it through, he realized this was basically a date and tried his best to impress her. Breathing heavily and sweating, he felt his charm might finally be working on her. While Cyan was looking at some plush toys, a few nerds approached and tried to invite Dawan to a club. As soon as our protagonist saw the plushie machine, he began to walk away, telling Cyan he needed to go to the bathroom before excusing himself. 10 minutes later, the nerd returns with a dozen fish plushies, ready to impress Cyan. He confidently thinks to himself that she's going to fall for him hard. Just as he sees her approaching, a smile spreading across his face, his happy day is ruined when a man suddenly appears and grabs him by the hair. The bully aggressively asks who Dawon thinks he is to say Cyan's name so lovingly, yanking his hair with enough force to make him cry out in pain. Dawon wonders who this guy is and how he knows Cyan, though he feels a strange sense of familiarity, as if he's seen him somewhere before. Just then, Cyan yells at the man, calling him Sehun Kang, and demands that he let go of Dawon. Everything had been going so well until this moment, and Dawon can only wait for the system to issue a notification that he must defeat this new bully. In a move that shocks everyone, Cyan declares that the shy nerd is her boyfriend. The statement stuns both Dawon and Sehun, and Dawon can't help but blush as she tells the bully to leave. Cyan helps him to his feet, telling him to ignore Sehun as she leads him away. Before they go, however, Dawon wants to retrieve the fish plushies he dropped. Left behind, Sehun is still processing the news, unable to believe that Dawon is actually Cyan's boyfriend. As afternoon settles over the city, Dawon can't stop thinking about what Cyan said back at the arcade. He walks through the streets completely distracted, lost in thought about her calling him her boyfriend. His daze is broken when Cyan announces they've arrived and tells him to follow her no matter what. She reminds him of their promise to spend the whole day together, and at that moment, the system prompts him to enter the nearby building. Once they're inside, Cyan presses the elevator button for the 7th floor. Dawon immediately feels certain that she's taking him somewhere to get intimate. Seeing their destination, he nervously asks if they can slow things down so he can prepare himself. Cyan simply tells him that the only thing he needs to do is stay still, assuring him that she'll handle the rest. Worried this will cause him to fail his mission, Dawon desperately tries to think of a way to convince her to change her mind. When they arrive on the 7th floor, Dawon notices all the rooms are closed and asks why they're there. As they walk further down the hallway, he realizes with dawning horror that he's at some kind of gathering for bullies. He peeks into a room full of people with a microphone in the center, which only adds to his confusion. A man who looks like a judge strikes a gavel and calls for silence, announcing that the regular meeting of the Guanaku City bullies will now begin. He then states that their first agenda item is to discuss the Karakwar incident, and more specifically, how to deal with Dawon Ha. The delinquents in the room murmur amongst themselves, thinking the kid looks far too normal to have beaten 3 gangsters. Dawon stands there in complete shock, listening as the men openly talk about eliminating him. When a vote is held to see who wants to defeat Dawon, every single person in the room raises their hand. He is completely stunned to see that they all agreed to take him out. In that moment, it is officially decided that Dawon Ha is now the target of all 497 members of the Guanaku bullies. The mission ends, and a system message appears, stating that a man thrives on the thrill of risking his life. It explains that bullies is a term teenagers use for school-based groups involved in criminal activities. These individuals are loyal to their instincts, love to show off, and live a carefree lifestyle. The main reason they can enjoy this life without worry is because they always move in groups. There are many ways to control and lead these crews, and in the Guanaku district, they use intense and mature methods to manage their members. Dawon wonders what is wrong with these delinquents, who do not seem to think about anything at all. In shock, he reads the system message and tries to understand the process of becoming a man. The message also includes a warning that for chain missions, the reward is only obtained after completing the final mission in the series. Noticing how strangely Cyan has been acting, Dawon asks if she set him up in an ambush. Before she can answer, the man in a suit holding a hammer declares the matter closed. As Dawon tries to figure out who this man is, Cyan tells him to wait, explaining that they need to move on to the next item on the agenda. The other bullies make rude comments toward her and ask who the guy standing by her side is. With his back to the delinquents, Dawon is terrified of them and the possibility of being eliminated right there. Cyan and the leader announce their intention to discuss a second topic, which is a vacant seat on the Council of Delinquents. When the man in the suit mentions a representative election, Dawon briefly thinks they are actual politicians. Cyan then declares that she has found the perfect person for the role, even as the nerd beside her is trying to run away. Speaking with the confidence of a congresswoman, she nominates Dawon for the position of representative of Boro Maidan. Without any hesitation, Cyan says Dawon's name out loud in front of all of them. Our hero is shocked by her risky move to throw him directly into this dangerous world. All the bullies think it is madness to nominate the very person they were just discussing how to eliminate. The judge of the group asks if it would not be risky to promote a guy who attacked their members. However, Cyan argues that if Dawon defeated 3 of their guys in a single day, he is more than qualified to be part of the group. One of the delinquents mocks Unsung after she agrees that defeating members of the group counts as a qualification. Unsung Ha, the 18-year-old representative of Silim Dong, simply confirms her agreement with Cyan. Terrified, Dawon insists that he has no intention of joining their gang of delinquents. Cyan Cyan tells him to consider how dangerous his situation is, being just an 18-year-old boy. She reminds him that he just saw all those criminals raise their hands to approve eliminating him on sight. She argues that if he joins the council, the other delinquents will not be able to punish him. Dawon thanks her for the concern, but Cyan clarifies that she is not doing it for him. She explains that some other jerk wants the position, and she would much rather it be Dawon than that guy. Just then, the elevator doors open, revealing the same man who had attacked Dawon earlier at the meeting with Cyan. Dawon immediately recognized the man from the arcade. Kang Se-hoon stepped forward, demanding to know why Cyan hadn't told him about the assembly. The Boramai Dong associate quickly realized she must have invented the boyfriend story just to hide from him. Kang Se-hoon told Cyan that even though she was against him becoming a representative, her actions were excessive. Suddenly, he wrapped his hand around Dawon's neck and began to choke him, demanding to know what they were doing there. Dawon felt like he couldn't breathe, as if he were being crushed under a boulder. The judge ordered them to stop, declaring that this was a formal meeting before announcing Dawon as the new leader of Boramai Dong. Kang Se-hoon immediately tried to argue that he was supposed to become the area's representative, but Cyan fought back verbally. Meanwhile, the other delinquents whispered among themselves, with some thinking Dawon looked like a weakling and others checking out Cyan. Seeing that there were now 2 people nominated for the position, the judge noted that things had reached another level. Kang Se-hoon finally released Dawon, stating that they would be forced to settle the matter. As all the bullies started to stand up, Dawon tried to say that he didn't even care about the position. Taking advantage of the moment his enemy's back was turned, Dawon quickly used his falcon drop ability and delivered a powerful aerial kick. The other delinquents were impressed to see his special ability up close. However, Kang Se-hoon was known as the Granite of Boramai and possessed extremely high endurance, allowing him to block the attack easily. Dawon was shocked, wondering if his attack was too weak. Kang Se-hoon, however, complimented the special technique, admitting the move had startled him. Still, he found it strange, pointing out that even the brute Yukman Chun was knocked out with a single strike from that same move. Dawon then realized the truth. With his insufficient mana, he could only use his abilities once, meaning he couldn't win without them. He was in serious trouble. Just then, Kang Se-hoon caught him in a chokehold, lifting the terrified gamer completely off the ground. Dawon automatically patted Se-hoon's arm, signaling for him to let go, but it was no use. Se-hoon sneered that he would only release Dawon once he had knocked him unconscious. In that terrifying moment, Dawon finally understood why this bully felt so familiar. The man had changed so much that he was almost unrecognizable. Dawon's mind flashed back to an especially hot summer 5 years ago. During that season, he had been strangled in the exact same way by an extremely chubby boy. Back then they were both 13, but that overweight bully was none other than Kang Se-hoon. Fainting games were common at the time, and Se-hoon subjected him to them constantly. He would choke Dawon even while they were eating, forcing him to finish all his food under duress. The abuse continued even when they were in the bathroom, where Se-hoon wouldn't release his grip until Dawon was finished. Because of this torment, Dawon passed out multiple times and lived in constant fear of blacking out again. But even more than the physical act, he feared the situation he would wake up to afterward. Thanks to Kang Se-hoon, he had suffered countless humiliations in front of the entire class, including the girls he knew. Because of his past trauma, Dawon had become incredibly nervous around women, turning into a complete loser. Now, in the present, he collapses to the ground, nearly unconscious, wishing that people like Kang would suffer for what they do. He couldn't understand how Kang Se-hoon had managed to lose weight, become good-looking, and effortlessly attract girls. The more Dawon thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to stand the idea of losing to his old bully. In the background, he could hear the other delinquents in the room calling him weak. As soon as Dawon managed to get back on his feet, the bullies taunted him, saying he didn't stand a chance. Hearing those words, he wondered what his chances of winning actually were. After all, the one skill that could have helped him was immediately blocked by Kang. Trapped in Se-hoon's chokehold, Dawon realized there was nothing he could do but tap out. Once Kang declared himself the representative of Boram Hwadong, Dawon felt completely lost. Just as he was about to give up, however, he suddenly stood back up and faced his opponent once more. Kang Se-hoon warned him that if he insisted on continuing, he would only end up getting hurt much worse. In response, Dawon took off his jacket and declared that he was going to beat the gangster up. The moment he threw his jacket to the ground, revealing his plan, everyone in the room stopped to watch. No one could believe their eyes as the skinny nerd began throwing a flurry of punches. However, the blows were incredibly weak, and Kang Se-hoon blocked them all without any effort. Straining himself, Dawon felt he just had to keep going a little longer for his plan to work, remembering something from 7 hours ago when he was searching his pants for an object. The item was a silver key, a heroic reward he had received after defeating Ryukman Chun. He recalled that this key unlocked passive abilities, which he had activated earlier. At that moment, the passive skills unique to his class became available. One of them was the critical hit, hit, a skill with a 1% chance to break through an opponent's defense. This passive ability didn't consume any mana and could ignore all defenses to land a devastating attack. Dawen knew the odds were cruel, as a 1% chance meant that it would hardly ever happen. Statistically, only 1 out of 100 strikes would register as a critical hit. In his current situation, he realized he had no other choice but to land that single critical hit. With no other options available, he committed to the strategy of throwing punches non-stop. As he continued his assault, all the delinquents started laughing at the pathetic display, and even Cyan Sunbae felt embarrassed by the scene. But Dawen knew that if he kept punching, one of them would eventually land as a critical hit, and he was already getting close to 100. He noticed his opponent was getting distracted as he neared 80 punches, making him question why the skill hadn't activated yet. Kang Se-hoon, thinking Dawen looked ridiculous, continued to block every single punch up to the 99th one. Finally, Dawen threw his 100th punch, which landed squarely in the center of Kang's chest. A cold sweat broke out on Dawen's face as he realized it didn't seem to work. Kang just looked at him and asked what he was even doing. Dawen could only think about games and the irreplaceable factor known as the random number generator, which gives everyone a chance to succeed. That feeling of satisfaction from success is much harder to obtain in real life. It's precisely for that feeling that gamers challenge the odds every day, just as Daewon Ho did at 13 years old when he used his English class money to pay for game upgrades. At the time, the random number generator didn't help him, and he failed to get the item he wanted. Even knowing the next failure could be the end, the younger Daewon Ho decided to take the risk, because RNG brings an equal chance of despair. Back in the present, that same despair hits him as his final punch lands on the bully's chest. He wonders why it didn't work, since he was sure he had landed all 100 punches. In theory, one of them should have been a critical hit that knocked his opponent out, but the plan failed and he was caught. His rival, Kang Se-hoon, grabs him by the neck and throws his body upward, intending to slam him down. Kang explains that a truly destructive blow is needed to win, and then demonstrates it on Daewon. Daewon's head hits a pile of bricks with a massive impact, leaving him badly hurt. Kang scoffs, saying he knew the punch combo was just a bluff. He points out that even with a real strategy, it wouldn't have mattered, since Kang had cut 130 kilos and toned every part of his body. As he boasts that the nerd couldn't even scratch him, Daewon tries to say something from the floor. Lying injured, Daewon reveals that back in middle school, Kang Se-hoon was a fat, stupid jerk. When Kang doesn't remember him, Daewon says it's typical for bullies to forget their victims. He explains that victims carry that pain for life, while the bullies just forget it ever happened. His words make Kang stop and think for a moment, but Daewon immediately regrets talking so much. He asks what he's supposed to do now that Kang doesn't even remember him, and tells him to back off. Growing desperate, Daewon starts delivering several instinctive, irrational kicks, shouting for Kang to stay away. Completely ignoring the request, Kang grabs his foot and throws him far away, sending him crashing into a pile of tables and chairs. Looking down at the weakling on the ground, Kang asks if Daewon is still the same person he was back then. He questions if Daewon remembers every single toy he played with as a child, seeming genuinely upset to see him in such a miserable state. Suddenly, a man in a suit steps forward and tells the nerd to give up the fight. The man, Han Un-sung, the representative of Seoul-Yongdong, declares the match a waste of time, stating that one side has already lost all will to keep going. Daewon feels incredibly guilty for relying on a 1% chance to win. He's certain he has no chance at all against this monster, but he knows that if he gives up, the other delinquents will attack him. He doesn't know what to do as Han Un-sung coldly says the fight is already over. Despite this, Daewon Ha slams his hand against the floor and yells that the fight isn't over yet. He starts getting up with great effort and declares that he hasn't given up. His opponent finds him annoyingly persistent and asks if he's not tired of getting beaten up. Se-hoon couldn't believe that even without a chance to win, Daewon still refused to give up. Broken and desperate, our protagonist began walking furiously toward the exit, hoping to distract Kang long enough to escape. He was so threatened by the bully that he was already fantasizing about moving to a deserted island far away. Daewon made a flimsy excuse, knowing he needed to run for the exit as fast as he could. Without a second thought, he decided the moment had come and began sprinting across the room. But in his haste, he accidentally dropped his jacket and tripped over it, completely losing his balance. As he stumbled forward, nearly falling on top of his enemy, he cursed himself for ever taking off his jacket. While falling, he instinctively used the palm of his hand ground to regain his balance, which unexpectedly activated a critical hit that sent the bully flying. After being launched by a simple tap, Kang crashed hard into the wall. Kang Se-hun slumped to the floor with his head bowed, leaving the elevator door dented behind him. The other delinquents couldn't believe they had just seen Kang get launched like that, and even Cyan Sunbae was left speechless after witnessing Daewon's powerful strike. The gangsters immediately tried to explain what happened, suggesting that Daewon had focused energy into his palm. They called it the Flame Dragon Emperor's Iron Palm, a technique that could destroy skeletons and organs. In reality, the system simply notified our hero that he had landed a critical hit. Daewon was proud of hitting him in the chest, especially since he hadn't expected much from a passive ability. Just as he thought he had finally won the fight, Kang Se-hun coughed and began to get up. Severely injured, Kang was in disbelief that Daewon had been hiding so much strength while pretending to be weak. Rising to his feet after such a powerful blow, Kang became furious and declared that he was going to eliminate Daewon. Everyone in the room noticed the nerdy boy begin to tremble from head to toe in fear. But then, Daewon gave a small, strange smile that confused all the delinquents. Our protagonist didn't think the feeling of despair was fair. He reasoned that most gamers experience it, but they never stopped trying. To him, it was better to try everything and get no results than to simply give up without a fight. He remembered a user who had succeeded by relying on a random number generator. Seeing another player's success had inspired Daewon to win in the game as well, and he recalled how he kept trying to get an item using the money his literature tutor had given him. Despair can turn into hope, which is why players around the world put their faith in RNG. Daewon decided to do the same, preparing to land a full-force punch on Kang Se-hun's face. He ran forward, yelling that he would hit his enemy again right in the middle of his chest. Kang declared that he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice in a row and protected his chest with his arms. However, the bully didn't notice that the punch was changing direction, now aimed straight for his face. The scene then shifts abruptly. Deep at the bottom of the sea, a species lives at a maximum depth of 6 meters and weighs nearly 2,000 kilograms. Approximately 85% of its body is made of muscle. This is the ocean's top predator, the feared and mighty great white shark. In the water, two boys are seen playing far from the safety of the beach. The text explains that if you ever encounter a great white shark, you should kick its nose, as it's the creature's weak spot no matter how strong it is. The same principle applies to humans, because even highly trained individuals don't train their noses, leaving it as a vulnerability. Therefore, even a grazing attack aimed at the nose can be incredibly effective. Dawn's punch lands squarely in the center of Kang Se-hun's face, and he knows it was a critical hit. After taking such a powerful blow, the bully stumbles back a few steps. Dawn realizes he needs to risk more decisive strikes and stop relying on his 1% critical chance. A stream of blood pours from Kang Se-hun's nose as he screams, though he is not yet defeated. Consumed by rage, he vows to wipe Dawn off the face of the earth, repeating the threat over and over. Just then, our protagonist appears behind him, wrapping an arm around his neck and shouting insults. Dawn yells that Kang will be the one eliminated, then grabs his nose and begins to choke him. Our nerdy hero shouts that he'll only let go if Kang begs to be released, warning that otherwise he'll pass out. All the while, he pulls the bully's nose upward with all his strength and fury. The other criminals in the room are stunned by the scene, finally acknowledging Daewon's strength. Cyan Sunbae watches in disbelief, witnessing this bizarre display of the nerdy boy's power. As Daewon continues to choke the bully, he makes him cry until Kang eventually begs to surrender. As soon as his enemy finishes saying he gives up, Daewon releases the chokehold. The bully collapses to the floor, defeated, trying to catch his breath and regain his strength. Daewon, also injured and exhausted, comments that he finally managed to win this time. However, behind him, an electronic component is just about to touch a puddle of water. Before Daewon can finish his sentence, the exposed wire makes contact with the puddle, sending sparks flying. Just as he yells that he won, the short circuit causes a massive explosion right behind him. Hearing the blast and seeing the flash of flames, our protagonist is startled. The other bullies are shocked by the sudden and very real explosion. They immediately begin scrambling to escape, desperately trying to get into the elevator before the fire can spread. They remember that the police raided the karaoke bar last time, and now they face the very real risk of a fire. Outside, everyone who is in the room manages to escape the blaze. Dawn, who had thought he was going to die in the flames, feels an immense sense of relief to have made it out alive. But then, one of the gang members asks where Cyan Sunbae is. Realizing she is nowhere to be seen, the other bullies begin to wonder if she's still trapped upstairs with Kang Se-hun. Nearby, District Chief Han Yun-sun remains silent, staring at a fire hydrant on the ground. Feeling a surge of outrage, Dawn heads back toward the stairs, thinking that Cyan should have run as soon as she saw the fire. Even though he doesn't really know Cyan, he decides to rush up the stairs to find her. He reflects that while he only knows her name and she isn't particularly important to him, they still made a lot of memories memories that day. He finally remembers her promise when she asked him to stay by her side all day. As soon as Daon reaches the upper floor, he throws open the door and calls out for Kyan, announcing he came to save her. He immediately notices a man putting out the fire with an extinguisher. Realizing the fire is already under control, Daon feels embarrassed, and the man turns to ask why he came back. Deeply embarrassed, Daon makes up an excuse claiming he only came back to ask if he could go home. The man in the suit informs him that the assembly will be rescheduled for another day because of the fire. Then, the man reveals that the new representative of Boromui is none other than Daon Ha. Daon can hardly believe it, thinking that being part of the Council of Bullies must be a dream or an illusion. Cyan explains that even though it's confusing, she did it for a bigger reason, pointing out that he effectively got rid of the other bullies. He has to agree, realizing that if he hadn't become a representative, the council would have hunted him down, and things could have been much worse. Later, as they arrive in front of Cyan's house, they say their goodbyes, and Daon tells her to take care. He then pulls out a plush fish he won at the arcade, explaining that it seemed like she wanted it. Confused, Cyan asks what it is, and Daon says he saw her staring at the plush toys earlier. Recalling the moment, Cyan clarifies that she wasn't looking at the toys at all. In fact, she was looking at a wanted criminal poster stuck on the window next to them. Daon is shocked by his blunder, but Cyan still thanks him for what he did. Holding the plush fish and smiling, she specifically thanks him for running back into the building to save her. Daon turns completely red and can barely respond to her goodnight. A system message declares that he became a man, but he just thinks he became a bully as the mission finally comes to an end. Just then, a notification pops up, stating that he has completed 8 missions in a row and will earn points for his streak. Realizing the encounters were worth it, he wonders what kind of key he'll receive as a reward this time. However, upon seeing the actual mission system reward, he is completely shocked and does not react well. The next morning, Daon gets ready to go to school after being away for a long time. He decides to arrive before anyone else to complete an important in-game task. Once he gets to the school, he grabs several wires and screens to build what he calls his gamer slave station. He knows he needs to install the components in his new classroom, so he starts looking for his assigned spot. When he enters the room, he sees someone already there sleeping at a desk and is surprised that another student arrived even earlier than him. With all the tech in hand, he resolves to build the best gaming setup in the entire school. As soon as he spreads the components across his desk, he worries that he made too much noise and woke up the other student. Glancing at the sleeping student's ID card, he sees the name Han Yun-sung. The name sounds vaguely familiar, triggering a memory from the day before. He suddenly remembers Cyan telling him that Han Yun-sung is the representative of the Seollyeong-dong district. She had warned him that Han Yun-sung was the most dangerous bully of all the districts in Gwanak. Just then, Han Yun-sung speaks, telling Daon he doesn't need to be scared since he's part of the Council of Bullies now. But then, the dangerous bully suddenly sweeps all of Daon's tech components onto the floor. Han threatens him, saying it would be easy to take care of him right then and there. Daon immediately remembers Tyan's advice not to confront him, and he can't help but wonder why he's already facing a boss so soon. Daon tries to de-escalate the situation, pointing out that as members of the Council of Bullies, they are on the same side and shouldn't be fighting. Han Un-sung retorts, asking why Daon thinks they didn't get rid of him sooner. When Daon suggests it's because he became Borum's leader, Han corrects him, explaining that one of the council's rules actually allows members to fight each other. Han elaborates that establishing a hierarchy based on power is crucial. He then draws his arm back, declaring this is revenge for Daon interfering with Seollyeong. Bracing for the impact, Daon closes his eyes and clenches his teeth. But just as the punch is about to land, Han suddenly stops, claiming he's not actually interested in Seollyeong. Instead, he simply knocks down to the ground, looks down at him, and suggests they should work together now that they're on the same side. Han promises to warn the other members, assuring Daon that no one from Seollyeong will bother him anymore. Shortly after, the regular school period begins, and students start finding their seats. Daon is left feeling exhausted and shocked by the chaotic start to his first day. He then notices that Han isn't even in his class, which makes him wonder why the bully waited for him there in the first place. Looking around, Daon realizes something else is bothering him. Throughout the breaks on the first day of his second year, he feels a growing sense of unease. During the third period break, he observes other students engaged in various activities, but notices that, for the first time ever, no one is forcing him to play games. The strangest part is how peaceful his class is. Usually, the start of a new semester is marked by noise and widespread bullying. The bullies would typically gather to pick an easy target to harass for the rest of the year, threatening everyone to establish their dominance. The school becomes a lawless jungle where only the strongest survive, with some students trying to rise to the top while others just aim game for personal gain. But just as Dawn is contemplating this unusual piece, a window suddenly shatters as a student is thrown right through it. Annoyed by the bullies acting like wild animals, Dawn heads to the bathroom to clear his head. The moment he enters, he comes face to face with Jamin, and the two stare at each other. Dawn had completely forgotten they went to the same school and instantly assumes Jamin is still angry about the karaoke incident. Fearing an attack, Dawn nervously raises his hands in a defensive gesture. To his surprise, Jamin doesn't attack. Instead, he congratulates Dawn for becoming the representative of Borum. The bully seems strangely excited, especially about Dawn being friends with Yunsun. Dawn immediately notices how weird Jamin is acting, and when he questions him about it, Jamin makes up a poor excuse and quickly tries to leave. As he flees, he asks Dawn to put in a good word for him with Yunsun. Back in the classroom, Dawn continues to find it odd that no one is bothering him. He finally realizes that Han Eun-sung wasn't lying and must have actually warned the other bullies. His distant dream of living a normal school life is finally coming true. He knows he should be overjoyed, but instead he just feels uncomfortable. He had initially thought the missions were designed to force him into confrontations with the bully bosses, but his recent and sudden induction into the bully council makes him question the system's true purpose. He starts to wonder if it's using him in some larger scheme. As Daeon considers whether he's just overthinking things, a girl comes over and asks if he's gaming. Dawn assumes she's offering him a gift out of pity for his previously miserable life, but Arenju explains it's a thank you for what he did for her earlier. Completely shocked, Dawn takes the gift and wonders if he's dreaming. When he opens the gift box, he's confused to find a small octopus inside. Aaron explains that octopus is good for recovery and energy, and she remembered he was badly hurt that day. Daeon thanks her, joking that just seeing the octopus gets his heart racing, which Aaron thinks is great. She then tells Daeon he should eat it alive, since that's the best way to recover. Just then, their conversation is interrupted by a strange, red-haired boy who demands that Dawn play the game for him. Arenju asks Dawn if he knows the boy, but he replies that he doesn't. Meanwhile, in the school's dark photography room, a group of bullies is having a conversation. One of them notes that Han Nansung has never worked with other guys like this before, and asks his friend if he's curious. The friend Kim Di-jin replies that he's sure Han has his reasons. Han Nansung explains that he expected Dawn to be useful in a physical fight, but instead of just attacking or defending, he did something more. Kim Di-jin suggests Dawn probably did it to make Han go easy on him, or simply gave up out of fear, but Han insists that wasn't the case. Han points out that Dawn was clearly trembling and seemed to be looking at something specific. While Kim dismisses it as luck, Han says he saw something special in him during the assembly. This prompts Kim Ji, an associate from Salem Dong, to ask if that's the reason Han is working with him. Han denies this and declares the questioning is over, adding that it's much more fun to get to know Daon Ha in person. Back in the classroom, an annoyed Daon walks toward the strange boy, and Arenju notices his odd behavior. He stands in front of the weirdo and tells him to get up for interrupting his time with her. Elsewhere, a strong tattooed man wonders aloud why Class 3 of the second year has been so quiet lately. His colleague shows him a card, explaining it's all because of one particular person. The tattooed man finds it amusing that So Sung Woo is in the same class as Daon. He agrees with Han's assessment, thinking they might get to witness something interesting since So Sung is a bloodthirsty guy. At that moment, Daon introduces himself to the red-haired boy and asks if he has spoken to Han Eun-sung. Trying to sound brave, Daon tells So Sung to play the game himself if he wants to survive. Daon knows that no one from Salem Dong can harm him, but he realizes So is from the Bongqian Dong district. Enraged by the threat, So Sung stands up and questions Daon's audacity. Daon keeps his composure and replies that if So has hands and eyes, he can play the game on his own. So Sung mockingly asks if he should talk to Eun-sung about this. However, Daon stops when he notices the boy's eyes filling with pure hatred. He's momentarily scared by So Sung's dark gaze, but then the boy suddenly grabs Daon's phone right out of his hand. Sung explained he had only asked for the phone because he heard Daon was a big gamer, though Daon denied it. Realizing he had worried for nothing, Daon felt relieved that he had even managed to show off in front of Aren. However, his relief was short-lived as his annoying friend suddenly kicked Aren out of the classroom, leaving Daon completely speechless. Shortly after, an announcement over the school intercom declared the start of the lunch break for second-year students. This gave Daon an idea. If he left immediately, he might be able to eat with Aaron since their classrooms were close. He was thinking about looking for the prettiest girl in school when someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Turning around, he saw the shy boy he had saved at the karaoke bar trying to get his attention. Don was impressed to see the timid boy seeking him out, and the two of them decided to head to the cafeteria together. As they walked, they saw So Sung Woo striding down the middle of the hallway, causing all the other students to part in fear. Just as the red-haired boy was about to get in line for his lunch, something unexpected happened. A huge muscular upperclassman jumped jumped in front of him, blocking his path. The massive guy declared that as a third year, he had the right to eat before any of the second years. He used his large frame to block the way, claiming that the second years would not mind anyway. He then called over his own classmates, telling them they could all cut the line since no teachers were watching. Nearby, Dawn was surprised to see Jihan and asked what he was doing there. Jihan explained that he was also in class 3. Jihan immediately warned Dawn that what he had just done was incredibly risky and that he needed to be more careful. He explained that treating so that way was dangerous and asked if Dawn had any idea who he was dealing with. Dawn admitted that he had spent the entire past year just playing games and asked what the big deal was with So Sung-woo. Jihan began to explain that Sung was different from the other delinquents. He does not hurt people without a reason, nor does he care about the school's hierarchy. Jihan added that So generally has a calm personality and does not get angry over nothing. However, Jihan clarified that this did not mean So was completely harmless. Apparently, he can change in an instant. That moment of change is always triggered by one specific thing: someone cutting in front of him in line. The third-year bully mockingly asked if So was actually angry just because some seniors were eating before him. He followed this up with another insult, causing So Sung-woo to become visibly irritated by the taunts. With a dark look in his eyes, So quietly asked the massive third year if he thought he was faster. Angered by the disrespect, the bully claimed his hand was faster than So's eyes could follow. But before he could even swing, Sung-woo drove a fist straight into his stomach, landing a clean hit on the arrogant tyrant. This only enraged the upperclassman, who immediately tried to punch Sung-woo in the face, but So easily dodged the attack. As he ducked under the blow, he used his body's momentum to flow right into another punch. In fact, So Sung-woo effortlessly dodged every single one of the older guy's wild punches. The senior was baffled, wondering how his opponent kept dodging everything, since he had not managed to land a single hit. Suddenly, Sung-woo shouted that he had asked a question, and then unleashed a rapid series of punches. The surrounding students watched in silent shock as the third-year student collapsed to the ground. So Sung coldly stated that the guy wasn't faster than him, expressing his fury that someone slower had dared to cut the line. Shortly after, the defeated student fainted. From a distance, Da-won-ha watched the scene unfold alongside the other terrified students. He and Ji-han broke out in a cold sweat, witnessing the bully's sheer brutality and coldness. Later, on his way home, Da-won couldn't help but wonder if such a violent reaction was really necessary just for cutting in line. Da-won didn't know much about So Sung-woo, aside from some rumors that he was in an athletics club. He made a mental note to be careful, knowing that while So was usually calm, he flew into a rage whenever someone cut in front of him. Feeling happy as he carried his octopus home, Da-won resolved to simply never cut in line when So was nearby. He figured his school year would be easy now that he knew how to avoid angering the red-haired guy, but his relief was short-lived. The system suddenly notified him of a new mission. He had to run and overtake So. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Da-won yelled to himself in frustration over the absurd task. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen after the race, assuming it would inevitably end in a fight. Pushing the thought aside, he focused on the fact that he only had 10 minutes to complete the mission and couldn't afford to fail. With newfound motivation, Da-won decided he had to find So Sung-woo as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a nerdy boy with broken glasses was on the ground begging for help. He apologized profusely, explaining that he was running because he was late for his tutoring class. Lying on the pavement and begging for mercy, the boy insisted that he never meant to bump into the person standing over him. So Sung-woo stared down at him with a grim expression and asked a single, chilling question. Was the boy faster than him? After a few tense seconds of silence, Sung-woo simply grabbed his own backpack, turned, and walked away, leaving the boy unharmed. The boy burst into tears of desperation as blood dripped from his nose. Just then, Da-won appeared with a tissue, telling the boy it wasn't worth crying over. As the grateful boy took the tissue to clean himself up, Da-won asked him a question. He asked if he wanted to get revenge on So Sung-woo. The boy immediately said yes, but admitted he was too weak to do anything about it. Noticing he only had 2 minutes left on his mission timer, Da-won told the boy he understood the feeling. He explained that he used to be weak as well. As he comforted the boy, Da-won felt a new sense of determination growing inside him. He told the boy not to be afraid anymore, promising that from this day forward, So Sung-woo wouldn't be able to bully people like this again. He grabbed the keychain, and though he felt a wave of nausea, he resolved to deal with So Sung-woo. But before he could act, his mind flashed back to what happened 6 days ago. He remembered saying goodnight to Seon and thinking about the mission mission that had set him on this path, along with the secret reward he received for completing 8 missions in a row. As a reward for his efforts, a keychain had materialized in front of him. He thought it was a strange prize and wondered why he was receiving so many keys. He examined them, realizing he had been given 4 bronze keys and 1 gold key for completing all those missions. Dawan thought about using the gold key, but the system warned that all keys had to be used at the same time, and that once the first was activated, the others would disappear. Even if the system hadn't mentioned it, he would have used them all simultaneously anyway. Unlike the gold key that unlocks random skills, this item allowed him to choose one attribute to permanently increase based on the next boss he would face. Even though he was dying to use it, he decided to save it for later. He planned to wait for the next mission to appear, but the 2 minutes left on the clock spooked him. Dawan asked the other boy if he knew So's weakness, but was told there was none. Leaving the alley, our protagonist started running to finish the mission, but he had to stop at a nearby corner when he felt his heart was about to explode. Realizing he didn't have much time, he decided to use the keys where no one could see him. He started with the gold key, hoping it would be something useful, and acquired a low mana cost skill that hits the target's blind spot. He was happy because he could use it more than once, but he still didn't have much mana. To solve this, he used one of the bronze keys to unlock and increase his mana points. His mana increased by 100 points and was finally unlocked. Now confused about which key to use next, he considered what attribute to boost. He knew So was a former track team member with a speed-based fighting style, which made him decide to invest the remaining keys in the same attribute. Suddenly, a bus sped past as a girl ran after it. She accidentally bumped into someone, apologized, and kept chasing the vehicle. We see that she had bumped into So Sang-woo, and after boarding the bus, she thought she was finally safe. Before the doors could close, however, the bully appeared behind her with a sinister look. Just as he was about to pull the girl off the bus, Dawan Hai intervened and pulled him back. At that moment, the system notified him that his chase mission had been successfully completed. Our protagonist felt satisfied for finally having done it, but then he noticed So Sang-woo's twisted expression and asked if he accepted his apology. Suddenly, a new chain mission notification appeared in the system. The first part of the mission was to defeat the bully monster, which worried Dawan. Accepting that the fight was inevitable, he quickly activated one of his skills as blue lightning flashed around him. Charging forward with a punch from his blind spot skill, he landed a clean hit on So Sang-woo. Our protagonist believed that attacking was the best possible defense at this moment. After the blow landed squarely, the red-haired bully groaned in pain. His expression changed in an instant as his eyes filled with rage, and he started cursing at our protagonist. Finding it all very scary, our hero started running like there was no tomorrow. His strategy was to flee and then land more surprise blows on So Sang-woo. Within seconds, the bully caught up to our hero and stretched out his hand to grab his backpack. As soon as So Sang-woo grabs Dawan's backpack strap, he yanks it off and throws it to the ground. Dawan is surprised that So can run so fast even after taking a direct hit, which makes him suspect that the blind spot punch costs less mana because it deals less damage. Before Sang-woo can even ask if Dawan is faster, Dawan throws in more hits. Using a series of surprise attacks, he taunts the bully, claiming he was faster. Seeing Sang-woo start to cough after the combo, Dawan briefly wonders if his opponent just doesn't like to fight. Taking off his own backpack, Sang-woo says the boy has actually managed to really piss him off. Our hero notices that the backpack is so heavy it sinks into the ground when it lands, and he suspects it's full of rocks. Shocked by the backpack's weight, Dawan watches as So charges at him. He quickly prepares another blind spot skill, but this time he's surprised by a well-timed dodge from the bully. So demands Dawan repeat what he said, while landing several punches directly to his face. The sudden assault leaves our protagonist in shock as blood starts coming out of his nose. He tries to use his skill again, but the man dodges and Dawan realizes he's much faster than before. At that moment, the gamer understands the heavy backpack was limiting his enemy's speed and agility. With a dark and evil glare, the bully dares Dawan to repeat his taunt if he has the guts. A second later, Dawan takes a full punch to the chest and is sent flying away, unable to land properly as he bounces across the ground. After getting badly beaten, our hero realizes So Sang-woo has gotten much faster. He wonders how many times So has used his skill and considers using the Falcon's drop. He knows that dodging such a powerful technique is hard, but he's afraid he'll run out of mana. Dawan then wonders how he'll deal with someone so fast without any basic fighting knowledge. The shadowy bully interrupts his thoughts, asking if our nerdy hero would rather end up in a coma or paralyzed. Hearing this, Dawan immediately grits his teeth, realizing his enemy is far too dangerous. Even without knowing if it will work, he decides to take the risk and chooses neither option. Once again, our hero uses a combo of 3 blind spot strikes, but So Sang-woo dodges them all. While moving, he says those tricks and punches won't work on him anymore. But before he can attack, Dawan tricks him and manages to land a surprise hit. He lands a backhanded punch squarely on the red-haired bully's cheek. Dawan then decides to humiliate him, pointing out that he got hit right after claiming nothing would work. He adds that it wasn't even a fast move, yet he still managed to land it on So Sang-woo. In fighting games, there's a basic rule necessary for survival. Land a slow strike among fast ones, and a big hit among several small ones. Our protagonist calls this a feint, and it worked perfectly against his opponent. After all, everything he knows about fighting comes from games. He had to bet on that chance, and it seems to have paid off because as soon as he unlocked his attributes, he knew he wouldn't be able to beat So in pure speed. This is why he had invested all his points into attack rather than speed, effectively turning his hands into heavy blunt weapons with an attack power of 31. By thinking of the fight like a game, Dawan felt that victory was finally within his grasp. After all, while he might struggle in other areas of his life, he never lost when it came to games. Approaching this fight with that same mindset, he knew the first step was to analyze his enemy's attack and movement patterns. Based on So Sang-woo's fighting style, Dawan attempted another blind spot strike, but it missed. However, the attempt wasn't a total failure, as he had already figured out that So Sang-woo typically threw a fast punch immediately after dodging. His first priority was to defend himself and avoid taking a fist to the face. He planned to look for an opening to counterattack, but So Sang-woo threw a kick instead. The unexpected move caught Dawan completely off guard, and the kick connected squarely with his face, sending him flying. He hit the ground hard and slid across the floor before managing to steady himself. So Sang-woo declared with conviction that Dawan Ha would never beat him. At that moment, Dawan remembered he had been on the track team and knew how to kick as well. He realized that if the blow had landed on his head instead of his forehead, he would have been knocked out. Dawan decided he had to end this fight quickly, knowing that dragging it out would only lead to more injuries. He launched a swift and relentless assault, anticipating So's dodges, until he finally feinted and landed what should have been a solid, powerful blow to the stomach. In reality, however, the bully caught his arm, stopping the strike from connecting with its full force. With Dawan's hand trapped, So Sang-woo delivered a sudden upward kick to his chin. The kick was so powerful that blood burst from Dawan's mouth, and he nearly fainted from the impact. Mocking Dawan's tricks, the bully followed up with a punch to the face. He finished the combo with another kick that sent Dawan flying, sneering that his tricks were never going to work. With a look of pure hatred, So Sang-woo told him there was no turning back now. Dawan lay coughing on the ground like a defeated weakling. The kick to his chin had been so powerful that he could barely move. Crawling, Dawan knew he had to act fast before he was killed. He desperately opened his skills window, searching for anything he could use against So Sang-woo. He saw that his health was nearly gone, and that his attributes would only recover if he rested. Thinking quickly about how to use his remaining points, he noticed he only had one blind strike left. Just then, something in the skill's description caught his attention, and he went silent as he read it. He looked up to see his enemy preparing a kick that resembled a soccer move. Seizing the opening, Dawan used his blind spot skill and swept So Sang-woo's leg. The attack connected directly with So's heel, causing him intense pain. The moment his attack landed, Dawan smiled, happy that he had pulled it off. He realized that unlike the hawk strike, which had to hit the head, the blind spot attack was effective anywhere on the body. Based on the skill's description, Dawan had been trying to attack Sang-woo using only his fingertips. He finally realized, however, that the skill wasn't limited to just his hand. Understanding this was his only chance to use the ability effectively. He knew it was also his best shot at winning the fight. Dawan came up with a specific strategy to carry it out. He lunged forward and blocked Sang-woo's vision by yanking his hood down over his face, and the moment his opponent's eyes were covered, Dawan threw the first punch. Unfortunately, Sang-woo predicted the attack and pulled Dawan to the side. Spinning around, he landed a powerful kick that sent Dawan falling to the ground in a humiliating heap. Injured, Dawan watched as the bully picked up a heavy object, dragging it across the ground before getting a firm grip on it. Wielding the object, So Sang-woo remarked that he should have used it earlier. His mind drifted back to his time in school track competitions, where he felt immense pressure to be the fastest. For Sang-woo, it never mattered how he reached his goal, only that he came in first place. He remembered the devastating feeling of coming in second place. Whenever he failed to win, he would return home only to endure beatings from his father. The man was a narcissist who had never lost during his own school years and couldn't accept having a son who was a loser. After an accident, however, his father lost the use of his legs and was confined to a wheelchair. From then on, he told Sang-woo to remember that he was responsible for finishing what his father had started but could no longer complete. Desperate to meet his father's expectations, Sang-woo fought hard every single day. He ran until he puked, his backpack always filled with sand to make it harder. But despite all that grueling effort, nothing changed. He kept finishing in second place, making the glory of first place feel impossibly far away. Whenever he thought about giving up, he would remember his father's harsh, disappointed words. In a moment of total defeat, Sang-woo saw a new solution. In the middle of the night, he called the track team's #1 runner, asking to talk. When the unsuspecting boy showed up, Sungwoo struck him in the face with a tournament trophy. He decided then and there that anyone better or faster than him would be destroyed. By eliminating his opponents through violence, he would finally become the fastest of all. Back in the present, Sungwoo held the heavy object and told Daewon that he had already put someone in a coma before. Because of that incident, he was expelled from the track team and abandoned by his father, claiming that all the bad things in his life were his father's fault. He explained that he got away without punishment thanks to the adolescent protection law. He then raised the brick, ready to strike Daewon down, but in that exact moment, the sound of a flask opening could be heard. Daewon calmly stated that the most essential thing for winning a fight is the use of items. And right then, Daewon throws the octopus at Sungwoo's head. He was surprised the octopus was still there, having hidden it in his hood when he grabbed it on the bus. He had thought it had fallen out somewhere, but he managed to pull the live animal out with his hands. Sungwoo, who had no idea Daewon would do something so crazy, threw the octopus far away. In that moment, however, the octopus's black ink started dripping down the bully's head. The ink sent Sungwoo into a panic, making him drop the brick as he desperately tried to wipe his face. Daewon explained that an octopus releases ink when it's squeezed, and now Sungwoo's vision was finally blocked. With only enough mana left for a single blind strike, Daewon knew he needed to deal more damage to win this fight. Thinking quickly, our hero formed a plan and charged at the blinded Sungwoo, preparing to attack. The enraged bully screamed that he couldn't see anything. Taking advantage of the situation, Daewon threw a powerful downward punch, hitting him squarely on the head. In his mind, he thanked Eren for the gift that had just saved his life. As he landed a headbutt with a special skill, he dedicated his victory to Eren. The blow sent the red-haired bully flying through the air. He crashed hard to the ground with his vision still blocked by the ink, and blood trickled from his mouth. Bragging about his victory, Daewon remarked that he was stronger than he looked. At that moment, a notification confirmed that the running mission was completed and Sungwoo was defeated. As a reward, our protagonist obtained another set of keys. He was surprised to receive more of them and felt that this had been his hardest battle so far. But just as he was about to say that, he felt a strange sensation go through his entire body. Suddenly his legs felt weak and he realized he couldn't stand upright anymore, guessing it was because of his low health. He checked his status and noticed that his health points were slowly decreasing. The memory of collapsing in the karaoke bar from weakened health flashed through his mind, and he became afraid of passing out in front of Sungwoo, who could wake up at any moment. Looking for a way out of this suffocating situation, he opened his game attribute screen. He quickly used a golden key to unlock more health points, and his HP increased by 500. Seeing his health rise, he let out a relieved sigh and fell to the ground, finally safe. After using one of the keys, Daewon decided to use all of them at once, including another golden key. Upon using the second golden key, the system notified him that a new class and skill had been unlocked. The new skill, which cost 200 mana points, could deliver multiple massive and powerful attacks. He had finally regained the multi-punch skill that he had lost earlier, but he noticed that the mana cost was a bit too high. In the end, he decided to use his other keys to increase his mana points. After using the keys, he turned his attention to the octopus and thanked it. After all, if it were not for the small creature, he would have been eliminated. Daewon decided to take care of it since it was a gift from Eren, and named it Fofucho. Just then, however, a stray cat snatches the small sea creature in its mouth. The sight leaves Daewon completely shocked, and he immediately starts chasing after it. With tears in his eyes and rage in his heart, he desperately shouts for Fofucho, his new pet octopus. Hours later, Daewon is covered in scrapes and bruises from the chase. He holds a photo of the octopus and silently apologizes to Eren for not being able to save Fofucho in time. At that moment, his mother calls and asks if his first day of school went well. When Daewon tells her he almost died, she casually replies that she has to deal with similar things all the time. He acknowledges that she's busy with business trips and asks where she is now. His mother explains that she's currently living in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. After he expresses his confusion, she clarifies that it's just the UK and asks if he's eating well. Before hanging up, his mother reminds him not to forget his father's death anniversary. She explains that her schedule is too busy for her to visit the grave, so she asks Daewon to go in her place. His mother then says she has a lot to do and quickly says goodbye. After the call, Daewon looks at an old family photo from his childhood. He stares at the picture and a framed piece of paper for a moment before deciding to get something to eat, his mind drifting to thoughts of fried octopus. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, two people are having a serious conversation. One of them reports that Sungwoo was defeated by the representative of Boromai Dong. The man holding a tool asks for confirmation, and his underling affirms that the report is true, adding that Ji-Bek Chang, the second-year representative of Bangshan Dong, had ordered them to keep things discreet. Nearby, Sungwoo is tied to a chair, forced to listen as his superior states that if the Bangshan representative finds out they lost to Boromai, he will be furious. Baekchang then kicks Sungwoo's chair, sending it sliding across the room, and yells that he gets pissed off when a weakling ruins everything. He reminds Sungwoo that they agreed to take care of him after his father's death, but he repaid them by acting like a fool. Noticing an open backpack filled with sandbags, Baekchang mockingly asks if Sungwoo still has not moved on from track or his father's death, declaring that he hates all this obsession. Turning to his subordinate, Il Seok, Ji Baekchang announces that he will handle the situation himself, and orders him to bring Dawan Ha, the representative of Boromai Dong. The next morning at school, Dawan's friend Jahan comments that the red-haired bully did not show up for class. Jahan finds this strange, noting that he usually never misses a day, which makes Dawan wonder if the bully's absence is because of their fight. As he considers the reason, Dawan thinks it would be better if he never came back to school at all. He begins to believe that after defeating Sungwoo, he might finally get to enjoy a peaceful school life. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when a student bursts into the classroom, shouting Dawan Ha's name. The panicked student explains that some strange people have entered the school and are looking for him, asking what the hell he did. Before Dawn can answer, another group appears at the doorway, announcing that they have found him. Several intimidating bullies then stride into the room, asking if this is class 3 of the second year. Before the student could even answer, the thug began slapping him across the face. Dawan was completely shocked and started sweating with fear as a very tall, bald man stepped forward, saying it was a pleasure to meet Dawan Ha Sunbae. Hearing the man call him Sunbae, Dawan assumed he must be from the bully club. The bald man creepily told Dawan that he needed to come to Bangshin with them. Dawan immediately refused, as his instinct screamed that he would be eliminated if he accepted the offer. The bully immediately declared they would take him by force, but first, he had a question. He asked if Dawan could handle the 10 bullies currently in the classroom. Dawan knew it was impossible to fight 10 guys alone and desperately wondered if there was any way to escape. Suddenly, someone else entered the room and told the idiots to come to him instead. It was Han Eun-sung, who demanded to know what the Bangshin thugs were doing in his district and his school. The bald man seemed to find Han Eun-sung's presence at the scene unusual. One of the student council members angrily approached and began to mock Han Eun-sung. Before the council member could even finish saying they had united to beat up the nerd, Han kicked him squarely in the face. The kid was left with broken legs, screaming in agony, while Do-won could only watch in shock. Han declared that they couldn't take the nerd, and if they wanted to try, they would need to answer a question first. He then asked if the 10 bullies thought they could handle him alone. Do-won Ha was stunned, wondering if it was even possible to hurt someone that badly with a single strike. Enraged, another council member charged at the white-haired man, but before he could even get close, Han swiftly punched him in the face. The underling was left with a bruised face, while Han Eun-sung maintained a serious expression. A chubby guy then tried to attack from behind, lifting a chair to hit Han by surprise. He screamed as he slammed the chair down, but Han easily dodged and prepared a strike to the guy's neck. The moment Han's elbow connected, the chubby guy went flying across the classroom. The chubby guy slammed into the wall with enough force to break right through it. Seeing this, another gang member became terrified of Eun-sung and begged him not to come any closer. Meanwhile, a different gangster warned Han not to take another step if he wanted to get out alive. Next, 2 underlings charged at Eun-sung together, shouting that they had him cornered. One of them, convinced they had already won, started laughing. In response, Han pulled off an unbelievable dodge, flipping upside down to stand on his hands on a table as he prepared a kick. With a single, powerful kick, Han struck both enemies in the head, knocking them down instantly. He looked at the 2 defeated thugs lying on the floor and commented that this was a problem. Meanwhile, the bald man was starting to get annoyed as he watched his subordinates being taken down one by one. Soon, the white-haired man ordered everyone to attack him at the same time, and they all obeyed. Using extremely fast movements, Eun-sung easily defeated the entire group at once, throwing his enemies across the room and sending them crashing into the classroom furniture. Dong-ha and Ji-han were shocked by Han Eun-sung's overwhelming strength, finally realizing he was the most dangerous of the council's bullies after all. He had just taken down 9 people at once. With only one person left standing, the last member of the Seollyeongdong Council, Ji Baek, struck a fighting pose. Eun-sung acknowledged that he was the last one and charged forward, aiming a punch directly at his chin. However, just before the punch landed, Eun-sung stopped his fist. He then ordered the Seollyeongdong Council members to clean up the entire mess. Turning his back on his enemy, Unsung began to walk away, telling Jibek to make sure the chaotic scene was cleaned up properly. Furious, the bald man asked if Unsung really thought he would get away unscathed, warning that the Bangshan district wouldn't let this slide. Before leaving, Unsung ignored the threat and called out to Dong Ha. He invited the protagonist to join him in the cafeteria during their break. As they walked together, Dong Ha thanked Unsung for his help back in the classroom, feeling happy and relieved to be on the same side as him. But his relief was cut short when Unsung suddenly startled him by whispering in his ear, asking what his true intentions were as a member of the bully council. He was also curious about why Do-won had fought So Sung-woo from Bangshan. Thinking carefully before speaking, Do-won knew that if he gave a good reason, Han wouldn't ask again. He decided to pretend he had a wicked personality he didn't actually possess, claiming to be a bully hunter. A moment later, he realized his mistake, remembering that Unsung was also a bully, and hoped he hadn't caused any offense. Noticing a strange reaction from the white-haired man, Do-won briefly wondered if he should kneel. Instead, Unsung let out an unexpected laugh and said his comment was funny. As the elite council member walked away, he simply wished Do-won good luck. From that day on, the protagonist was afraid that Bong Shin-dong's goons would come after him, but luckily, that never happened. Since he didn't have any schoolwork, he spent his days at an internet cafe playing games. There, he overheard some gamers talking about taking games seriously and spending money on them, which made him think of himself. He used to spend money to improve his own gaming skills too. Feeling nostalgic and a bit emotional, he watched as the boys left the cafe. Suddenly, a beautiful girl arrived with a tray carrying the noodles he had ordered. He was surprised to see that the waitress was actually Rin-ju. Do-won asked if she worked there, and she explained that she just helped her father out sometimes. The realization that the girl he liked was the owner's daughter made our protagonist incredibly excited. Seeing his reaction, however, Rin misunderstood and thought he was just after free stuff. Meanwhile, a crowd of people gathers around the computer of a particularly skilled gamer. The other nerds are talking about punishing some kid in-game, which Do-won finds strange. Shortly after, a few younger kids arrive asking to use someone else's avatars, only to be laughed at by the older players. While working her shift at the cafe, Rin-ju thanks some customers and wishes them a good day. As she arrives with a tray, she notices a sad-looking boy who explains that someone stole all of his character's items. Rin asks what happened, and the kids tell her everything was taken while they were in the bathroom. Seeing the concerned look on the girl's face, our protagonist speaks up, saying he saw the older guys do it. Rin asks if Do-won witnessed the whole thing, and he admits that he did, but didn't understand what was happening at the time. Hearing this, the desperate young gamer turns and begs our hero for help. Crying and sobbing, the little boy pleads with Do and Ha to help him recover his stolen items. The moment he hears the kid's plea, a system mission appears for our hero, just as he had anticipated. The objective is to defeat the thieves who stole from the child, with the reward being a key. However, the protagonist is surprised to see that he must defeat 4 thieves, not just one. Sweating and in shock, he knows he isn't capable of beating 4 people by himself like Han could. Before he can even think about refusing, the system informs him that a secret mission also comes with a secret bonus. Outside the internet cafe, the 4 thieves are already putting the child's items up for sale. The delinquents talk about going for drinks after they make some money from the stolen goods. Just then, one of the thieves is struck in the head by a blind spot attack from Do and Ha and gets injured. As the man falls to the ground, our hero explains that as a fellow gamer, he was pissed off watching them. At the same time, the system reveals the secret reward, a date with Rin-ju. Excited by this new information, Do-won calls the rest of the thieves out for a fight. We see a quick flashback of the gamer boy, Rin, and another child desperately asking for help, while Do-won was staring at the secret reward on his screen. Back in the present, he places a hand on the kid's head to calm him down, telling him to keep playing and wait. In a heroic pose, our protagonist declares he will return from his mission before the kid's food even gets cold. Seeing that his surprise attack on the first thief was successful, he challenges the rest of them to a fight. He threatens them, saying that if they don't come at him, he'll go after them himself. Inwardly, however, Do and Ha is completely confused about what to do next now that one of them is down. He is even more surprised when he sees the delinquent he hit getting back up. The angry thief asks what just happened, and Do wonders if the strike even made him dizzy. The thieves notice he's just a student and comment that they've never seen a kid get involved in their business like this before. Realizing that his sneak attack and his threats have failed, Do-won immediately starts running away. The delinquents chase after him, yelling that he isn't getting away that easily. They watch as the high school student runs into a dead-end alley and begin to laugh, thinking they have him trapped. When one of the criminals reaches the alley, however, he doesn't see our protagonist anywhere. The others arrive and find it strange as well. They are all certain it's a dead end, yet Do-won is nowhere in sight. The delinquents soon notice a trash can nearby and start laughing, certain he's hiding inside. They mock him, pretending not to know where he went and saying they can't see him anywhere. One of them threatens Dallin, announcing that dinner is going to be roast chicken and he'll be the one getting served. But he isn't in the trash can. Instead, he's perched on a ledge above them, ready to launch a surprise attack. Just as one of the delinquents looks up, Dallin drops down and delivers a falcon kick right to his face. The criminal who took the kick falls to the ground defeated, crushing the trash can beneath him. At that moment, a system notification informs Dallin that the first thief has been taken care of. He feels a wave of relief, glad to have finally taken one of the criminals down. The other thugs are in shock, scared, and wondering if he's really just a student. They demand to know who he is, but Dallin simply strikes a cocky pose, assuming they're afraid of his kick. Trying to intimidate them further, he warns that if they knew who he was, they'd regret ever crossing him. He then plays his trump card, declaring himself the bully representative of Boromondong. However, his tactic doesn't work, as they don't believe a bully council even exists. Before one of the delinquents can attack, Dallin uses his blind spot strike, hitting the guy squarely on the neck. The blow knocks the air out of him, and he starts coughing uncontrollably. Dallin thinks to himself that compared to Sungwoo, this criminal is as slow as a turtle. Noticing the fear in their eyes, he knows he just needs to approach them slowly to keep them on edge. The remaining thugs try to hype each other up, saying there's no reason to be afraid since the nerd is all alone. Two of them then start running to flank and trap Dallin from the sides. He scoffs, remarking that in games, numbers don't matter, and attacks both of them at once. Confident in his victory, our hero thinks that hitting both of them was extremely easy. He also notices that the four delinquents are terrible at fighting, which is making things much simpler for him. Despite his success, Dallin knows that he's very weak without his skills, so he remains cautious. He understands that he can't afford to mess up and has to keep scaring the delinquents a bit longer. One of the remaining thieves gets an idea, suggesting that all three of them should rush at the same time to surround their target. Just as their countdown ends, Dallin interrupts and asks if they know the best way to deal with weak enemies. The criminals don't understand the question. That's when our hero explains that it's simple. You gather them together and attack all at once. After baiting them into surrounding him, Dallin Haas uses his multi-strike destruction. With a sequence of strong, consecutive punches, he manages to defeat each target one by one. As his enemies fall to the ground at the same time, he remains standing, only slightly tired. The sensation in his body is similar to when he defeated Seo Sungwoo. After taking someone down, Dallin feels the same rush he gets in a game when defeating a target. He feels a dangerous shiver, and begins to fear that he might be losing his humanity because of that feeling. One of the criminals on the ground, now toothless and injured, begs Dallin for mercy. He promises to return everything he stole and swears he'll stop committing crimes. Seeing him ask for forgiveness makes Dallin feel like a villain, so he tells the thief to return every single stolen item. Our protagonist decides not to throw away his humanity, reminding himself that he's not a bully like the others. Taking his jacket back, he says he can't spare the last thief because his mission isn't complete yet. Realizing one enemy still needed to be defeated, Dallin runs and attacks him with a flying kick to complete the mission and get his reward. After he hits the delinquent with a double-footed kick, something that looks like ketchup comes out of the thief's nose. As the final enemy hits the ground, the system notifies Dallin that all thieves have been taken down. The mission to eliminate all four thieves is finally complete, and when the black key reward appears, our hero gets really excited. However, he gets even more hyped about receiving his secret reward, Rinju. Sometime later, the four thieves return to the internet cafe and, on their knees, promise the kid they robbed that they will never steal again. The victim forgives them, and the delinquents promise to change their ways. Dallin warns them that if he ever catches them stealing again, he'll crush them, and they quickly agree. At that moment, a man named Mingyu Kyung starts calling one of the thieves, who doesn't answer. Rin thanks Dallin, explaining that they were having problems with thieves, and he commits to always helping her. She then asks him to wait while she goes to get more food for him, promising to be as fast as possible, which makes our hero overly excited. As he thinks about his moment with Rin, he remembers her making a comment about her tight clothes, which excites him. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory of a little girl falling on a classroom floor while two older girls bully her, calling her a loser and blaming everything on her. At that moment, another child stepped in to defend the girl. It was Dallin Haas in his first year of kindergarten, and that was the day he met Rin. In a surprising twist, it turns out that Rinju was the first girl to ever punch Dallin in the stomach. She was the leader of the girls in kindergarten and asked Dallin if he wanted to be their next target. Afraid of the popular and mean girl, our protagonist avoided making eye contact with her. After that dark period of bullying, they were separated and went to different schools. After 3 years passed, our hero didn't expect to ever see her again. That changed on a day she kindly picked up something Dallin had dropped on the floor. The Arin he met in high school was completely different from before and didn't seem to remember him at all. She kindly picked up his electronics and gave them back. Then, he once again got a punch in the stomach from Arin Ju, but this time it was different. This time, he got praise. In the present, Arin announced she would come back to talk after changing out of her tight outfit. As she left, Dallin grew excited about the secret reward, throwing himself into a chair to think about what he had earned. He looked at the silver key in his hand and decided to use it before she returned, hoping it would not grant him another weak, random skill like the last one. Upon using it, he unlocked the Weapon Master skill, which boosted his proficiency with all weapons. This new ability scared Dallin, as he was afraid of fighting with weapons and accidentally killing someone. However, after reading the skill description more closely, he realized he could only use it if his enemy was also harmed. Just as he was reading the system's message, Arin Ju returned and asked what he was doing. His expression immediately changed as he was dazzled by how beautiful she looked in her dress. Dallin complimented her, saying the outfit suited her really well, and a relieved Arin thanked him. She then asked what he wanted to eat, and he suggested a steakhouse. Arin mentioned that she loved eating spicy rice cakes, and Dallin quickly agreed, saying he loved them too. She clarified that she was thinking of a different kind of food, and he went along with it, thinking it would probably go well with the spice. To his surprise, he was presented with a strange dish of noodles mixed with chocolate and mint. Dallin wondered how he was supposed to eat it, but Arin immediately made a sad face and asked if he did not like her choice. He quickly pretended to enjoy it, stuffing his mouth and claiming he could not stop eating. Her expression brightened instantly, and she asked if he really liked it, to which Dallin confirmed he did. Although she noticed he was not actually chewing, Dallin Ha felt happy just to be on a date with Arin. He realized this was only his second date ever, and the last one had been forced on him by a mission. This made him question if a date offered as a secret reward might have some hidden purpose. Suspicious, he asked if she was planning to take him to some strange place. Arin Ju simply answered that she would like to take him somewhere, and soon after they were at another location, having fun and making a lot of noise. Dallin Ha felt his body grow hot and nervous, as if he were on fire. It turned out they were just playing a game of stacking wooden blocks. When it was Arin's turn, he commented that she was way too good, as the tower had already grown to a huge height. Arin admitted she was not usually good at games, but was very confident in her Jenga skills, which was why she wanted to play with him. Just then, however, she accidentally knocked the whole tower down. Seeing this, Dallin suggested they try some other games. They moved on to a lie detector game, where Dallin Ha asked Arin if she considered herself pretty. Looking a little insecure, she said yes, and the machine buzzed, indicating she was telling the truth. After the tense moment passed, she confidently repeated that she really did think she was a beautiful person. She quickly placed her hand on the toy again, ready for the next round. Dallin thought of another question, feeling like he could not let this opportunity slip away. He decided that now was the time to ask the most important question of all. He asks if she has a boyfriend. While he waits for her answer, Dallin gets extremely nervous and tense. His hopes are completely shattered when the beautiful girl replies that she does in fact have a boyfriend. Though he pretends everything is fine, our protagonist is dying inside, figuring it was impossible for a gorgeous girl like her to be single. However, she suddenly says the toy doesn't work, admitting she had been lying the entire time. Dallin Ha is incredibly relieved to hear this, and they both laugh about the machine being broken. The two then begin deciding what game to play next and quickly pick one. Meanwhile, the thieves are still looking for him and the girl, having heard that the two were seen together. One of the delinquents starts mocking Dallin Ha for being on a date with Arin Ju. His friend, however, is trembling with rage and tells him to calm down while they continue their search. The injured thief vows that he'll destroy the guy who left him in this state. His friend tries to calm him down, awkwardly patting his head in a strange and irritating way. Back at the arcade, Arin Ju and Dallin Ha are still having fun and haven't noticed how much time has passed. Our hero feels much closer to the girl and is happy to see everything going so well with Arin. She points to a claw machine and asks if he wants to play it with her. Nearby, a vendor calls out to customers, advertising a hammer and nail game with teddy bears as prizes. Arin Ju tries to win the bear but fails, so Dallin says he'll give it a shot. Although the vendor claims he's weaker than her, Dallin is confident because he knows the trick to winning. He just needs to stretch his arm, align the hammer and nail perfectly, and then strike vertically. The gamer nerd is inspired to win the stuffed bear for Arin, thinking it would make their date perfect. But just before he can swing, Dallin Ha stops and begins to coldly observe something in front of him. Arin doesn't understand what's happening as he stares, stunned, at a message that has just popped popped up from the system. The task demands that he strike Arinju on the head with the hammer as hard as he can, all within 5 minutes. As the girl asks what's wrong, Dallin can't believe the impossible situation he's been put in. This mission requires him to slam the mallet into her head, and the reward is a dungeon map. After all the previous missions asked him to defeat bullies, he is in complete shock that the system is now asking him to hit Arinju. His body starts to tremble as he realizes that if he doesn't complete the mission, he'll be punished. But he can't bring himself to hit the girl with the mallet. Instead, he slams it on the table, pretending he failed the game. He would rather suffer the system's punishment than do something so horrible to her. While whining about his loss, he notices a booth behind him advertising a royal castle-style game, where players use a toy mallet to win a random prize. Seeing that the booth has a toy hammer, he gets an idea and immediately takes Arin there. As the vendors try to attract a crowd, Dallin volunteers to play right away. The vendors explain the rules. Whoever wins rock, paper, scissors gets to use the hammer while the other defends. In a rush to complete the mission, Arin notices Dallin looks anxious. She realizes it is because the task has a time limit, and there are only 3 minutes left. So, he and the girl play rock, paper, scissors, and by a stroke of luck, Dallin wins. Seeing his victory, he impulsively grabs the toy hammer, silently apologizing to Arin before attempting to hit her with the mallet. Dallin looks on eagerly, but Arin expertly defends herself by placing a pan on her head. They play another round of rock, paper, scissors, and once again, Dallin wins. He quickly tries to strike her with the mallet, but she blocks it with the pan just like before. After that attempt, it is Arin's turn with the hammer, and she tries to hit Dallin, who manages to defend himself. This makes Dallin wonder how she is so good at the game, seemingly able to predict his every move. Meanwhile, Ahrin is thrilled to have found another game she excels at, which only makes Dallin more anxious. Dallin begins to panic as he sees less than 10 seconds remaining on the mission timer. Excited, Ahrin starts preparing for another round, but before she can even finish the rock, paper, scissors throw, Dallin takes advantage of the moment and hits her on the head with the mallet. His desperate act leaves the onlookers in complete shock. Seeing what he has done, Dallin is certain he has messed everything up again. But at that exact moment, a system notification announces that the mission is complete. Another message follows, indicating that he will receive the reward, and a bag appears. With the reward in hand, Dallin tells the vendor that the hammer broke, and the man tells him to just keep it. As night falls, the two friends walk down the darkening street. Dallin sweats nervously, filled with regret, and thinking he should have just failed the mission and accepted the penalty instead. He finally asks Arin if she is mad at him, but she just starts laughing uncontrollably. Seeing her laugh so loudly and without stopping, Dallin begins to wonder if he hit her too hard. Still laughing, she reassures him that it did not hurt and says she had never taken such a loud, strong hit before. The lighthearted mood is broken when Arin says her dad is calling, and she has to return to the internet cafe. As she says goodbye, she tells Dallin she had a lot of fun thanks to him, and he says the same. Getting close to him, Arin promises they will play more games together next time. After turning to leave, she says she will see him at school later. Not knowing what else to say, Dallin simply nods. But just as she leaves, a strange man approaches and asks what kind of game the two of them were playing. Startled, Dallin shoves the man away. The stranger then speaks into a phone, telling someone that he has found the target. When the person on the other end tells him to hang up, Dallin realizes they are after him. The man explains that he came looking for Dallin Ha because he beat up his younger friends. Hearing the man declare he is out for revenge, Dallin assumes he is here for a fight. This worries him because he used his skills recklessly against the delinquents earlier. As a result, his gamer slave class has no energy points left to use any abilities. This gives Daon the distinct feeling that if he fights now, he will definitely lose. However, when the man looks him in the eyes, he suddenly claims to have lost the will for revenge. He starts to walk away, saying he has more important things to do, which leaves Daon feeling immensely relieved. Just as he's leaving, the man turns back and asks if Arin went to the internet cafe. After Daon confirms this and asks why, the sinister delinquent says he's going after her to play a fun game of his own. He cruelly suggests that if she's willing to play with someone like Daon, then she must be willing to play with anyone. Before the jerk can say anything more obscene, Daon grabs his shirt. With pure hatred in his eyes, he silently tightens his grip on the man's jacket. Furious, Daonha threatens him, telling him to shut up and just follow him. Sun Mingyu taunts him, asking if he's scared, just as a new mission appears, indicating a fight is about to begin. A few seconds later, irritated by the insults, Sun Mingyu starts attacking Daonha. Our protagonist misses his first few strikes, and the delinquent lands a solid punch straight to his stomach. As he stands over him, Sun Mingyu mocks the story of how Daon took down 4 bullies earlier. Humiliated, Daon knows that his critical strikes might not trigger, but he sees no other option. Since he's completely out of mana points, he has no choice but to rely on a lucky critical hit. He is determined to do anything to land a hit and keep Sun Mingyu away from Rin. The man continues to mock him, repeating words Daon would have used about not letting him touch his girl. At that moment, Sun pulls out 2 golden brass knuckles and declares that he won't tolerate such disrespect. Seeing the weapon, Daon wonders if it officially counts as a dangerous weapon. Mingyu then runs toward our hero, shouting that he's going to knock all the teeth out of his mouth. But before the criminal can even get close, Daon lands a surprising hit right on his chin. Using a weapon of his own, Daon strikes several times in a row, but Sun manages to block the blows. Finally, our protagonist delivers one last powerful hit that sends the man flying backward, though Sun Mingyu manages to land on his feet. Injured, Sun wonders where Daon even got a club from, and is stunned when he spots a bag on the ground from the Royal Castle toy store. As Daon calls for him to continue the fight, the system announces that the Weapon Master skill has been successfully activated. The system description explains that the skill only activates when fighting an armed opponent. The protagonist now stands holding a toy hammer with energy emanating from it as he threatens Sun. This makes the delinquent question if his eyes are deceiving him. He can't believe that a toy hammer is what actually hit him with such incredible force. Sun Mingyu demands to know what kind of trick Daon is using. In response, Daon just starts tapping the hammer on his own head, casually saying it's just a plastic mallet. Feeling insulted and furious at being fooled, his enemy charges at him. But before he can strike, Daon hits him again with the plastic mallet. The blow connects with Sun Mingyu's hand, just as he was about to land a punch with the brass knuckles. Daon readied another punch, telling Sun Mingyu he could keep thinking it was a trick. He then activated his Weapon Master skill again, but this time, his enemy dodged the attack. After successfully evading the blow, Sun Mingyu lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Daon's torso. The delinquent gloated that if he stayed close, Daon wouldn't be able to hit him. However, Daon surprised him by striking him in the back with the handle of the toy hammer. The unexpected blow forced Sun Mingyu to let go, giving Daon the space he needed to strike again. Immediately after being freed, Daon raised his arms and declared that he was going to punish Sun Mingyu. Cursing the man for the horrible things he had said about Rin, Daon delivered an angry blow. The strike failed, however, as the plastic head of the hammer flew right off the handle. Daon wondered if the weapon had broken so quickly simply because it was low quality. Trying to stay calm, he considered if it was still usable in some way. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a system message appeared, stating that damaged weapons do not trigger the skill effect. The notification left Daon in shock, as he saw no way to win without a weapon. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings, wondering if there was anything nearby he could use as a replacement, even something as simple as a trash can. Noticing that Daon was in trouble, Sun Mingyu moved in to land another punch. His fist, armed with the brass knuckles, slammed into Daon's face, sending a spray of ketchup flying. After the attack, he taunted Daon, asking if he could do anything without his little mallet. As he fell to the ground in great pain, Daon wondered what kind of power he had just been hit with. The golden brass knuckles made the pain feel completely different from a regular punch. Following that initial blow, Daon was hit with a flurry of hard punches. After landing a full-force punch to Daon's stomach, Sun Mingyu got an idea. He declared that he was going to beat Daon until he was nearly eliminated and then take him to Orinju. He finished by saying he would do obscene things to the girl right in front of Daon. Sun Mingyu boasted that he would avenge his prodigus and fulfill his own desires all at once. In response, Daon sarcastically asked if he got those villain lines from a movie or a video game. He then questioned why Sun Mingyu wanted so badly to be a villain and do evil things, but Sun Mingyu just scoffed, saying the answer was simple. As he prepared a downward punch, Sun Mingyu claimed that living this way was much better. But before he could land the blow on Daon, something suddenly struck him. Confused, the delinquent tried to figure out what had just hit and hurt him. When he realized it was a belt, Sun Mingyu's eyes widened in shock. Daon had activated his Weapon Master skill in an unusual way, using his own belt. Enraged by the use of another strange weapon, Sun prepared another punch and charged at Daon. Daon struck him repeatedly with the belt, hitting the thug with a series of sharp lashes. As he whipped him, Daon demanded to know what went through Sun Mingyu's head to say something so horrible. In response, the villain dropped his brass knuckles and grabbed Daon's belt, immobilizing his new weapon. While tightly holding holding the belt, Sun declares that a life without thrill is a waste. He claims that pretending otherwise is just being fake and prepares to land a punch. In response, Dawn grits his teeth and quickly throws the belt around Sun's attacking arm, immobilizing it. After restraining his opponent's arm, Dawn uses his body weight to execute a judo technique, flipping Sun over his shoulder and slamming him hard onto the ground. The moment the thug hits the floor, he spits out some jelly and abruptly passes out. Immediately after, the system notifies Dawn that his mission is complete now that he has defeated Ning Yu. Tired and injured, our protagonist breathes a sigh of relief after winning the fight. Elsewhere, Aren's father apologizes for making her work instead of study, but she just asks for food in return. Her father asks what she wants to eat, and Aren replies that she wants chicken with chocolate and mint. Dawn is happy to see that nothing happened to her, and that she is safe with her dad. Later, upon arriving home, our protagonist feels relieved and happy that he made it back safely. Lying hurt on the couch, he admits to himself that he thought he was going to die today. When he remembers the question the thug asked, he realizes he still can't answer it. He then wonders how his father, who dealt with people like that all his life, would have responded. Dawn decides to forget about the question for now, and opens the reward from the sudden mission. He sees that the reward is a set of 5 bronze keys. After everything that just happened, he realizes he will never know when another fight is about to break out. He decides to invest in other attributes, since his attack stat had already increased a lot last time. He spends his bronze keys to boost his agility and defense stats by 3 and 2 points respectively. With all of his attributes increased, he ignores the spirit stat because he still does not know what it is for. Seeing the bag on the table, he decides to check the reward from the Hammer Game mission. Daeon is confused when he sees he received a dungeon map as a reward. Ignoring the system window, he wonders if this could possibly be a map to a real-life dungeon. He imagines dungeons like the ones in games, with giant gates suddenly appearing. When he looks inside the bag at the reward, however, he cannot believe what he sees. Breaking out in a cold sweat with his eyes wide, Dawn realizes it really is a dungeon map. The system calls it a dungeon map, but all he sees is a real estate pamphlet. He wonders how this map of the royal castle, which is actually an apartment complex, could possibly be a dungeon. Noticing a construction date on the pamphlet, he assumes it must be the mission's deadline. This makes our hero question whether the construction site is the actual dungeon. A notification then appears, stating that the mission opens in 5 days and is recommended for a group. He realizes he needs a party of 2 or more people to explore the place, just like in a game. Imagining the dungeon to be difficult and scary, he immediately decides not to do it. But at that very moment, the system notifies him that if he does not complete the dungeon, he will be punished. Dawn Ha gets frustrated with the game-like system that takes so much and still demands more. Accepting the situation, Dawn immediately thinks of a friend to accompany him on the mission, but his plan fails when Unsung replies that he has other commitments. Unsung firmly states that he's not a pawn Dawn can move whenever he wants, leaving him back at square one. Sighing in frustration, Dawn wonders who else he could bring. Just then, his antisocial classmate Jihan asks what's bothering him, giving Dawn the sudden idea to invite Jihan on the dungeon mission. However, he quickly changes his mind, considering Jihan's history with bullies and the potential danger of the mission. As he starts thinking of someone else to invite, Kyan suddenly appears and asks where he is going. Dawn is shocked to see the beautiful girl show up at school so unexpectedly. When he asks why she came, she claims it is because she does not have his phone number. This makes him curious about her real reason for visiting, but Cyan dismisses it as nothing important. She explains that ever since he became a representative, she has not had a chance to introduce him to certain people. When Dawn asks who they are, Cyan reveals they are the men of Boromundan. He questions if she really needs to take him, arguing that he does not do much as a representative anyway. He then imagines a ridiculous scenario where he acts like a bossy representative, ordering his underlings to eat, who then obey and devour their food like animals. The thought makes Dawn feel like he would not be able to handle the role, and just as he is lost in thought, they arrive at their destination. As soon as Dawn walks in, someone calls him by his gang name and says it is an honor to meet him. Feeling smug but too shy to express it, Dawn starts to ask if this is some kind of gang, but he is cut short by a surprise before he can ask the man to call him representative instead. He sees 2 eccentric men waiting at a table, who also call him by his gang name, Kyung Min. His attention is then drawn to Kang Soo-hoon, the man he punched earlier, who looks equally shocked to see him. Dawn suddenly remembers that Kang Soo-hoon is a member of Boromundan and is stunned to find him here. Taeyeon immediately asks what Kang's problem is, and Kang accuses Dawn of being a fraud. Dawn retorts, asking Soo-hoon if he is not ashamed of getting beaten up so easily, which leads Kang to accuse him of cheating. Striking a cocky pose, Dawn then threatens him, asking if he wants to get beat up again. Annoyed, Cyan tells them both to cut it out, saying they are embarrassing themselves. With a threatening look, she orders them to shut up and sit down, prompting the eccentric man at the table to remark that her terrifying attitude was just as he had heard. The older older man then says he really wanted to meet Daon Hyung Nim and thanks Chaeyeon for finally bringing them together. When Daon asks if the rest of the members will be arriving soon, the old man seems confused. He explains that the 4 of them at the table are all that Boromunden has at the moment. Confused, Daon asks if this is really a meeting, thinking it should involve a discussion with tons of members. The old man begins to talk about an incident that happened after the last Borame representative left, but Kang seems to want to avoid the topic. Chaeyeon steps in, clarifying that they are just here for introductions today and should keep the conversation simple. Chaeyeon introduces the man as Shin Se-hee, a first-year student. Shin then explains that Kang is Borama's deputy, angrily adding that he would be the leader if it were not for Daon. He insists that Daon just needs to hold on to his representative title for now. Chaeyeon then asks Daon if he has caused any trouble, prompting him to ask what she means. She clarifies by mentioning his conversations with Han Yun-sung and his interference with the neighborhood bullies. According to her, all of his recent actions nearly caused much bigger problems for them. Daon realizes that even after everything he did, nothing bad happened, which means Chaeyeon asked the question already knowing the answer. When she brings up the scars on his face, he quickly tries to change the subject. Seeing this, Kang Se-hoon notices that Daon looks worried and seems to be trembling. Trying to calm everyone down, Chaeyeon reminds them that Borama is weak at the moment and no one wants to attack them. However, Kang immediately objects to her request, claiming he is strong enough to handle other gangs on his own. Daon has to hold back a laugh at Kang Se-hoon's expression, which only makes Kang more furious when he notices. As Chaeyeon grows tired of their bickering, Shin Se-hee interrupts to ask if he can order some shrimp. 4 days later, a conversation about money is taking place inside a different building. 2 men are discussing how time and effort could have been spared for their underlings. An old man explains that the building's construction is delayed because of problems with hiring workers. He then tells a gangster not to take advantage of the people in the building and to leave. The gangster, a man in a green suit with tattoos, retorts that his actions were all for his client's benefit. Knowing the old man is wealthy, he suggests they should demand an allowance for working day and night. The old man complains that the brats have no respect for him, which only angers the gangster. He calls for his underling, Il-seok, and orders him to beat up the old man until he hands over the money. Il-seok rolls up his sleeves and confirms he understands the command. A short time later, the underling is seen wiping his hand, which is strangely covered in jelly. The gang leader laughs, confident that the old man will pay one way or another. He asks his underling if everyone is ready, and Il-seok confirms they are all gathered on the first floor. The leader then reveals he has a reason to attack Borami Dong, explaining that his men were previously beaten by Daewon. With a cold, evil gaze, he declares that they should start their attack with the weakest of Borama's members. In response, the men he summoned gather together, preparing to head to Borami Dong. Meanwhile, 2 other people arrive at the construction site. One of them asks the other for the position of leader, threatening him in case he changes his mind about handing over the role in exchange for help. The gangsters already there wonder who these newcomers are and how they found the location. Looking at a dungeon map, Daon wonders why this place is in Bongshin-dong. Daewon declares that after having their school invaded, this time will be different. He points out that now, they are the ones invading the enemy's base. Just then, a system announcement declares that they have entered the royal castle. The scene then flashes back to the past, showing Kang on the phone asking why Daewon accepted his help. During the phone call with our protagonist, Kang had asked if he was being serious. Stressed, he demanded the address and said he would head there immediately. Back in the present, Kang insists that Daewon should hand over the leader position to him. After Daewon tells him to shut up and help, Se-hoon warns him not to get in his way. Suddenly, a rival gang member attacks Kang from behind with a baseball bat, but as soon as the wooden weapon makes contact with his back, it breaks completely in half. Kang scoffs, asking the delinquent if he thought that would be enough to hurt him. With extreme speed, he locks his hands around the enemy's neck and begins to choke him. Lifting the man into the air, Kang asks if he really thinks he can beat the grenade of Baramai with such a pathetic attack. Another Bongshin underling then runs towards Se-hoon, telling him to let his friend go. Before the man can get close, however, Kang throws the first delinquent at him, causing them to crash into each other. Kang Se-hoon then yells at the members of Bongshin Dong, telling them all to come at him. Daewon hadn't expected much from Kang since he had beaten him before, but now he was noticing his extreme strength. He realized Kang had easily stopped the Falcon's drop, and if it were not for a critical hit, Daewon would have lost their previous fight. He silently thanked Kang for bringing him to the dungeon, realizing that even even trash like him had a purpose. Just then, the system notified him of a special event mission to defeat 5 normal people. As the other Bongshin gang members decided to act irrationally and charge in, the protagonist appeared behind them with a saber in hand. Even though he did not want to fight, he also did not want to waste a golden key reward, so he decided to attack. Using his weapon master skill, he quickly defeated one of the men, completing the first part of his mission. In response, a friend of the man Daewon defeated got angry and charged at him with a metal pipe. Avoiding the hit, our protagonist trapped the pipe with his foot. He commented that characters with iron pipes are always weak extras before striking the man with his saber. After being hit square in the face by Borame's representative, a stream of what looked like strawberry jelly came out of his nose. Finally, the protagonist struck his saber hard into the thug's stomach, slamming him into the ground. At that moment, the system announced that the second normal monster was defeated, with 3 more to go. Our hero felt great using the weapon master skill, which significantly enhanced his saber's power. Nearby, Kang Sehun was surprised by Daewon's techniques, realizing he really knew how to fight. As he glanced at his comrade's feet, 2 other men arrived to attack and surround Kang. He dodged the first one easily, ducking his torso without even moving his feet. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful upward punch straight to the enemy's chin. The other thug took advantage of the opening to attack him from behind with a pipe. Kang calmly absorbed the blow, his body toughened by experience, and retaliated with a punch to the man's face. In moments, the thug fell to the ground, badly injured, with a lot of what looked like ketchup pouring from his face. Noticing another enemy ahead, Kang decided to ask him a question. He asked if he was there too, referring to the Bongshin assemblyman, Ji Baek-chon. Sipping whiskey, the assemblyman of Bongshin Dong asks if his vassals have already left. His subordinate, Il-seok, tries to call them, but no one answers the phone. Since Ji doesn't want to go after his experienced men himself, Il-seok decides to go check on them. Meanwhile, our protagonist defeats 2 more enemies for his event mission. Tired and sweating, he celebrates that he is finally close to completing the task. Around the 2 members of Boramwon Dong, several enemies from the rival gang lie defeated on the ground. He notices that the man being held by Kang is the last one. While Kang is busy bragging that he took down 1 more enemy than Daomon, the man he is holding suddenly pulls out a knife. Realizing what is happening, Kang Soo-hoon's eyes widen in shock. Daomon Ha yells that he needs to defeat that man and throws his saber toward the target. His saber perfectly hits the enemy, who flies out of Kang's grip and drops the knife. As soon as the saber strikes the rival gang member, it knocks him out. That is when the system notifies our protagonist that the mission is complete and the reward is incoming. After defeating 5 regular enemies, Daomon obtains the golden key. Kang Soo-hoon stares at the blade on the ground and says he did not ask for Daomon's help. With his pride hurt, Soo-hoon turns his back and starts going up the stairs. Seeing that Daomon stayed behind, he asks if he is afraid to go up, but Daomon denies it. After climbing several flights of stairs, our protagonist says, "This is really exhausting." Suddenly, a voice from above remarks that this is an unexpected sight. The man, Il-seok, says he never expected the Sambas to come to their base in the royal castle. Daomon remembers this is one of the guys who invaded the school along with the others they fought. Kang assumes that if Seok is here, then Ji Baek-chang must be here too. Soo-hoon then walks right past the delinquent, heading straight for the Bongshin Dong assemblyman. Annoyed, the subordinate Il-seok asks how he dares to ignore his presence. Before he can hit Kang, Daomon Ha strikes Seok's blind spot from behind. Noticing that the final boss is on the top floor, Daomon decides to take on his subordinate. He tells the vassal to grab a paint roller as a weapon so they can fight fair. At the same time, Kang Soo-hoon reaches Ji Baek and says it has been a while since they last met. The Bongshin Dong assemblyman gets excited to see him there. He starts mocking Kang Soo-hoon for losing the class representative position to some random nerd. In response, Kang calls Ji a coward for doing everything from the shadows without his leader knowing. Bothered by this, Baek says he hates people who only bluff. As soon as Kang tells him to see if he is just bluffing, they start fighting. While all this is happening, our protagonist drops his red saber. Pinned down by Seok, Daomon realizes he is screwed, having mistaken his opponent for just a regular enemy. Jo Il-seok revealed himself to be an elite monster, boasting that he could defeat Daomon with just 1 hand. While Daomon tried to process what an elite monster even was, Seok explained that he was unlike the others. But before he could eliminate his opponent, Daomon landed a swift kick to his groin. After hitting him, Daomon was honestly surprised that Seok had managed to block such a surprise attack. He quickly jumped back to create some distance, declaring that he was also different from the other bullies. Meanwhile, a system message appeared, announcing that the dungeon would grant him a reward once it was cleared. Since he was already already locked in combat with Seok, Daomon decided to see it through to the end, vowing that this place would be his opponent's grave. Il-seok shot back that it would be a grave for both of them. Charging at Daomon, he yelled that the Sunbai wouldn't make it out of this. Daomon remembered a key lesson. Instead of simply using a blind spot to attack, it's more effective to use it to break an opponent's pattern. He knew that hitting one blind spot would create an even bigger one due to the impact. Using this technique, he managed to land a clean punch right on Seok's face. Thrilled to see his strategy working, he immediately used his blind spot technique again, connecting with another punch to the delinquent's face. This created an even larger opening, allowing him to deliver a long sequence of punches that he called a beating. Daomon planned to keep up the assault, but an unexpectedly quick punch from Seok came out of nowhere. The punch from the Bong Shindong delinquent seemed to hit him squarely. Seok then admitted that he had gotten really scared when Daomon called him an elite monster. However, Daomon blocked the punch and realized it wasn't as powerful as he'd expected. His body was definitely stronger after the status boost. Happy to have deflected the blow with his arms, he declared that today, Seok was the one who was going to get pummeled. His opponent was stunned, wondering how he had managed to block the punch so quickly. Seok then said he had been observing his opponent and had some interesting information about him, mentioning something about him hiding from the sunlight. He continued, stating that anyone who walks among delinquents knows they are a non-profit institution. He explained that the organization only emerges with the ideal of guiding troublemakers to the right path and supporting them. He then revealed it was created by Haejin-oh, Daomon Ha's father. Il-seok cruelly corrected himself, adding that since his father was no longer alive, he should just call him a cold corpse. Extremely angry, Daomon rolled up his sleeves and warned him not to talk about his father that way. The scene then cut back to Ji Baek and Kang Soo-hoon, who were locked in a strength clash, both trying to overpower the other. Ji said he had planned to take down Barama today and asked how Kang had ended up there. In response, Soo-hoon simply said he was following their leader, Daomon. Hearing this, Ji Baek Chang concluded that the Barama representative must also be nearby. Feeling like it was his lucky day, Ji Baek Chang threw himself to the ground to set up a kick. As soon as his back hit the floor, he drove his foot right into Kang's solar plexus. Excited, Ji exclaimed that the mountain had come to Muhammad in the desert. Just as Ji Baek Chang lands his kick, Kang Soo-hoon grabs his leg, leaving Ji Baek's body completely exposed. Declaring that he is the mountain, Kang prepares to counterattack. He then uses his grip on Ji Baek's leg to throw him across the room, sending him crashing hard into the nearby furniture. Kang Soo-hoon announces that he already took care of all the underlings on the first floor, and that Daomon is currently dealing with Seok. Suddenly, Ji Baek Chang emerges from the dust and smoke, punching Kang directly in the face. Kang immediately strikes back, and after they both land blows at the same time, Ji Baek attempts to drive his knee into Soo-hoon's face. Ji Baek lands the knee and immediately tries to climb on top of Kang for a takedown. However, before he can hit the floor, Kang firmly plants his feet to avoid falling. Having managed to dodge a direct hit to his nose, Kang grows irritated at Ji Baek for using such cheap tricks. Ji Baek tells Kang that he was wrong to leave his representative behind, claiming this mistake has already cost him the fight. He adds that Daomon is not weak like Kang thinks, and that if Kang truly knew Seok, he would never have said such a thing. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Daomon lands another punch to Seok's stomach by exploiting his blind spot. Daomon follows up with a punch to the face, but he's starting to realize something is wrong. No matter how many times he hits Il-seok, whether with kicks or even his falcon drop, none of his strongest moves seem to have any effect. It doesn't matter how long he fights, because Il-seok just keeps getting back up like a zombie. Back in the other room, Ji Baek boasts that to this day, he has never seen his bodyguard lose even once. Daomon, still fighting, wonders what is wrong with Seok and how he can be so resilient. He can't understand how Seok hasn't passed out or been defeated yet. Realizing he only has enough mana points left for multi-hit attacks, Daomon decides to end the fight with a single, powerful ability. However, just as he is about to use his strongest move, Seok cancels it with a swift punch to the face. As Seok prepares another strike, he comments that Daomon seems to have already grown tired of fighting. At that exact moment, Daomon lands an unexpected blow from Seok's blind spot. Seok dodges the attack and taunts that Daomon Ha is way too slow. He then lands a punch to Daomon's stomach, saying Daomon must have gotten excited because he mentioned his dad. Seok asks if Daomon understands why he brought his father into the conversation. Before explaining, Seok lands another powerful punch to Daomon's stomach and says it was because he felt bad for Hajin, Daomon's father. Seok claims claims that Ha-jin-oh must have died feeling like his mission was accomplished, believing he had helped change the lives of bullies. But instead of honoring that legacy, his son Daomon decided to side with the bully council, going against everything his father stood for. Seok then adds that he acts differently from other delinquents and shouldn't be called one. He continues, saying that Ha-jin-oh must be sad in heaven watching his son go down this path. Il-seok tells Daomon that if he looked closely, he would see he was throwing his life away. As he speaks, Seok prepares another punch and easily lands a direct hit on Daomon's face, or so he thinks. To his shock, Daomon takes the punch and barely moves. With Seok's hand still pressed against his cheek, Daomon stands unmoving as he remembers to grab the golden key, recalling that he had unlocked a unique skill class through the mission reward. Grabbing his enemy's clothes, our hero said he would say this one last time. Filled with rage, Daomon Ha told Il-seok to never speak of his father like that again. Suddenly, he was hit with a memory from his childhood, a time when he used to play video games with his dad. He recalled a special move from one of those games called the stunning blow. In the memory, a younger Daomon was having a great time playing alongside his father. The game's story involved a knight rescuing a princess who had been captured by the Demon King's army. The knight would knock out every enemy, using his stunning blow to fight his way to the top of the castle and save her. However, no matter how many times he hit the final boss with that move, the Demon King would never fall. The knight in the game had no choice but to get up and try again and again after each defeat. Little Daomon would cry and ask his dad if the game was impossible to win. But his father never gave up, always pressing continue after being completely annihilated. Back in the present, Daomon realized that after using his golden key, he had unlocked that very same skill. The stunning blow cost 90 points and was designed to knock a target down. Gripping Il-seok's clothes tightly, our protagonist repeated his earlier warning. He told Il-seok not to speak of his father again, and then threw him over his shoulder, activating the exclusive skill. With the stunning blow, Daomon slammed the man fiercely into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the impact as Daomon told him to respect boundaries. But when he looked at the spot where the delinquent should have been, there was nothing there. Before he could react, Il-seok grabbed him from the side and threw him to the floor as well. The thug pulled our protagonist's leg hard, slamming him down with incredible force. As his head hit the ground, Daomon was in shock that Il-seok was still moving, wondering what the guy's body was made of. In a cold tone, Il-seok asked if he was done talking. Meanwhile, Kang faced off against Jibek Chang, who asked what he planned to do. Rushing at the Boromai assemblyman, Kang declared that the rep was screwed. Kang Si-hoon agreed, saying there was nothing he could do about it. He took Jibek Chang down with a high-speed charge, telling himself this was not the time to be thinking about Daomon. He added that he did not care whether the rep lied or got taken out in a duel. Laughing, Jibek used the fall to his advantage, placing his hands on the ground to land a kick. He said he hated to spoil people like Si-hoon and launched a two-footed kick from below. Jibek Chang taunted that Kang should at least pretend to care, since Daomon was his leader. In response, Kang asked if Jibek cared about his own leader. After sweeping Si-hoon off his feet, the Bongshin delinquent asked why he should care, stating that the Bongshin Dong rep was nothing like the leader of Boromai Dong. While receiving a series of strong punches from his enemy, Kang felt intense pain. Jibek Chang boasted that not even the Silim Dong rep could fight the one from Bongshin Dong. In the other fight, Il-seok kept dodging Daomon's attacks, telling him to conserve his energy. Kicking the gamer nerd away, he said the kid seemed to be out of shape. Daomon shot back, asking Il-seok if he really thought he was the only one who could keep getting back up. He declared that he did not care what happened, because he could always stand up and try again. Du-wan starts running, trying to hit the resilient delinquent who never seems to go down. However, he lands an extremely weak punch to Il-seok's stomach that has no effect at all. Looking down on Do-wan with contempt, Il-seok remarks that he resembles his father a lot. He claims that just like Oh-jin-ha, our hero's effort is pointless, and then lands another powerful punch. With a cold expression, Il-seok lands a strong blow to Do-wan's face, knocking off his nose bandage. The sheer pain from the series of punches leaves Do-wan coughing and stumbling. Even with his face badly injured and covered in blood, he refuses to give up. He suddenly remembers playing with his father during his childhood, never giving up on trying to beat the final boss. Thinking it's so hard to reach the end, he wonders if everything he did until now was for nothing. In the memory, his father disagreed, saying there had to be a way to defeat the Demon King at the end of the game. He asked young Do-wan if he was really going to give up at that point, causing the boy to hesitate. Convinced by his father's words, he decided to keep trying until he finally defeated the boss. Back in the present, Il-seok says Do-wan's efforts are useless, but he still refuses to give up. Just as Il-seok goes to say Do-wan's punches are weak, he gets hit by a critical blow and is sent flying. At that moment, the game system notifies Do-wan that he landed a critical hit with that strike. Impressed by our protagonist's overwhelming strength, the delinquent widens his eyes. He grabs the ground with both hands to stop himself from being thrown even farther. Do-won concludes that even if Seok claims he never falls, he is still just a normal human. Shocked by the nerd's strength, Il-seok asks if he saved all his energy for that one last punch. Getting back up again, the delinquent insists it was useless because it still wasn't enough to defeat him. He declares that it's impossible for Do-won to beat him and lands another punch in his stomach. In response, blue magic lightning bursts from the protagonist as he disagrees with the thug. He says he learned this in a game, leaving the delinquent completely confused. Do-won then grabs Il-seok's face, throws him backward, and declares that no enemy is invincible. Screaming with all his strength, the boy remembers that this skill has a secret. His mind flashes back to another childhood memory, triggered by a loud sound coming from the TV. Little Do-won was exhausted and catching his breath, but he felt pure joy after defeating the final boss and rescuing the princess. His father had just returned from the bathroom to find that his son had beaten the game after so much effort. After defeating the demon, 10-year-old Do-won said it was easier than he expected. Just as he recalls how he brought down the demon in the game, he takes down the thug in the present. He had defeated the final boss with a stunning charge that slammed it headfirst into the ground. Now he activates his exclusive stunning charge ability and slams Seok's head into the floor. This move is an upgraded version of the stun attack that activates when the enemy is already on the ground. As Do-won's plan works, the ability is triggered by the thug's fall. The move is incredibly effective, and a genuine look of pain appears on Il-seok's face. In a memory from the past, Do-won Ha's father, Oh-jin, praised him for being truly impressive. He told his young son to always remember this day, the day he finally defeated the demon in the game after countless impossible-seeming tries. His father assured him that no matter what happened in the future, his efforts would always pay off because no effort in this world is ever in vain. Back in the present, Do-won exhales with relief, wondering if it's finally over. A system notification then confirms his victory, announcing that the elite monster, Jo Il-seok, has been defeated. Exhausted from his toughest fight yet, Do-won finds he can no longer move. Meanwhile, a masked worker stands just outside the royal castle. Jung-sik-yong, the representative of Bong-chin, arrives on the scene and asks if Do-won Ha invaded the base alone. As he appears, his subordinate boasts about how much stronger Jung is than Do-won, claiming that not even Han Un-sung could compete with him. Jung-sik-yong then climbs on top of Kang Soo-hoon and unleashes a non-stop barrage of powerful punches. Suddenly, despite being beaten down, Kang Soo-hoon grabs the subordinate, Ji, by the neck, telling him he talks too much. As he strangles his enemy with intense force, Kang declares that all the representatives can come at him. Even while severely wounded, he gives a sinister smile and vows to wipe them all out. Struggling to break free, Ji is left out of breath and close to passing out as he curses at Kang Soo-hoon. Lacking the strength to escape the chokehold, Ji faints, muttering that sometimes you have to fight dirty. As soon as the subordinate passes out, Kang Soo-hoon remarks that he should dress properly before saying something like that. Sometime later, Do-won is seen climbing the many steps of a staircase toward the top of the building. He encounters no henchmen along the way, realizing he just needs to reach the rooftop. The silence of the place leads him to assume that Soo-hoon must have defeated Baek. However, upon arriving, Do-won is shocked to find his companion lying unconscious against a pillar. He sees Ji Baek standing nearby, his hands covered in what looks like tomato sauce from the brutal beating he gave Soo-hoon. In a crazed state, Ji Baek yells that he loves it when idiots let their guard down. He mockingly asks if they really thought he would pass out from a simple chokehold. As he prepares to stomp on Kang Soo-hoon's face, Ji Baek sneers that Soo-hoon should have finished him off when he had the chance. Just before Ji Baek can deliver the final blow, Do-won appears and shoves him away. He yells at his companion, calling him tough and urging him to get up. Recognizing that Do-won got him into this mess, the barely conscious Soo-hoon tells him to run while he buys some time. Ji Baek-chang scoffs, calling their sense of camaraderie embarrassing. Laughing at Do-won, he asks if he really thought he had defeated Il-seok before revealing that he himself is the true final boss. Do-won is stunned by this revelation, realizing that not only is Ji Baek the dungeon's final boss, but he's also in perfect condition. In stark contrast, Do-won is low on health and has no energy points left for the fight. Ji Baek taunts him to come at him, and Do-won understands that with Kang Soo-hoon unconscious, simply winning won't be enough. Knowing it's impossible to run from this duel, he braces himself as Baek suddenly charges forward, throwing a powerful punch. Just as Ji Baek declares he's going to crush Boramai, his boss suddenly appears and demands to know what he's doing. The newcomer, an 18-year-old named Jung Sup-young, claims to know nothing about Ji Baek's plan. Clearly frightened, Baek stammers and asks what his leader is doing there. Watching the scene unfold, Da-won Ha wonders who this man could be to make Ji Baek so terrified. He can't tell much about him, other than the fact that he's very short. Ji Baek quickly tries to explain himself, claiming that the people from Boromai-dong had invaded their base. Young glares hatefully at his subordinate, refuting the claim by saying he heard they attacked first. Terrified, Ji-baek immediately agrees. The boss then asks if they also took money. Sweating nervously in the representative's presence, Ji-baek confirms that they did. Suddenly, the short man vanishes, declaring that Ji-baek made a mistake. Reappearing in the air, he delivers a powerful kick directly to Ji-baek Chang's face. The force of the blow sends teeth and blood flying as the thug is launched across the room, slamming his back hard against a distant wall. Dawon Ha is stunned, wondering if the short man really just defeated the final boss with a single hit. His thoughts are interrupted when the gang leader turns to stare at him, and Dawon realizes he is now in a very dangerous situation. Just as the short man is about to threaten Dawon, Han Yun-sung appears on the stairs and tells him to stop. Dawon is shocked to see him there. Han casually remarks that the short guy's threatening lines aren't even funny. When Dawon asks why he's here, Jung asks if he really doesn't know. Jung explains that he was the one who asked Han to visit, even giving him the location. The comment jogs Dawon's memory, and he recalls the day at school when he invited Han Yun-sung to the dungeon. He had tried to convince the leader of Seollyeongdong to help, but Han had rejected him outright. Dawon is shocked that Han actually remembered the address and came all this way. Han Yun-sung then asks what Dawon wants, but the short man interrupts, asking if they're just going to forget about the school invasion. Threatening Han, Jung says that if it weren't for the invasion, he would have handled everything himself. He warns them not to mess with his people again, and Dawon can't help but find him incredibly intimidating. In response, Han, the representative of Seollyeongdong, simply walks right past the short delinquent without saying a word. Jung tells Yun-sung to take care, and the buff delinquent leader thanks him for his kindness. Meanwhile, Dawon is still shocked by the brutal state Ji-baek was left in and wonders if this whole chaotic situation has finally come to an end. Later, while carrying Kang Se-hoon on his back, Dawon complains that the buff guy is super heavy. Proud as ever, Kang insists he can walk by himself and then asks what happened with Han Yun-sung. Dawon replies that Han seems to be more of an ally than a friend. Kang disagrees, arguing that Han wouldn't get close to Dawon for no reason and that something feels off about the situation. He suspects Han is taking advantage of his position as a representative, a concern that Dawon acknowledges. Changing the subject, Dawon concludes by stating that, as promised, Se-hoon is now the official representative of Boromai-dong. The news shocked the delinquent, and his eyes widened as he remembered everything that had happened during the mission. Kang told Dawon he shouldn't give up his position so easily, especially since they were part of the bully council and facing the guys from Boncheon-dong. Convinced, Se-hoon declared that he would take the representative position next time. He then said goodbye, telling Dawon Ha to stay alive, which made Dawon suspicious of his tone. Shortly after, the system notified our protagonist that the Royal Castle dungeon had been cleared. It began calculating his contribution to the mission in order to determine his reward. With a smile on his face, Dawon waited for the great reward he was promised. However, because he didn't contribute to the defeat of the final boss, his reward was reduced. Dawon understood that beating the boss was one of the most important parts, so it made sense to lose the bonus. His final reward for completing the dungeon was 12 bronze keys, which he considered quite a lot. He walked out happy and excited, already wondering which attributes he should improve with his new keys. The next morning, our protagonist, now dressed in a suit, commented on the nice weather. He felt happy and satisfied that the spring season had finally arrived. Standing in front of a mausoleum, he remarked that the day would be even better if it weren't for this particular occasion. Upon entering, he saw photos of his father surrounded by flowers. Dawon looked sadly at a framed picture and began to speak to him. His mind drifted back to the day his father passed away, when a brake failure caused a terrible accident. His father had swerved to avoid hitting a pedestrian, but, unable to stop, crashed into a streetlight pole. Dawon remembered a doctor telling his mother there was nothing more that could be done and that they should prepare for the worst, all while a younger Dawon shed tears. Now, standing at his father's grave in the present, he didn't shed a single one. Seeing the fresh flowers placed right above the framed photo, he wondered if someone had visited before him. Just then, a voice from inside the mausoleum said that Dawon's father was a good man who chose to lose his own life to save someone else's. Our protagonist seemed to recognize the person who was speaking to him. The mysterious person then suggested that the incident might have been a planned crime and not an accident. Han Yun-sung speculated that the culprit could be someone close to him and asked Dawon what he would do in that situation. In shock, Dawon demanded to know what he was talking about. Before Han could answer, Dawon also asked why he was there and if he had known his father. Instead of replying, Han Yun-sung fell silent as his mind drifted back to his childhood. In his memory, a man named Oh Jin-ha found him in a park and called out to him. He scolded the young boy, saying that drinking too much soda wouldn't help him grow up healthy. As a replacement, he offered a strawberry juice box to the young Han Yun-sung. Finding the gesture suspicious, Han questioned the man's intentions, so Jin-ha explained he was there to make sure no one was smoking. When the young boy asked why, Ojinha revealed that he was a bully hunter. The conversation brought back a memory of little Han calling his father unemployed, a claim the man had firmly denied. Back in the present, the representative of Seollyeongdong insisted that none of that mattered right now. Before the man could finish, Dawanha confessed his confusion, repeating Han Eun-sung's claim that his father was the victim of a planned crime. He tried to reason that Eun-sung wouldn't have come just to mess with him, but as he argued that the police had ruled it an accident, Han interrupted, stating he had proof. Han explained that he possessed evidence that had never come to light. This led to a flashback from the night before, where Eun-sung was asking someone if he should really tell Dawan in person. He was speaking with the dwarf, Jung-seok, who confirmed that Dawan was indeed the son of Ha Jin-ho, also known as the Shelter from the Sun. Jung-seok then noted that Han Eun-sung was close to the nerdy gamer boy and questioned his motives for hanging around Dawan. Suddenly, Jung-seok slammed his drink on the table, announcing he had found something interesting, and grabbed his phone to show Han. The information about Dawan's father had left Han Eun-sung completely shocked. Returning to the present, Han revealed to Dawan that Jung-seok had shown him a video from the crime scene of Ojinha's death 3 years ago, which they had seen on the day they invaded the building. The news stunned Dawan-ha. The representative of Seollyeongdong then told him that whether he chose to believe it or not was a decision he had to make for himself. Left alone in the silent room, Dawan stared at a framed photograph, his gaze fixed on his father's smiling face with a quiet sadness. Later, he returned home and took a shower. As he looked out the window at the heavy downpour, the falling spring rain prompted him to reflect on Han Eun-sung's words. He replayed the claim in his mind, that Jung-seok had a video with proof from the crime scene 3 years ago. Dawan found the information impossible to believe, clutching his towel tightly as he struggled to accept that it could be true. Meanwhile, Han Eun-sung was also watching the rain fall from the window of his high-rise apartment. He pulled his phone from his pocket and saw several messages from Dawan-ha. In the messages, Dawan mentioned the representative of Bongshin and asked for the current whereabouts of Jung-seok-young. Elsewhere on that same rainy day, a subordinate held an umbrella for Jung-seok, who asked if the rain was letting up. Just after his subordinate confirmed that it was, Jung-seok noticed something strange on the street that caught his attention. He was shocked to see Dawan-ha standing in the middle of the downpour with a serious expression on his face. Knowing this couldn't be a coincidence, Jung-seok asked why he was there, and Dawan immediately demanded to know about the evidence. In response, the gang leader quickly pulled a flash drive from his pocket and asked if this was what Dawan was looking for. However, Jung-seok-young frowned, stating that he had no intention of simply handing the evidence over. He challenged Dawan, telling him that if he could take the item from his hands, it would be his. Without hesitation, Dawan used his skills to abruptly snatch the flash drive from Jung-seok's grasp. But before he could land a solid hit, Jung-seok's subordinate intervened, throwing Dawan a great distance away. Dawan manages to plant his hands on the ground, slowing his momentum to a stop. With heavy steps, Jung-seok's subordinate stands before him like a wall, warning that acting this way in someone else's territory will be a problem. Immediately after speaking, he prepares to throw a powerful punch at Dawan-ha. Before the hit can land, Dawan remembers the 12 bronze keys he earned from the mission and decides to spend them all on his attributes. Wondering which would be most effective, he unlocks his magic stats, increasing them by 100 a total of 12 times. This upgrade boosts his mana points from 400 to 1,600. With his newfound power, he easily uses the blind spot technique to evade the punch and lands one squarely on the enemy's face. Right after that, he charges another punch, his fist now surrounded by intense energy. He then unleashes the multiple strike destruction, delivering a flurry of blows to the bodyguard. Furious at being beaten by a gamer nerd, Young's vassal is caught off guard when our protagonist abruptly grabs his face and slams him into the ground, activating the stunning fall technique at the moment of impact. Relieved to have taken down the big guy, Dawan turns and stares seriously at Jung-seok-young. The Bongshin leader declares that he made it clear last time that no one should mess with his men. Stating that Dawan made a mistake, Jung jumps into the air and attempts to deliver a flying kick with extreme speed, announcing his attack. But suddenly he realizes his target has vanished, and his kick hits nothing but air. When he looks up, he sees Dawan-ha descending from above, about to bring down a kick of his own. Dawan uses the Falcon Drop, landing a powerful kick on Jung-seok-young with his full force, the impact so strong it sends ripples through a nearby puddle. However, Young manages to block the attack with his arm, and smoke begins to rise from the point of contact. Facing our hero directly, he says that one strike won't be enough to bring him down. Dawan realizes this fight is completely different from the others he's faced. He decides he must use his keys to release his mana, and then unleash all his abilities if he wants to win. Believing he can win if he can use his skills as many times as he wants, Dawan immediately tries another kick at Young. He executes a high jump, followed by another Falcon Drop. Jung-seok-young questions whether Dawan really thinks the same kick will work a second time. After dodging the attack with with ease, he calls Dawon's patterns simple and prepares a punch. But he's caught off guard by a double-footed flying kick and doesn't have time to strike back. Despite the surprise, Young easily blocks the kick again using his forearm. Dawon understands the problem. This guy is different from his other enemies and won't go down easily. Seeing his opponent go for another strike, the protagonist knows that until he can figure out Young's techniques, he has to give it everything he has. He counters by throwing the enemy over his shoulder toward the ground. As soon as Young is about to hit the pavement, Dawon uses his stunning strike technique to try and finish the fight. But he is shocked to see that Young didn't fall, instead remaining standing without ever touching the ground. Turning his head toward Dawon, Young remarks that this is a pleasant surprise. Startled that his opponent is still on his feet, Dawon instinctively steps back in fear. Young continues, commenting that Dawon's movements are a bit surreal, but then declares he has already made up his mind. As he rushes toward the player, he announces that he will only land 2 more strikes and challenges Dawon to show him more before it is all over. Young moves with such blinding speed that our hero is unable to react to the first strike. The blow is so powerful that Dawon's HP plummets from 1,500 to just 200 in a single hit, nearly making him pass out from the shock. Looking down on him, Young criticizes his defense, saying it is weak compared to his offense. At that moment, Dawon realizes he cannot possibly win, as Young is far too strong for his current abilities to handle. When Young adds that he expected more, Dawon's frustration turns to anger, and he clenches his fist. With no other options, he uses his blind spot technique on Young's foot. Young grabs his foot and demands to know what Dawon is doing, mockingly asking if this is supposed to be an attack or just a lowly attempt to trip him. Dawon confirms that he is, in fact, trying to trip him, since the floor is wet. Using all his strength, Dawon successfully uses the puddle of water to bring the Bongshin representative crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of Young landing headfirst, Dawon winds up a punch and yells that his opponent is going to eat his own teeth. With his enemy finally down, he activates the destructive multi-punch ability. He immediately uses it again to create a combo, and then a third time, unleashing a massive sequence of destructive blows as sweat flies from his body from the sheer effort. Completely exhausted, Dawon exhales heavily, his body feeling utterly drained from the assault. To his horror, his opponent does not look even slightly hurt and simply asks if he is finished attacking. Jung Seok notes that Dawon seems lost and offers him a piece of advice. He tells Dawon to look at his own hand, which is now completely ruined and covered in a bloody, jelly-like substance. Young scoffs that he does not know what he expected from a boy like him, adding that Dawon clearly has nothing new left to show. Then, extending his hand, Young tells him to take the flash drive he is holding. Confused but hopeful, Dawon reaches out with a trembling hand for the offered item. However, it is a feint, and Young tricks him, sending him flying with an extremely powerful punch. The impact launches our protagonist across the room, where he crashes hard into some crates. Young holds up the flash drive containing the evidence about his father's death, revealing he never had any intention of handing it over. As Dawon lies severely injured, Jung Seok calmly states that was the second strike. Jung Seok taunts Dawon, telling him that if he still wants the flash drive, he can visit the representative again. However, he adds that next time, he will beat Dawon until he is completely eliminated. As our protagonist's eyes begin to close on the verge of passing out, Young remarks that he had hoped for more of a fight. Announcing that it was more boring than he expected, the Bongshin representative turns and walks away. Shortly after, rain begins to fall from the sky, hitting the face of the unconscious hero. Suddenly, Dawon's eyes fly open in shock. He struggles to his feet, badly wounded in the middle of the downpour. In disbelief, he wonders if he really lost the duel to a thug like Jung Seok. His mind flashes back to En Sung's words about the flash drive containing evidence of his father's murder, and then to the moment Jung tricked him by pretending to hand it over. Overwhelmed with sadness as he remembers his father, our protagonist wraps his arms around himself in a desperate attempt at comfort. Curling into a fetal position on the wet ground, Dawon begins to cry, apologizing to his dad. He feels utterly terrified, convinced that if he faces the delinquent again, he has no chance of winning. He asks himself what he's supposed to do now as the cold rain mixes with his tears. The storm reminds him that it was on a rainy spring night, just like this one, that his father passed away. At that exact moment, a new mission activates in the game system. Dawon reflects that everything happened that day before he even understood his own weaknesses. The system then displays the rewards for the new mission, and he realizes that he has already gotten stronger. A message appears, asking if he wants to accept this mission with its great reward. With a renewed goal of becoming more powerful, he accepts the mission and immediately feels a surge of strength. His thoughts then drift to the Sun Shelter, an institute that aimed to guide young people onto the right path. His father, Oh Jin-ha, was the representative of this charitable group, and all its members admired and praised him for his social work. However, Dawan never felt the same attachment to his father as everyone else did. The scene shifts to a memory from years ago, where a sleepy Dawan asked his father if he was heading out late at night. Oh Jin-ha, seeing his son was still awake, explained that there was still a lot of work to do. Dawan recalls a boy from the shelter named Park Jung-soo, who used to smoke during school breaks. His father mentioned that he had already spoken with the boy, but acknowledged that quitting smoking is a difficult process. Dawan then reported that Park Jung-soo was also stealing from others and had even bought a motorcycle with the shelter's money. Hearing this, his father blamed himself, feeling incompetent. The young Dawan then asked if he really believed the boys would change, cynically questioning whether his father's real plan was just to make money from donations. Oh Jin-ha left that day without another word, and Dawan now realizes he unfairly blamed his father for simply trying to help delinquents. His father had invited him to go camping that weekend, an offer Dawan immediately refused, never imagining it would be the last day he would see him alive. Overcome with deep sadness and resentment from the memory, Dawan screams loudly. He wakes up in his bed, sweaty and distraught after the nightmare about his father. He then remembers what Jung Seok said, and the taunting invitation to visit him anytime fills Dawan with a burning anger. Dawan was certain that Seok Young was very strong and had only fallen sick because of the rain. He began to consider the possibility that the car accident that took his father's life 3 years ago was actually a planned crime. This made him wonder why Young from Bongcheon would have a flash drive containing that kind of information. He initially suspected Jung Seok Young was involved, especially since he refused to hand over the item with the evidence. However, Dawan started to rethink his theory. After all, Han had said Young was someone close, yet Dawan had never seen him before that day. He also realized that if Jin were truly involved, he wouldn't have offered the evidence as a prize for winning their fight. Thinking about all these exceptions started to confuse and irritate him, so he resolved to see the evidence with his own eyes as soon as he defeated Jung Seok Young. To do that, he had to complete a mission that required him to improve his body in 5 steps. By completing this mission, he would gain many attribute points and become much stronger. Internally, he promised himself that he would get the evidence from Jung Seok Young soon enough, declaring that it didn't matter what the mission was, he would handle it. The first mission was to make his way to school by imitating the monster from the movie The Exorcist. As he walked to school with his body completely upside down, 2 girls started mocking him. Even though he was dying of embarrassment, he was determined to do whatever it took for his improvement instead of just going to the gym. He didn't care what they thought and was willing to do anything for physical enhancement, so he ran with his body inverted, scaring the girls at school. The second task required him to sit in an invisible chair for a long time, which he did. For the third mission, he had to catch a pigeon with his hands, and despite great difficulty, he succeeded. In his fourth mission, Dawan had to cling to the underside of a playground slide. Upon reaching the final task, he had to do a ring exercise on hard mode. Even with the extreme difficulty, he refused to give up. An entire week passed, and the exhausted protagonist apologized to his father. With only 2% progress, he felt like he wouldn't be able to complete the task. While at an amusement park late one afternoon, he started to think about something else. He came to the conclusion that Jung Seok's evidence might be fake since it had appeared out of nowhere. The idea that Ian Sung was deceiving him seemed more plausible, which motivated him to finish the mission quickly. He was considering giving up on the ring mission when someone suddenly showed up and asked what he was whispering. Dawan saw Kang Sung-hoon and asked what he was doing there, and the delinquent simply said he was in his own neighborhood. He then asked why Dawan was hugging the slide, and Dawan explained it was part of a training routine. This led Sung-hoon to ask why he was training at the park instead of the gym. Kang Sung-hoon explained that it was because he had been obese in elementary school. Ashamed of his body, he didn't go to the gym and instead used to train at night in the park. For 2 consecutive years, he trained without resting or stopping and completely changed his body. He admitted that during the first year, as he was getting stronger, all he could think about was giving up, a feeling Dawan understood all too well. Kang Sung-hoon explains that he returns to this place to train and remember the past. This causes Dawan to compare himself to Kang, recalling how he would get beaten up at school when he was younger. He decided to learn sports and asked his mother to enroll him in taekwondo, but those decisions never lasted long because he would always quit to play video games instead. Whenever he got beaten up again, he would ask his mom to put him in another sport. However, the younger Dawan would give up too easily and go back to gaming because martial arts felt too hard. Back in the present, the delinquent asks if Dawan is going to quit again. Kang Sung-hoon points out that our protagonist was in the middle of training just a moment ago. Feeling reflective, our hero looks at his goals and finds inspiration in people like Kang who never give up, silently apologizing to his father for sounding so weak. Motivated to try one more time, Dawan grips the playground slide again. Clenching his teeth and putting in all his strength, he decides not to give up and to go all the way this time. As Dawan hangs from the slide, he shouts from the strain, and Kang simply tells him to be quiet. Time passes quickly, and 2 months go by. In his office, Jung Si-hyuk hears someone arriving and tells the person that he thought they had given up. Jung Si-hyuk looks directly at Da-won-ha as he enters through the front door. Holding the flash drive, Jung Si-hyuk says he understands why Da-won wants it. He then reminds Da-won of his earlier threat, saying he wasn't joking when he said Da-won would be beaten until he was annihilated. Closing the office door, our hero tells Jung Si-hyuk he can try. The prodigy declares that things will be different this time because his stats are way higher, and he has even reached level 100. Before the battle can begin, we see what happened 2 months earlier. Dripping in sweat, Da-won exclaims that he finally managed to do something. He had caught a pigeon with his bare hands, completing part of the mission, though it was exhausting. Even though pigeons weren't afraid of people, it was still incredibly hard to grab one by hand. Determined not to give up this time, he set out to complete his next objective by hanging from the bottom of a playground slide, where his progress improved greatly. At that point, the body enhancement mission was only 9% complete. He then had to sit in an invisible chair throughout all his classes, and at that pace, he soon reached 21% progress in the task. Next, by completing the ring mission on the hardest difficulty, his progress increased even further. He realized he could finish the mission as quickly as possible, and soon reached the halfway mark. Completely exhausted, he finally managed to complete the entire thing by finishing the slide task. Da-won celebrates for finally finishing the body enhancement training and meeting all the requirements. As a reward for completing the mission, he receives a general increase in his attributes. Right before his eyes, Da-won watches as all his stats increase one by one. Despite the stat increases, Da-won didn't feel any different and wondered if anything had truly changed. To understand the practical effects of his new attributes, he decided to test them, his focus still firmly on discovering the truth about his father's death. Jung So-kyung mocked Da-won, saying he had no idea what the gamer had been doing for the past 2 months, and questioning if he really thought he had a chance to win. When Da-won remained silent, Jung assumed it was because he was being reckless out of grief for his father. The delinquent from Bangjin then leaped over a desk, shouting that if Da-won wanted to die so badly, he would send him to where his father Oh-jinha was. He launched a kick at Da-won, but was shocked when the hero, before the fight even truly began, simply wanted to ask a question. Da-won easily blocked the strike and calmly asked where Jung had gotten the evidence. Stunned that the nerdy kid had deflected his attack, Jung Si-kyung stepped back. He realized he had almost been countered and found the sudden turn of events interesting. Charging forward, the delinquent demanded to know why he should tell Da-won anything. He then wound up and threw a fast, powerful punch directly at Da-won's face, but our hero caught the punch with his hand, telling Jung that he didn't need to answer just yet. In a threatening tone, Da-won declared that he would make Jung Si-kyung hand over both the evidence and the answer. This sudden confidence shocked Jung, triggering a memory of a recent conversation he had with Han Yoon-sung. In the flashback, Jung showed a video to Yoon-sung and asked if the culprit was a specific person. After Han confirmed the culprit's identity, the delinquent announced his intention to make good use of the video. Han Yoon-sung, however, suggested they should just give the video to Da-won. The representative of Bangjin dismissed the idea, stating he had no connection to Jin and therefore no interest in helping. He told Yoon-sung that if he cared so much, he could tell Da-won himself that they had found the culprit. Han argued back, explaining that without seeing the video, Da-won would never be convinced. He insisted that even after hearing the truth, Da-won would become obsessed with finding the video proof. In the memory, Jung had no intention of sharing the video, preferring to wait for Da-won to come to him. He had confidently declared that Da-won would never manage to take the flash drive from him. Now, back in the present, seeing this same nerdy kid effortlessly block his punch, Jung couldn't understand what was happening. He wondered if this was still the same weakling from before, finding it impossible that anyone could change so much in just 2 months. As Da-won blocked another punch with ease and then defended against a combination of strikes, Jung could only assume that he had somehow gotten physically stronger. Jung, the representative of Bangjin, taunted Da-won, asking how long he thought he could last. He was beginning to realize just how much more resilient Da-won had become, a fact reflected by a 200-point increase in his defense stat. Following this, Seo-kyung tried to land a kick, but our protagonist simply dodged by ducking his torso. Growing irritated, Jung shouted to distract his target and attempted a powerful stomp. However, Da-won dodged again, causing the kick to slam into the wall instead. In that moment, Jung Seo-kyung realized something strange. The gamer nerd had a clear opening, but had deliberately chosen not to attack. A notification reveals that the protagonist's agility has increased by 200 points. Jung laughs nervously as he recalls a conversation he once had with Han Dawan and Seong. While they were drinking, Jong mentioned hearing that Dawan had been active recently, but scoffed at the idea, saying the gamer was only fighting weak opponents. He then asked if Ansong truly believed Dawan was a match for him, and Han had agreed that there was no real competition between them. However, Han had added that this was only true for the time being, a comment that confused the Bangshin delinquent. Han couldn't explain it, but he insisted that Dawan was somehow a special person. Back in the present, Jung Suk-kyung wonders if this strange new strength is what An Seong had been talking about. He realizes his initial impression was correct. Dawan's movements were simply unreal. With a crazed expression, Jung demands to know what is happening, questioning if this is some kind of inherited power because it makes no sense. Dawan notices that, just as before, Jung's behavior has suddenly shifted. His enemy charges forward, preparing a punch while telling Dawan to go join his father. Enraged by the comment, the protagonist snaps and lands a quick, sharp punch to Jung Seok-kyung's chin. The moment the punch connects, Jung feels a jolt of intense pain as strawberry jelly flies from his mouth. Dawan coldly remarks that Jung seems to be having fun and, still furious, prepares another strike. Taking advantage of his enemy's weakened state, he follows up with another quick punch that slams Jung into the ground. Looking down at his opponent with a cold gaze, Dawan says there will be no more reason to laugh. Despite the beating and the threat, Jung just laughs, claiming his expectations have been exceeded. He maniacally declares that finally, after so long, he can take a fight seriously. Meanwhile, from the top of an abandoned building, Ji Baekcheon is watching the events unfold. A subordinate approaches, calling out to his boss, the Bangshin assemblyman, to inform him that the alarms are still sending alert signals. Baekcheon asks if Seok-kyung is in his office, and the subordinate confirms the alarm won't stop. When Ji Baekcheon asks what the alarm from Jung's office is reporting, his man checks and replies that the system is detecting loud impacts. At that very moment, back in the office, Jung Seok-kyung kicks a wall, triggering the alarm. He then tries to kick Dawan, who easily dodges by ducking. Jung can't believe how much his opponent has changed in just 2 months. He unleashes a relentless flurry of high-speed attacks, but to his disbelief, the protagonist blocks every single one. As Jung tries to say something about what he did during that time, Dawan's back hits a couch, causing him to stumble. As Dawan falls, Jung prepares a strike, taunting that his opponent didn't gain any real experience. However, Dawan uses the momentum of his fall to land a powerful kick to Jung's face, canceling the attack. He then quickly jumps onto the other couch to recover his balance and regain the upper hand. Relieved that the risky maneuver worked, Dawan knows just how dangerous that last exchange was. Jung rushed toward Dawan while charging a punch, commenting that his last attack was not bad at all. This time, his powerful strike connected, sending Dawan flying into the wall. However, Dawan quickly steadied himself on the ground and asked if Jung had always been such a big talker. Jung Seok-kyung replied that finally being able to fight seriously was getting him excited. Dawan found it odd, remarking that it was the first time he had heard something like that from a man who was about to punch him. Immediately after, Dawan landed a clean punch, but as Jung fell, he followed up with a kick of his own. This time, however, Dawan did not dodge and took the kick directly to his face. The pain caused him to lose focus for a moment, and Jung took advantage of the opening to land a punch to his ribs. Dawan realized that Jung was faster than he had thought, as his opponent began unleashing a flurry of successive attacks. He began to wonder if Jung had been holding back this entire time, to which Jung declared that Dawan would never get the flash drive. But it turned out Dawan had not been fighting seriously either, and he easily blocked Jung Seok-kyung's knee strike. Then, landing a powerful punch to Jung's face, Dawan announced that he would take the flash drive by force. Even in the middle of the fight, Dawan found himself able to stay calm and think clearly. He suspected this was the effect of his spirit stat, which had jumped from 1 to 201. With this newfound clarity, he charged toward the representative and demanded he hand over the item. His analysis of the situation was complete, and he was confident he could end the fight now as he landed several blows. Jung, in turn, realized that Dawan Han had been hiding his true strength until this moment. Dawan declared that anything more would be a waste of time and unleashed another flurry of attacks. However, the leader of Bongshindong dodged the assault and asked if it was really a waste of time. He then landed a heavy, destructive punch to Dawan's face, insisting that they were just getting started. Putting all his strength into resisting the blow, Dawan denied Jung's claim. He repeated that the fight was ending now, and as he powered up his strike, his arm grew to a massive size. He then delivered a massive punch to his enemy's stomach, causing Jung Sok to scream out in pain. Blue lightning erupted from Dawan's fist, signaling that he had landed a critical hit. The force of the blow sent his enemy flying far away, with lightning trailing from the point of impact. Jung flew several meters before crashing into the ground, shattering the office furniture around him. Even Dawan himself was impressed that he had managed to land land a critical hit. He had wanted to ask where the evidence came from, but he quickly realized he had just completely overwhelmed Jong Seok. Deciding that was not important right now, he simply grabbed the flash drive from Jong and left with it. Meanwhile, the Bongshin deputy grew worried when Jong would not answer his phone. Feeling anxious, he gathered some gang members and headed toward Jong's office. He ordered one of his subordinates to go check on the situation, and the man immediately obeyed. In the alleyway, the subordinate came across the familiar white-haired face of Han Eun-sung. Han Eun-sung was sitting on the stairs, apparently waiting for them, which prompted the underling to yell for his boss. Ji Baek-chang found the situation strange and asked what Han Eun-sung was doing there. Han simply replied that he was there to stop anyone who tried to go up the stairs. Ji Baek-chang immediately assumes something is happening in Jong's office, concluding that's why the alarm was turned off. He guesses that his boss must be out, which would explain why Han Eun-sung was just sitting there guarding the stairs. Ji Baek-chang then threatens Han, saying that no matter what happens, everyone from Boram Hwaidong is screwed. He warns that he brought the entire Bongshin-dong gang with him in case anything goes wrong. Staring back with hatred, Han simply asks again why Ji Baek-chang is there. The white-haired man calmly repeats that he is there to stop anyone from climbing the stairs. In response, Ji Baek snaps his fingers, declaring he'll find out who the intruder is after he takes Han down. Han then rises to his feet, telling Ji Baek that it's fine if he wants to get past, but he should be absolutely sure about his decision. Standing face to face with Ji Baek-chang, Han says in a threatening tone that he will now have to stop him. A flashback reveals a past conversation where Do Won-hai expressed surprise that Han knew his father. Do Won-hai had stated his intention to recover the flash drive and defeat Jong the next time they met, believing it wouldn't take long. He wanted to see the evidence with his own eyes. Just before heading out, Do Won-hai had called Han to let him know he was on his way and to ask for the address of the Bongshin-dong headquarters. Back in the present, Han Eun-sung gives the gang two choices: retreat now or charge at him. He then corrects himself, inviting the entire Bongshin-dong gang to come at him at once, stating that he hates dragging things out. At this, Ji Baek-chang begins to sweat nervously. He knows Han isn't a normal person, but he still finds his words absurd, considering there are over 40 members in the gang. It seems impossible that they could lose to a single person. Despite this, Ji Baek-chang wonders why he feels so hesitant and afraid, sensing a powerful malicious intent from Han's eyes and posture. Just then, Do Won-hai comes down the stairs and finds the strange scene unfolding before him. Before he can even ask Han why he's there, he notices the massive crowd of gang members waiting outside and is shocked by their numbers. Ji Baek-chang angrily demands to know what Do Won-hai is doing at their headquarters. As the tension mounts, Han Eun-sung once again whispers to Ji Baek that he hates stalling. Hearing this, Ji Baek loses his composure and his fist begins to tremble with rage. Finally, he orders all his men to step back and clear a path for Do Won-hai and Han to pass. Furious, Ji Baek-chang storms toward his boss's office, vowing that the Boram Hwaidong members will pay once this situation is resolved. However, the moment he enters the office, he is shocked to find his boss, Jong, was there the whole time. Seeing Jong injured and the office completely destroyed, Ji Baek asks what happened. Jong reveals that Do Won-hai was responsible, then tells Ji Baek he's being too noisy and that it wasn't a big deal, though he privately suspects Do Won is hiding something. Jong tells the gang to clean up the office, promising himself that he will discover the nerd's secret next time. Wiping the strawberry jelly from his mouth with an insane expression, he vows to uncover everything. Meanwhile, Han Eun-sung and Do Won sit together in a park, where Do Won asks why his classmate came to see him. In response, Eun-sung tells the gamer servant to watch the video first so they can talk more afterward. Plugging the flash drive into his phone, Do Won feels satisfied that he can finally discover what happened and clicks play to understand the truth behind his father's accident. As the video starts, he immediately recognizes the black car as his father's. He notices the recording is short and spots an unknown masked man lurking behind Oh Jin-hai's car. Do Won watches as this man, wearing a hat and a mask, sabotages his father's vehicle. He knows the man is doing something he shouldn't, and he quickly connects this to the brake failure that caused the accident. Although he can't tell who the person is, he realizes the brakes were deliberately tampered with, and he remembers Eun-sung saying it was someone close to him. Do Won asks Eun-sung if he knows who the person is, and Eun-sung tells him to look closely at the man's clothes. At first glance, Do Won doesn't notice anything strange about the person's outfit, but upon closer inspection, just as Eun-sung suggested, he spots a jacket from the sun shelter. This detail shocks our protagonist, and his eyes widen in disbelief. He suddenly remembers remembers his father showing him the sun shelter uniform and asking for his opinion on the design. At the time, Do-won had thought the uniform was ugly, and his father had been disappointed by his reaction. He had argued that delinquents would never wear a uniform like that and questioned the point of giving them something for no reason. Oh Jin-ha had replied that it would make them feel welcome, explaining that there were homeless kids at the shelter. His father believed that things like the uniform could make them feel accepted, which in turn could help them begin to trust each other and inspire positive change. Despite its ugly design, he had asked if his son thought the jacket was cool anyway. This memory makes Do-won realize the person responsible for the accident was a former member of the sun shelter. Han Un-sung cautions that they can't be sure just based on the jacket, but he agrees that it's a plausible theory that makes a lot of sense. Angry, Do-won clenches his fist tightly as he remembers telling his father that delinquents would never change. In the end, it seemed his father's efforts to help them had led directly to his death. Thinking about all this, our protagonist lowers his head in sadness. Yoon-sung points out that even if they find out who the culprit is, there's no point in reporting it to the police. An investigation might happen, but they wouldn't be able to identify the person, and the source of the evidence is unclear since Yoon Seok-hyung received the video from an anonymous message. Han then asks if our hero has any guesses about who the culprit might be, but Do-won says he doesn't. He explains that after his father's death, the shelter collapsed, making it difficult to get any information from that time. Just then, something seems to come to Do-won's mind as he remembers that the building is still standing and might hold some evidence. Do-won thanked Han, explaining that the conversation had given him time to come up with an idea. When Han asked what he planned to do after finding the person responsible, Do-won first thought of his father. He silently promised him that while it might take some time, he would eventually take down the culprit. Then, speaking aloud, he declared that he would make them all pay for their crimes. The following day in class, a classmate mentioned that test week was starting, which came as a complete shock to Do-won. Their teacher then announced that he had included several difficult questions on the exam, warning everyone that they needed to study hard. Hearing this, Do-won began to panic, realizing he hadn't studied at all because he'd been so busy with missions. Noticing his distress, his classmate Ji-han asked if something was wrong. Do-won admitted that he hadn't studied at all, and Ji-han was very understanding. He offered to help and kindly invited Do-won to study at his house after school. After classes ended for the day, Do-won had a sudden realization. He had been so preoccupied with other things that he hadn't noticed how much time he spent with Ji-han. They were in the same class and always ate lunch together. It dawned on him that Ji-han was his friend, a thought that left him feeling strangely confused. Excited by the invitation, Do-won asked where Ji-han's house was. Just then, a system notification announced an active mission, causing Ji-han to ask what he had just said. The mission required him to protect Ji-han Yu during test week. Do-won wondered why such a strange and sudden mission would appear, but he immediately understood it meant Ji-han was probably in danger. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, two delinquents were making disgusting comments about women. One of them put his arm around a girl who looked clearly uncomfortable, telling her she was the only one for him. A different girl asked someone named Gyu-min what he was looking at, and he replied that he had recognized someone on the street. Gyu-min was staring at Ji-han Yu, remarking that it was strange to see him in a place like this. He mentioned that they used to be best friends, part of a group of 4 people standing in the alley. The system mission, which offered a secret item as a reward, had activated with just 4 days remaining before the tests. Sometime later, Do-won stood in shock in front of a massive mansion and asked if this was really Ji-han's house. Ji-han confirmed that it was and invited him inside. A woman greeted Ji-han upon his arrival and asked if Do-won was his friend. Do-won introduced himself and assumed the woman was Ji-han's mother, but she corrected him, explaining that she was his maid. She offered to bring them some fruit, leaving Do-won stunned that his friend had a maid. As they climbed a spiral staircase toward the bedroom, Do-won commented that he had only ever seen houses like this in movies. When they finally arrived at Ji-han's room, Do-won was even more surprised by its size and appearance. He realized that just visiting his house made him feel much closer to his new friend, and he couldn't help but wonder when the last time was that he had been invited over to a friend's house. The maid commented that it had been a long time since Ji-han brought a friend home, telling them not to worry about her and to just call if they needed anything. As she left, Do-won realized the only time he had ever seen Ji-han with other people was that one day at karaoke. Ji-han then asked if they could start studying, and Do-won instantly agreed. Later that afternoon, Do-won thanked him and suggested they should keep studying together during the week. As he said goodbye and told Ji-han he would see him at school tomorrow, he realized how quickly the day had passed. Do-won figured that with Ji-han safe at home, nothing dangerous was likely to happen. He continued reading the school mission that required him to protect his friend, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a detail he had missed before. He wondered what the secret item could be, since all the rewards up until now had just been keys. Do-won imagined that a secret item must be something really good, and the thought made him excited. A day passed. leaving only 3 days until the tests began. Jihan was surprised to see that Dawon had already solved all the practice questions. Suddenly, he was startled to see his friend collapse onto the floor with his eyes rolled back. Dawon explained that his brain was overloaded with information and would crash if he tried to learn anything else. Smiling kindly, Jihan suggested they take a break for a while. He then led Dawon into a strange and unfamiliar room, prompting Dawon to ask what it was. Jihan explained that it was just a normal game room, but it was incredibly fancy and filled with expensive equipment. Dawon felt a pang of jealousy, since having a setup like this with all these items had always been his dream. To his surprise, Jihan admitted that he did not even like to play games and that the room was just a gift from his parents. He mentioned that the entire second floor of the house belonged to him, which made Dawon feel a little down as he realized his friend was on a completely different level. His gaze then shifted to the side, where a white door caught his attention, and he asked what was inside. Jihan smiled and said it was just a storage room, and Dawon pretended to believe him. His attention was then drawn to a virtual reality headset nearby, making him suspect the door was hiding something important. Another day passed, leaving only 2 days before the exams were set to begin. Dawon asked if he was taking up too much of his friend's time, but Jihan assured him that he still needed to review anyway. Realizing that nothing had happened with the mission, Dawon thought he had worried for nothing and found himself enjoying his time with Jihan. He then asked if Jihan used to attend special classes or have a tutor, and his friend replied that he had tutors in the past. When Jihan revealed he had had 20 tutors, Dawon was shocked by the number. Jihan explained that it was not just for studying, as they covered all sorts of subjects, which helped him learn a little bit of everything. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a man who approached Jihan, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The man added that it was the first time they had met since elementary school, and Jihan seemed to recognize him. The tattooed man sitting on a motorcycle was Lee Gyu-min. Before Jihan could even ask how he found them, Lee Gyu-min explained that he had just seen him walking down the street. Gyu-min explained that with nothing better to do, he decided to stop by, adding that it was nice to see his old classmate again. When Gyu-min mentioned that he'd found out Jihan had moved to Gwanak-gu, Dawon noticed his friend begin to tremble. Seeing Jihan shaking with fear, Gyu-min casually asked if Dawon was his friend. Dawon bravely asked who the man was, but Jihan immediately pleaded with him not to start a confrontation. Jihan then turned to the delinquent and dryly told him that he hadn't missed him and didn't want him visiting. Saddened, he turned his back and asked Dawon to follow him so they could leave the area. Gyu-min said nothing in response. As they walked away, Dawon asked who that guy was, pointing out that they clearly didn't seem like friends. Jihan simply apologized, explaining that they couldn't study together that day, to which Dawon replied that he would just study alone. After Jihan said he would go on ahead, Dawon said goodbye and told him to be careful. Left alone, Dawon wondered what the strange encounter was all about and tried to figure out who the man really was. He questioned whether it had something to do with his mission and decided to open his system screen to check. Meanwhile, as Jihan walked home, a painful memory from his past began to surface. He remembered a time when Gyu-min had asked him if he licked yogurt lids. When a naive young Jihan said yes, the bully took the lid off a spoiled yogurt and tried to make him eat the rotten contents. With a wicked expression, Gyu-min kept taunting him, asking if he wasn't going to lick it. As the poor kid was forced to lick the moldy yogurt, the entire class, including Gyu-min, had laughed at him. Lost in this sad memory, Jihan continued on his way home. Seeing his friend's distress from a distance, Dawon decided to let him go home alone. He chose not to follow, mostly because Jihan had asked him not to. Dawon watched until he saw his friend get home safely, figuring everything would be fine for now. As soon as a tired Jihan entered his house, his maid asked about his friend Dawon. She then mentioned that another friend had stopped by and left a while ago, adding that the rest of them were upstairs waiting for him. When the maid specified they were the elementary school friends who used to visit, Jihan's face paled and he immediately ran up the stairs. He threw open the door to his game room and found his old classmates inside. A girl remarked on how nice his room was and commented that he must be living well. Other boys were lounging around, lazily asking him to give them his video game. Shocked, Jihan asked why they were all there, but they just asked why he took so long to get home. Another girl explained that since he wasn't there, they had sent Lee Gyu-min to go get him. Jihan broke out in a cold sweat as Gyu-min stepped forward, demanding to know how he could leave them all waiting for so long. Threatening the boy, Gyu-min said that their friends had come to visit after a long time. He declared that they were going to have a lot of fun today, just like in the old elementary school days. As the day began to fade, Dawon decided to head over to Jihan's house. Ignoring Jihan's request, Dawon decides he can't let the situation continue as it is. He rings the doorbell at Jihan's house, overcome with a bad feeling. When Jihan's maid answers the intercom and asks who it is, Dawon identifies himself. She seems surprised by his visit, and before he can explain why he's there, she tells him she has something to say. The maid informs him that Jihan isn't home, which shocks Dawon. She explains that he just left with some old elementary school classmates, but adds that she doesn't know where they went. She then offers to call Jihan for him. Dawon wonders why Jihan would leave so early, but he figures his friend must have already had plans. Accepting this, he turns to leave. Just then, however, the game system notifies him that he has lost the target he was supposed to be escorting. A red alert flashes, indicating that the mission difficulty has increased, an event that has never happened before. The objective immediately changes from escorting to rescuing his friend, Jihan Yu. Dawon is stunned by the sudden shift from protection to a rescue mission. This new objective means only one thing. Jihan didn't go out willingly with his friends. He was forced. The scene then shifts to a group of delinquents playing pool in a dimly lit hall. After a girl misses a shot and gets mocked by her friend, the focus moves to Lee Gyu-min, who is watching nearby. He remarks that it's been a long time since they've all been to this particular hideout, reminiscing about how they used to come here for fun back in elementary school. Another bully chimes in, commenting on how Jihan hasn't changed at all and that losers are always the same. Two other thugs who don't recognize Jihan ask who the naive-looking kid is. Gyu-min explains that it's been 2 years since they last came here, so it makes sense that Jihan wouldn't know the new faces. Noticing that Jihan is shaking, the new delinquents tell him to relax. They then point out that Jihan isn't drinking, which bothers them. They question why Gyu-min even brought him along if he wasn't going to participate. Finding this equally annoying, Lee Gyu-min decides to put Jihan to a test. When the confused boy asks what he means, Lee explains they're going to do a friendship test. He loudly announces to everyone present that he is going to slap Jihan across the face. If anyone steps in to take the slap for him, Jihan will pass. Lee then grabs Jihan by the collar, telling him not to worry because someone will surely help him. As he prepares to deliver a powerful blow, a loud slap echoes through the room. Afterward, a girl mockingly asks if anyone is going to step in. One of the bullies dismissively commented that it was just a slap, and Lee Gyu-min agreed. As Jihan fell to the ground in pain, Lee told him he should have treated his friends better. The girl then asked what would happen if Jihan reported them to the police, pointing out how hard they had hit him. The arrogant thug cruelly explained that nothing would happen because Jihan wouldn't dare report them. He elaborated that not only were the police already aware of how Jihan was usually treated, but his mother would find out as well. Lee Gyu-min then asked Jihan if he realized how surprised he had been after a certain day, adding that if he had known Jihan was nearby, he would have visited more often. Filled with sadness and outrage, Jihan Yu demanded to know why the delinquent was doing all this to him. Just then, another bully interrupted, telling Gyu-min they were running out of drinks. He handed Lee a credit card and told him to buy more booze and cigarettes. Lee used the interruption to taunt Jihan further, asking why he hadn't accepted the drinks his so-called friends had offered him. Standing face to face with the defenseless boy, Lee growled that he was starting to get angry again. Meanwhile, out on the city streets, our protagonist was running frantically, trying to find his friend. He ducked into an internet cafe and other likely spots, searching desperately for Jihan Yu, but found no sign of him. Wondering where he could be, he continued his search through dark alleys and back streets. He tried calling Jihan's phone, but it went unanswered until, suddenly, someone picked up. The protagonist immediately asked where Jihan was, and the person on the other end recognized his voice as Jihan's friend. In that moment, he remembered seeing a man waiting for Jihan outside the school that afternoon, and asked if he was the same person from the school gate. Furious, the protagonist demanded to know where they were. On the other end of the line, Lee Gyu-min mockingly asked if he was coming to save Jihan. He warned that if he didn't show up, his friend would be in serious danger. Lee said he would send the address and suggested he arrive as soon as possible, adding with a wicked smile that the friendship test had just begun. He then abruptly hung up the phone. Turning his attention back to Jihan, Lee questioned whether he and Do-won were really friends. Weak and powerless, Jihan grabbed Gyu-min's arm and begged him not to touch Do-won. The other delinquents immediately started mocking their friendship and laughing at his plea. In response, Lee brutally slammed Jihan's face into the floor. He explained that he did it because Jihan's hypocritical behavior was annoying, then told him to stay quiet and watch as his friend Do-won got beaten because of him. As the scene unfolded, the other bullies reflected on how much they enjoyed having a rich friend like Gyu-min, since it meant they could buy lots of things. They wondered about the nerd who was on his way, thinking he must have been Lee's friend in the past, but clearly wasn't anymore. They couldn't understand why two people who were once so close were now enemies. The bullies mentioned that the defenseless nerd was also quite rich, and they talked about beating him up while Da-won was forced to watch. Soon after, the delinquents grew irritated by how long the twin brothers were taking to bring their drinks. As soon as the door opened, they started yelling at the two for taking so long, demanding to know what they were doing. Their questions were answered when the injured body of one of the twins was suddenly thrown into the room. The bullies stared in shock, their eyes fixed on the doorway as they tried to understand what had just happened. They watched as someone entered, holding the body of the other delinquent. Lee Gyu-min remarked that this dramatic entrance from Da-won, carrying the two bodies, was not what he had expected. As soon as Da-won arrived, he apologized to Ji Han-yu for taking so long. He admitted he didn't know what was going on, but asked if all he needed to do was beat everyone up, and then prepared to fight. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Ji-han's mind, transporting him to a VIP room in a hospital. His mother was complimenting his school uniform and asked if he had made any friends at school. He explained that it was only the first day after vacation. She then teased him, asking if he had gotten a girlfriend, which made him react with embarrassment. Ji-han's mom smiled, telling him she just wanted to see her son surrounded by good friends. She added that he needed a strong friend to protect him, just as he took care of her in her fragile state. After he left his mother's room, a boy recognized his school uniform and asked if he was a first-year student. That was the day Ji-han met Lee Gyu-min. The very next day, Gyu-min asked if Ji-han was going to the hospital, and Ji-han suggested they go together. As Ji-han recalled this, he found it strange how close they had become back then. It made sense, after all, since they were in the same class and both of their mothers were in the hospital. Because they were so similar at the time, they became good friends and had a lot of fun playing together. Ji-han remembered how Gyu-min had said it would be nice if both their mothers were discharged soon, a sentiment they truly connected over. Ji-han had agreed, and because of that shared hope, he thought their friendship would last forever. However, their similarity faded the day a doctor revealed that Gyu-min's mother's condition was serious. Their relationship began to deteriorate when the doctor told them she wouldn't last even another month. Back in the present, Da-won asked if he should just beat up all the delinquents in the room. The bullies, planning to take him down, thought his attitude was incredibly arrogant. A surprised Lee Gyu-min pointed out that Da-won had come all this way just to save him, sarcastically calling it very touching. At that moment, Ji Han-yu started yelling for Da-won Ha to run away, but the delinquents declared it was too late and charged at him. In response, Da-won landed a fast punch on the angry blonde guy, hitting him with a massive strike right in his blind spot. The bully immediately fell to the floor, and Da-won realized he was facing more enemies than usual. The other delinquents were shocked to see their friend knocked out with just a single punch. Realizing this, Da-won knew he couldn't afford to be reckless. He had to conserve his energy and use the fewest strikes possible to win. Wasting no time, Da-won rushed toward another thug, startling the rest of the group. A chubby guy tried to throw a punch, but he was too slow, and our hero reached him first. Da-won landed another blind spot strike, this time on the chin, dropping a second enemy to the floor. As that one fell, he realized hitting the chin was the key and began searching for his next target. Behind him, a very angry delinquent charged forward, screaming that he was going to smash a glass bottle on Da-won Ha's skull. Da-won countered with a perfectly timed blind spot strike, again aimed at the chin. He shattered the bottle and dropped the thug with a single blow. As the man collapsed, Da-won remarked that the situation had been dangerous because of the glass. A nearby girl asked how he knocked the man down so easily, and the chubby guy noticed Da-won was targeting the chin. He jumped off the couch and charged at Da-won Ha, demanding to know where he planned to hit someone so big. Our protagonist simply replied that it would be on the face before landing a blind spot punch right on the man's cheek. However, the quick strike didn't work on the chubby guy, who was far more resistant. He grabbed Da-won by the collar, boasting that this resilience was why he never lost weight, and then threw him. Our hero managed to stop his momentum and avoid falling. The chubby guy complained that all the movement was making him dizzy, and asked Lee for food. When Lee asked what he wanted, the man said he would think about it while beating up Da-won. At that moment, Da-won grabbed the big guy by the shirt. The thug clenched his fist and asked if Da-won was trying to imitate him. In response, Da-won asked if he really thought he could be thrown around so easily. He then landed 3 consecutive blind spot punches, unleashing a massive combo of strikes. The powerful blows knocked out some of his opponent's teeth and left him badly injured before he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. While everyone watched in shock, Da-won commented that he would order a big bowl of rice for the guy. Gyu-min remained quiet, but his underlings remarked that this is why you can't leave important jobs to others. They got up, saying they should have attacked from the beginning since the others were so weak. The one with a bowl cut told Da-won that the real fight was starting now. Dawan faced them head-on, and just a moment later, both of them were on the ground, defeated. The nearby girls, frightened by the display, told Dawan not to come near them. But Dawan ignored all the defeated delinquents, which seemed to confuse and frustrate Lee Gyu-min. Instead, our protagonist walked over to Jae-han-yu, helped him up, and checked to see if he was okay. He then turned to face Gyu-min directly and asked if he was the one who had hurt Jae-han. Lee replied that Jae-han was lucky to have a good friend like Dawan-ha. Smiling, he added that he also had a friend like that by his side, a really good one. As he spoke, a strange, hairy man stood up from behind Dawan. Dawan turned around suddenly, wondering if there was yet another enemy to fight. The man threw a cloak into the air, complaining loudly about all the noise. Using the cloak as a distraction, he lunged forward and started punching Dawan, yelling that he just wanted to sleep in peace. Dawan also takes advantage of the distraction, aiming for a blind spot. However, his powerful punch is blocked by the man, who finds the counterattack interesting. Dawan is shocked not only that his punch was blocked, but also by the sheer force of the man's own blow. He concludes that Kim Gang-jae is on a whole other level, ranking #1 in fighting. Declaring that he will annihilate the man, Dawan decides it's fine to use a specific technique against him. In response, Kim says that Dawan will be the one annihilated, prompting Dawan to prepare his strongest skills. Meanwhile, at Ji-han-yu's house, his maid notices the vaporizer. She decides to put it in the storage room for now and heads toward the white door. Seeing the room is dark, she assumes Ji-han went out to eat. She feels happy that he is going out with friends during exam week and knows his mom will be pleased too. This makes her wonder what they are all doing at that exact moment. Back at the fight, Kim complains about everyone sleeping just as he woke up and unleashes a barrage of punches on Dawan. Dawan-ha blocks the blows but feels the damage stacking up as each punch is incredibly strong. He assumes the strength comes from Kim's muscles and realizes he's at a disadvantage in a direct punching exchange. Since Kim can block his attacks, Dawan knows he must use his strongest skills without hesitation. Kim doesn't understand how Dawan beat everyone with such weak attacks and asks if he has some kind of secret. He then grabs Dawan's hand to stop his attack, saying he'll take him out before he can do anything. However, even while immobilized, Dawan twists his entire body to land a powerful kick. Using a move called the Falcon's Fall, he strikes the big man in the head and breaks free from his grip. He then uses his energized body to strike the enemy again. The force of these blows tears through Kim Gang-jae's clothes, leaving him badly injured. Despite this, Dawan is disappointed because he had aimed for the head, intending to finish him off in one go. The girls watch in fear, worried that Dawan might actually defeat Kim, and tell each other to stay quiet. Announcing that he hasn't fully woken up yet, Kim starts to get irritated and charges at Dawan. Dawan quickly moves to Kim's side, saying he's going to wake him up with a crushing blow. He sees his enemy on the ground and wonders if it's not the other way around, since he's about to be knocked out. Nearby, a heavily injured Jae-han-yu watches on, impressed by his friend Dawan-ha's power. Very annoyed, Lee Gyu-min wonders what the hell his idiot friend is doing in this fight. He looks to the side, and upon seeing some throwing darts, seems to get an idea. After taking a crushing slap that leaves him dizzy, Kim Gang-jae feels confused and hurt. Dawan says that being too strong is actually a problem, but his enemy doesn't understand what he means. Unleashing a series of destructive strikes, Dawan tells Kim it would be better if he just stayed on the ground. But before he can finish the fight with his final blow, someone tells him to stop. Lee Gyu-min has taken Jae-han hostage with a sharp dart and warns Dawan not to attack anymore. He threatens to eliminate his friend with the lethal weapon if he makes a move. Dawan shouts his friend's name as Gyu-min mutters in disappointment, feeling like he wasted his money on Kim. Gyu-min threatened his subordinate, telling him to do his job properly and not get beaten up. This enraged our protagonist, but before he could react, Kim Gang easily landed a punch squarely on his face. Kim then asked if Dawan didn't see that this was all being done to completely crush him. In response, Dawan started blocking several of Kim's punches in a row. Kim taunted him to keep going if he didn't care what happened to his friend. As Jae-han yelled out in horror, he watched Dawan take a punch straight to the stomach. Jae-han got mad at Gyu-min, who simply held up the dart and warned him not to try anything funny. Gyu-min then revealed that he had video footage of the crime they had committed against Jae-han and wondered aloud how his mother would react. He pointed out that she was already sick and would probably collapse if she saw it. On top of that, Gyu-min told Jae-han that he should start worrying about himself. He then ordered Kim Gang-jae to stop playing around and finish the fight. Kim used both of his large hands to choke our protagonist, telling Gyu-min he was going to do it anyway. Dawan was stunned by the sudden chokehold. From experience, Dawan knew he would lose consciousness soon. He also realized that if he attacked, Jae-han would be in danger, which meant he needed to handle Gyu-min first. After all, Gyu-min was holding a weapon, making him him the most immediate threat. Da-won desperately wished he could use his weapon master skill. Just then, Kim Gang-jae tightened his grip, and Da-won began to lose consciousness. Seeing this, Jae-han let out a desperate and pained cry with all his willpower. The cry triggered a memory from one day at school, when Jae-han had seen Gu-min packing up and asked if he was going to the hospital. Looking sad and discouraged, Gu-min confirmed that he was, but admitted something was bothering him. He told Jae-han it must be nice to still have a mom, explaining that he had changed a lot since losing his own. That day, Lee Gu-min walked away and started to distance himself from his friend. Soon after, Gu-min started hanging out with delinquents and going down a dark path. Jae-han tried to stop him, telling his friend that he was better than that, but it only made things worse. Gu-min cruelly told Jae-han that he just felt sorry for him, and then threatened him. After that confrontation, Jae-han ran off, and Gu-min began to target him with harassment. Back in the present, Gu-min tightened his hold on his hostage and declared that Jae-han would be his next target after Da-won was finished. Laughing evilly, he asked if Jae-han thought he could run away again like he did last time. Jae-han admitted that he did run. He confessed that even though he saw Gu-min going down the wrong path, he had been too afraid to do anything. He now believed that Gu-min wouldn't be like this if he hadn't given up on him back then. At that moment, Jae-han began to squeeze Gu-min's arm, declaring that he wasn't running this time. Meanwhile, back at Da-won's house, the maid started coughing while in the storage room. Seeing how dusty it was, she made a mental note that she would have to clean it later. As the maid was leaving the room, she accidentally knocked something over, but managed to catch it just before it hit the ground. She recognized it as the first trophy Jae-han had ever received from his martial arts masters. She recalled how he used to attend every single class even when his mother was sick. Looking at all his trophies, the maid couldn't help but wonder what he would be like today if he had kept up with his training. Meanwhile, back at Lee's hideout, the girls and Kim Gang-jae stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. They watched as Jae-han-yu expertly used a martial arts technique to take down Lee Gu-min. Despite the bully being taller and stronger, Jae-han slammed him to the ground using pure skill. Seeing this, Da-won-hai was completely surprised by his friend's ability. Jae-han had completely flipped the situation and was now pointing the sharp dart directly at Lee's throat. He then apologized to the delinquent, which only seemed to irritate Gu-min further. After breaking free, Jae-han assured our protagonist that he was okay, causing Kim to get angry at his boss. Immediately after, a very bright light flashed, stunning Kim Gang-jae. Jae-han then told Da-won that he could attack the enemy now, prompting Da-won to prepare his multi-punch technique. This moment triggered a memory from the past. A worried Jae-han had wanted to know if Lee would return to school and if the funeral had gone well. His thoughts were interrupted when a classmate asked if he used to box, which Jae-han confirmed. The other boys thought it was amazing that he practiced both jujitsu and boxing. As they praised him, Lee Gu-min watched from outside the classroom. Jae-han humbly said it was just a hobby, which seemed to inspire the other boys, but it only made Gu-min feel sad. Lee was suffering and felt deeply jealous of all the things Jae-han had that he didn't. He was envious watching Jae-han-yu smiling with his friends while he was crying alone. Their friendship had soured over small things, like Jae-han asking why Lee didn't organize his school supplies, or Lee asking if Jae-han was going to the hospital. Lee used to say it must be nice having a living mother, and consumed by jealousy, he walked down a path of hatred. Back in the present, a completely shocked Lee Gu-min demanded to know what his underlings were doing just lying on the ground. He watched the scene with intense hatred, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He screamed and cursed at the delinquents, including Kim Gang-jae, ordering them to get up. He was filled with a deep rage, yelling that he had spent a lot of money on them only for them to lose so easily. He called them useless for not being able to defeat a single man. Furious, he then turned his attention to the girls, asking what they were doing. He ran toward them and began pulling their hair, ordering them to fight while hurling insults. The girls screamed for him to let go, but this only enraged him more. Our protagonist then asked if Lee wasn't going to fight himself, saying it looked like he didn't even know how. In response, Lee Gu-min threw the girls to the ground and demanded to know how much Jae-han had paid him to interfere. He then offered to pay triple that amount for Da-won to join his side, but Da-won just looked disappointed. He asked why he would ever want or accept money from a bully like Lee. Frustrated by how Jae-han-yu was treating him, Lee threatened to send videos to his mother, asking the boy if he was really okay with reliving what had happened that day. At that moment, Jae-han's mind flashed back to the day they parted ways, a day that became the biggest regret of his life. He remembered telling Lee Gu-min that he hadn't always been a delinquent, but Gu-min had angrily asked if Jae-han was pitying him. Trying to calm his friend down, Jae-han insisted he wasn't. He attempted to warn Gu-min that the people he was hanging out with were only after his money and weren't real friends. Jae-han then mentioned that he understood what had happened to Gu-min's mother, but the bully shot back that he didn't understand at all. Gu-min argued that Jae-han hadn't lived through it and told him to leave, saying he didn't want empty words of comfort. It was then that Gu-min Gumin decided to make Jaehan truly understand his anger. He said horrible things about Jaehan's mother, words so vile that Jaehan still hates to remember them. Hearing this, Jaehan completely lost control and beat Gumin nearly to death. Later, in the principal's office, Lee Gumin's furious father demanded to know how Jaehan could hit his son and think a simple apology was enough. The principal tried to explain that Jaehan's parents were busy and couldn't come, adding that his mother was sick. The news that her son had hurt someone was a massive shock to Jaehan's mother, and despite being ill, she rushed to the principal's office, apologizing for her delay. The principal tried to mention her poor physical condition, but she insisted on being there. She began to tell Lee Gumin's father that her son had made a terrible mistake, but just as she was about to apologize, she lost her strength and collapsed, leaving everyone in the room shocked. Jaehan later found out that his mother had been in terrible condition that day, and to his dismay, this tragic event became a golden opportunity for Lee Gumin. Days later, Gumin forced Jaehan to eat spoiled yogurt in front of the entire class while they recorded the incident. He then used the people around him to systematically isolate Jaehan. Standing over a kneeling Jaehan, Gumin mockingly asked if he had quit his extracurricular classes and if seeing his mother faint had scared him. Another delinquent taunted Jaehan, saying his mother would never be able to bear knowing how he was being treated. Terrified that something bad might happen to his mom, Jaehan decided not to resist the bullying anymore. Soon, he was left all alone. Back in the present, Gumin showed the video to Jaehan, asking why he was so quiet and threatening to send it to his mother. Before Gumin could continue his blackmail, Dawon snatched the phone from his hand, remarking that the video seemed pretty mild. Realizing he couldn't delete the files one by one, Dawon decided to wipe the entire phone and even erase its data from the cloud. Lee Gumin sneered, saying that deleting it from the phone wouldn't matter because the video might be stored somewhere else. Dawon declared that while he didn't know what happened before, he was on Jaehan's side now. He then threatened Gumin, warning that if he or anyone else ever bothered Jaehan again, he would take them all down. Grabbing Gumin's shirt with intense anger, Dawon added that he was tempted to do it right now. Dropping the man to the floor, Dawon turned to his friend and asked what they should do with him, considering how many times he had hurt Jaehan. As Jaehan Yu looked Lee Gumin up and down, he suddenly realized that his former friend had been completely alone during all the time they were apart. Thinking it over, Jaehan noticed that Lee was also alone. Lee offered to delete the videos, and while Jaehan blamed himself for abandoning a friend, Gumin simply promised to never show up in his life again. He apologized one last time, but as he did, he secretly grabbed a piece of a broken glass bottle. Suddenly, he yelled at them both, cursing them for getting in his way as he pointed the jagged weapon at Dawon. Believing this was all his fault, Yu Jaehan took matters into his own hands and kicked Lee right in the face. Dawon Ha had been getting ready to fight, but Gumin hit the floor before he could even make a move. Jaehan asked if Dawon was hurt, but he said no. Instead, Dawon asked how Jaehan got so good at fighting. With Lee unconscious on the ground, the situation was finally resolved. On the way home, Dawon heard the whole story about how Lee had changed after his mother passed away. Dawon then understood why Jaehan had remained quiet during the bullying at the karaoke bar. Even though he wanted to escape, he was too traumatized to stand up to anyone. Realizing he had been powerless, Jaehan turned to Dawon and asked if he was not just pathetic. He felt that Dawon had almost gotten into serious trouble because of him. But Dawon disagreed, saying that Jaehan was reliable, especially when Lee came at him with the bottle. He admitted that if it were not for Jaehan, he would have been screwed. At that moment, Jaehan remembered his mother saying she just wanted to see him have a good friend, someone to look after him just like he had looked after her. Jaehan used to tell her that he was not strong, but his mother told him he could become a reliable friend to someone else. Opening the window to look at the sun, she explained that friends can support each other, and that is a good thing. She said that no matter how hard things got, he could find the courage not to run away. Jaehan had found that a little strange coming from his mom, but she just said it was an old lady's way of thinking. Back in the present, Dawon asked what would happen if Lee sent the videos to Jaehan's mother out of revenge. Jaehan replied that he did not know how long it would take, but he was going to tell his mom the truth, little by little. He admitted that he could not keep running from the past forever, and said that he had courage now that Dawon was by his side. Hearing this, Dawon felt happy and smiled, though he then commented that it was kind of a cringe moment. Just then, the system notified Dawon that he had completed his mission to rescue Jaehan. He decided to claim the secret reward right away, wondering what it could be. His eyes widened when he received the item, as a black smoke immediately began to rise from it. Dawon held the secret, energy-radiating item in his hands, wondering what kind of ominous thing it was. As the smoke dissipated, he became even more confused, asking himself if it was some kind of black lock. He had first received keys, and now a lock, so he decided to check the item's information. The description confirmed the black lock was a secret item, and Dawon tried to understand its effect and function. He wondered if this was going to be a problem in real life, because if it was, it might be way too powerful. This realization made Dawon question whether the item might be a bit too dangerous. Exhausted, Dawon lay on the table, celebrating that the exams were finally over. He thanked Jae-han, admitting that everything his friend had taught him was on the test. Modestly, Jae-han replied that it was Dawon who put in the effort, which motivated Dawon to start studying earlier next time. When Dawon asked if Jae-han was going to the hospital, he confirmed that he was, explaining that he had a lot of appointments coming up. Jae-han mentioned he would be staying in the hospital over the weekend and asked what Dawon was going to do. Dawon replied that he also had somewhere to go. He recalled his conversation with Yoon Sung, where he had said he didn't suspect anyone. He then remembered that evidence from the Sunshine Shelter had been left there, but the place was now in ruins. Knowing the shelter building was still standing, he decided to search for useful clues, considering it would be difficult to research online after so much time had passed. With a city map open, Dawon navigated the streets, noting that the Sunshine Shelter had been shut down 3 years ago. The building itself remained intact, so he hoped to find some useful clues there. He decided to use the weekend to scout the area, but as he arrived, something strange caught his attention. He was confused to see a construction site where the building should have been, and realized with a shock that it was about to be demolished. An old man on the street overheard him and asked why he was talking about demolition, saying it was bad luck. Annoyed, the man clarified that it was just a renovation, not a demolition. The old man explained that no one had wanted the building for 3 years, and the owner had suffered a lot because of it. Dawon then asked if this was the former headquarters of the Sunshine Shelter, but the man had no idea. In response, Dawon introduced himself as the son of the shelter's owner, Oh Jin-ha, and the old man took a moment to process the information. When the man asked why he was visiting, Dawon explained that he wanted to find any items from the shelter before they were gone for good. The man told him that after the shelter closed, everything had been cleared out. Dawon couldn't believe there were no clues left and asked if there was absolutely nothing remaining. Hearing this, the old man decided to go check and told Dawon to wait there. After a while, the old man returned with an item wrapped in cloth and handed it to Dawon. He explained that nothing from the shelter had remained and that no other residents had come back until now. However, while checking the inside of the building before the renovation started, he had found this particular item on the floor. The man said it was found exactly where Dawon's father's office used to be. He had initially thought about throwing it away, but it seemed so out of place that he decided to keep it. As Dawon began to unwrap the cloth, the old man commented on how randomly it had appeared there, noting that no one usually keeps broken glasses in a box without a reason. Seeing the item, Dawon became convinced that someone had left it there on purpose. He knew his father didn't wear glasses, but he decided to keep the item anyway, unsure if it had anything to do with the shelter. As Don turned to leave, the old man asked why he was looking for clues. Unwilling to explain his true motives just yet, Don kept it a secret and simply said that he missed his father. The old man found the answer overly sentimental, and just as Don left the building, he began to cry, saying the boy had made him feel incredibly sad. Meanwhile, at the office of the delinquent counsel in Gwanak, an assistant named Chae Jin-ho asked what brought his client in. In response, an enraged Lee Gyu-min slammed his hand on the table and demanded that they crush Yoo Ji-han and Dawon. Chae calmly reminded Lee that just 2 days ago, he had come to them for help getting his own subordinates under control. Ignoring this, Lee threw a large sum of money onto the table, promising a very nice bonus and demanding that the assistant simply take the money and do as he was told. Chae Jin-ho appeared to consider the offer for a moment. Looking around the bar, he asked Lee if he really thought money could solve everything. Then, scooping up the cash, Chae answered his own question, confirming that yes, it does, and agreed to take care of the matter. He asked Lee to repeat the names of the school and the targets, and Lee confirmed they were Ji-han and Dawon from Shinan. Upon hearing Dawon's name, the assistant seemed to recognize it instantly. He said there was no problem, but noted that their system had a specific warning attached to Dawon. The additional note specified that he had defeated the former representative of Boram. Lee Gyu-min quickly clarified that both of his targets were strong and couldn't be beaten by just anyone, prompting Chae to thank him for the heads up and tell him not to worry so much. Chae explained that they had the perfect professionals for this kind of job, a pair whose strength needed no explanation. They had just gotten out of juvenile detention and were full of energy, which was clearly demonstrated as they were shown taking down an entire crowd of people. One of the brothers, Oh Hyo-seop, asked his twin Oh Tae-seop how things were going with the leader. Tae-seop replied that he had already dealt with a a small fry and demanded his younger brother show some respect. Hyeoseop scoffed, asking whoever shows respect between twins, which prompted Taeseop to threaten to eliminate him. Back in the bar, Chae confidently told Lee Gyumin that he no longer needed to worry, as they would handle the situation. Elsewhere, Daewon reflected on how quickly time was flying, as the second-year school trip had already arrived. Seeing all his classmates buzzing with excitement, he found he couldn't share their happiness. He had never really enjoyed school trips and would much rather stay home gaming. His gloomy mood persisted until Ah-rin and Ju appeared and greeted him. The moment he saw Ah-rin, the girl he liked, he immediately perked up and greeted her back enthusiastically. When she mentioned how excited she was for the trip, Daewon instantly declared it was going to be the best trip of their lives. His spirits lifted even further when Jaehan showed up, happy that he would have both of them to keep him company. With his friends around, Daewon suddenly started seeing the trip in a much more positive light. At that very moment, Chae's voice came through an earpiece, asking the brothers if they had received the client's information for their mission. Chae tells the brothers not to feel pressured just because they're far from home, ordering them to do what they always do and leave the target unable to use his leg. Meanwhile, the two maniacal brothers have already infiltrated the bus and greet each other. Our protagonist, unaware of their presence, says he's excited for the school trip while the brothers lie in wait for him. Shortly after, the bus driver shouts that they've arrived and tells everyone to get off the vehicle. Ah-rin stands up and wakes her sleepy friend, who is still unaware of where she is, telling her to get up. Ah-ran reminds her that this will be their last trip as students as they arrive in Jeonju. Later, during their pottery class, Da-yoon wonders if it's really okay to have such an activity on the first day of their final trip. Jaehan, however, gets excited at the idea of taking a sculpture home, though Da-yoon initially finds it too childish. After a moment, Da-eun starts to like the idea, realizing he'll remember the trip whenever he sees the sculpture at home. His newfound appreciation is cut short when someone suddenly appears and smashes his sculpture, destroying it instantly. The man, a pottery master named Choi Taek-shin, declares that the garbage Jaehan made doesn't belong on sacred soil. Someone tries to tell Choi that he can't interfere during class time, but the master insists he is there to find his disciple. However, his tone changes when he sees another one of Jaehan's works. Master Taek-shin asks if Jaehan made the piece himself, recognizing it as a perfect replica of National Treasure number 91, the horse-shaped vase. He praises Jaehan for recreating it perfectly and asks who the boy is. Jaehan replies that he just took a few classes as a child, which prompts the master to immediately ask him to become his successor, leaving our protagonist in complete shock. Later, it's lunchtime on the first day of the trip, and the starving students expect the food to be terrible. When the teacher asks where they're going, they hungrily reply that it's time to eat. Their guide then announces they'll be eating at the pottery workshop, which confuses the students. The guide explains that the basil pizza is baked in the hottest kiln in Kiln by Master Choi himself. The teacher praises the master's pizza, saying he's as good at it as he is at pottery. Da-yoon gets mad, complaining that the pizza looks like his sculpture melted into the dough, but Jaehan-yu praises it as delicious. Seizing the opportunity, Choi says that if Jaehan becomes his successor, he'll teach him all the pizza recipes he learned in Italy. Still on the first day, the students go to visit a museum after their meal. Jaehan and Da-eun agree that the visit right after lunch has made them sleepy and bored. Ignoring his friend who is talking about the schedule, Jaehan overhears some girls saying that Ah-rin is beautiful. As soon as he looks over at her, he sees she's wearing a very beautiful but flashy crown. Ah-rin asks her friend how it looks, but the friend finds it embarrassing and avoids her. Even though it's just an accessory, the friend wonders who would buy a crown like that, but Ah-rin clearly thought it was pretty. Ah-rin playfully chased her friend, trying to force the crown onto her head. Nearby, Da-eun was completely mesmerized, thinking she looked gorgeous wearing the Chiama-cheon crown. Their moment was interrupted when the teacher asked if everyone was enjoying the museum, to which the students answered with an enthusiastic yes. The teacher then announced they had free time to explore on their own until dinner, but warned that anyone caught doing anything suspicious would be sent straight back to school. Taking advantage of the break, Da-eun invited his friend to take a walk, and Jihan readily agreed. As the two walked around the streets during their free time, they were unknowingly being followed. The maniac brothers were tailing them, wondering if this was their chance to eliminate Da-eun and Jihan. The younger one, Oh Hyeoseop, ate ice cream while staring intensely at Da-eun, clearly eager for a fight. His older brother, Oh Taeseop, told him to wait a bit, insisting that now was not the right time. He remarked that among his brother's many flaws, impatience was one of the worst. Just as Taeseop was about to say his brother ruins everything, a nearby attendant accidentally spilled ice cream all over his clothes. The attendant apologized profusely and offered to clean it up right away, but Hyeoseop warned the man that the shirt was his brother's favorite. A moment later, the attendant was knocked out on the ground. As the older brother brushed off his clothes, the younger one mockingly asked if he was the one lacking patience. Meanwhile, far from the incident, Da-eun tried a local sweet and was amazed by its flavor. Jihan commented that he still had room in his stomach after the pizza, and Da-eun happily agreed, thoroughly enjoying the trip. This was a huge change for him, as past trips had been awful. He used to have to sit next to the teacher on the bus and would just mess with his phone the entire ride. At the lodging, he was even forced to switch rooms because of bullies. He had suffered terribly at their hands, recalling how they would draw obscene things on his face and rub toothpaste on him. It was a trip full of suffering that he simply had to endure. But now, he was finally saying goodbye to that painful past. Shaking off the memories, Jihan asked Da-eun if he wanted to go to a place everyone tries to visit at least once in Jeonju. They soon arrived at an ATV course, where Da-eun wondered if they could even drive without a license, but Jihan assured him it was fine. Suddenly, Da-eun's attention was stolen by a girl driving wildly and irritating the guide. The old guide muttered to himself, wondering if she had ever driven before and complaining that she was doing something dangerous. It was Ah-rin, driving so recklessly that even her friend in the passenger seat was scared of how fast she was going. As soon as her ATV came to a stop, Da-eun walked over and asked if she was okay. Seeing this, the old guide wondered if they knew each other and asked if Da-eun wanted to try driving too. Annoyed, the guide mentioned that having two separate groups of two would be a waste of money to turn away. However, Ah-rin's friend had had enough and gave up her spot. The old man quickly suggested that a boy and a girl could ride together instead. When the guide asked if Jihan knew how to drive, Da-eun was shocked by the information. Embarrassed, he realized what this meant and started looking over at Ah-rin. He saw her leaning against the vehicle and heard her ask if he was okay with sharing the ride. Ah-rin then formally asked if he wanted to ride the ATV with her. Soon, Da-eun was driving with Ah-rin on his back, feeling her so close that her body heat warmed him up. With her right behind him, he felt his heart practically exploding with emotion. Ah-rin noticed and commented that Da-eun was burning hot, but he was so flustered by her closeness that he couldn't even think of a reply. While Ah-rin was enjoying the wind in her face, a group of thugs from the city school spotted her from the street. One of them remarked on how attractive she was, and they all agreed they wanted her for themselves, even though she was from a different school. Seeing Da-eun with her, they jealously assumed he was her boyfriend, and decided they would take her from him anyway. Meanwhile, Ah-rin mentioned that, just like at the internet cafe, they had met again by coincidence. Da-eun cringed, remembering how he'd hit her on the head with a toy hammer and completely failed to make a good impression. Despite that embarrassing moment, they were now riding an ATV together. Just then, he spotted a candy truck on the street and decided this was his chance to impress her. He approached the truck and delivered what he thought was a super romantic pickup line. However, he immediately realized he had failed when he saw her reaction, as she looked absolutely terrified. Da-eun quickly apologized, but Ah-rin explained that she just hates loudspeaker trucks, prompting him to drive away. After stopping at another spot, he asked if she was feeling better, and she confirmed that she was. He then wondered how she managed during school breaks with all the loudspeakers around, but she simply said she was leaving. She announced she was going for a walk near the observatory, and mentioned it was a shame they were all leaving the next day. Ah-rin suggested they could go with her friend, but before anyone could object, Jae-han suddenly appeared, carrying Ah-rin's friend in his arms. When they asked what happened, he explained that there had been an accident. The injured girl seemed completely smitten with Jae-han, looking up at him in awe. The story began earlier on the ATV, when she had commented that besides being handsome, he was also a great driver. Jae-han explained that he learned in his leisure and sports class. As they were riding through the water, some drops splashed on her, and Jae-han tried to pull the vehicle out, worried it might be dangerous. However, the ATV's wheel began to sink because the water was deeper than it looked. When Jae-han accelerated to get out, the sudden movement caused the girl to fall off and land on the rocky ground. She was injured, and Jae-han immediately rushed to her side to ask if she was okay. He apologized for not paying more attention and quickly saw that her injuries weren't too serious. He gently held her in his arms and asked if it hurt, and she just looked back at him with love in her eyes. With the ATV still tilted in the water, she assured him she wasn't badly hurt. After Jae-han finished telling the story to their friends, the group returned to the lodge as night began to fall. He added that he had to help her walk afterward because her legs were unsteady. Da-eun remarked that he was brave for carrying her like a princess, to which Jae-han admitted it was his first time ever doing something like that. Da-eun then jokingly said he had learned a new skill and called Jae-han his master, which made him embarrassed. Da-eun commented that even though they didn't go to Jeju Island, they still managed to find a great guest house. Both he and Jae-han agreed that the room was spacious and tidy. Exhausted from everything that had happened, Da-eun threw himself onto the bed, while Jae-han remarked that the day had been fun. Our protagonist agreed and wondered if the next day would be just as enjoyable. The second day of the trip began with the students visiting the city's historical sites, where their guide explained that the tombs of the Silla kings were scattered throughout the area. Afterwards, the class visited the Bulbuksa temple to take photos, where Dawn and Jai Han had some fun. Their next stop was the Hanak village, and Arin even dressed up in traditional clothes for the occasion. While taking pictures with her friend, something seemed to bother Arin, and she mentioned feeling like she was being watched. Her friend simply asked if she realized how many guys were checking her out, which made Arin understand. Later that day, the class visited the Silla History Museum, but Dawn Ha and Jae Han Yu quickly grew bored and tired. Meanwhile, Otai Seop told his younger brother that their plan would happen soon and urged him to be patient. The younger brother complained that he had been holding back for a long time and asked how much longer they had to wait. The older brother confirmed they would act that very night. During the midday break, a dance club performance was about to begin in the auditorium. A host was on stage, hyping up the crowd and promising boxes of chocolates to those who screamed the loudest. Pointing to some seats on stage, he then asked who the lucky ones would be to get a close-up view of the show. Several nerds and other sleazy guys eagerly raised their hands, but their excitement turned to frustration as soon as the host announced the seats were reserved for couples. As he began calling up the couples, Daon found the angry single guys pathetic. When he turned to ask Jaehan Yu if he agreed, he discovered his friend was no longer in his seat. Confused, Daon wondered where Jaehan had gone. We then see Jaehan with Arin's friend, Choi Min-hee. She was apologizing for asking him for a favor, explaining that she needed him to go up on stage with her since she didn't have a boyfriend. A little embarrassed, Jaehan simply asked if all he had to do was sit in the chair. Seeing his friend enjoying the trip and seemingly betraying him, Daeon-ha felt a surge of jealousy. He decided to make his own special memory of the trip by himself. He then remembered Arin saying she dislikes loudspeakers, and that she usually walks around the observatory when things get too noisy. Daon realized she must be heading alone to Chimcheongdae in Jeonju. While walking there at night, he found the path creepy because of all the tombs and started to worry if Arin was safe. Suddenly, he stepped on a blue wire, and a system message announced that he had entered the king's tomb. Frightened, our protagonist immediately assumes this is a dungeon mission. The objective is to defeat enemies, but he wonders where they could be in such an empty place. Just as he looks to the side, the older brother, Tai Seop, attacks with a punch that Daon manages to block. Tai Seop comments that it was good of Daon to come there alone, saving them the trouble of having to lure him out. Daon Ha asks who he is, but before he gets an answer, the younger brother appears from behind and lands a massive surprise punch to his ribs. Noting that Daon seems to have studied the area well. Laughing, Ohio Seop says he picked a good place to die, since they are surrounded by tombs. Our hero is left wondering who these guys are and why they're attacking him out of nowhere. Tai Seop tells his brother that they'll rip off Daon's limbs in just a moment. Instead of reacting, Daon ignores them and starts looking around, which confuses the brothers. He then says he's relieved, explaining that he thought zombies were going to crawl out of the tombs and he's glad it's just the two of them. As he finishes speaking, the younger brother appears behind him again to land another punch. This time, however, our protagonist strikes first, landing a perfect blind spot punch right to Hyo Seop's face before he can land his surprise blow. Daon wonders if the mission will give him bonus points for the clean hit, and decides to finish these guys off quickly to get his event reward. With one enemy down, he asks if there's only one left, and plans to go find Ah-rin. These two are known as the Maniac Brothers, who take on missions from an agency and complete them with extreme violence. They were named by those who witnessed their brutal and bloody side. The brothers feel no guilt no matter who the target is, not even for women or mothers. They never lose when they are together, even when facing a huge man who, after losing his family, tried to annihilate them. With the younger brother down, Daeon casually notes that the dungeon has a fancy name. His brother, Tai Seop, is shocked to see his sibling fall from a single blow. Daon, however, knows that was nothing yet. He finally notices their resemblance and asks if they're twins before running toward Tai Seop, who doesn't understand why brothers would fight like this. Daon says he's busy looking for someone and throws a strong punch at the older brother's face, telling him to go lie down next to his little brother. However, Tai Seop easily blocks the punch and says it was a good hit. In response, our protagonist says he's got an even better one and prepares a destructive multi-hit attack. At that moment, Hyo-seop gets back on his feet and kicks Daon's hand, canceling the move. Outraged, Hyo-seop yells that Daon was wrong to think they looked alike, claiming he's clearly the better-looking one. Our protagonist is shocked by how fast he recovered and is already attacking again. In response, Daon once more uses his blind spot technique, landing a powerful kick on Hyo-seop's chest. Tai Seop tells his brother not to be so arrogant, or he'll just get hit again. He admits the strike was strategic, but it still hurt enough to feel like it might break his teeth. teeth. He brushes it off, however, promising that Daon Ha is about to suffer far more than that. As the two brothers prepare to charge him again, our protagonist raises his guard. Oh Hyseop rushes forward, declaring he'll be more direct this time, but he's immediately met with a lightning-fast blind spot punch to the face mid-charge. In response, the older brother punches Daon in the head and follows up with a combo. Feeling an annoying pain, Daon realizes he was hit from behind once more. Oh Hyseop mockingly compliments Daon's great punches and asks for more. Daon thinks to himself that this is different. It's nothing like fighting a disorganized group of crazies, because these two are attacking with perfect synchronization. It's clear they're used to fighting together. Whenever he's about to hit the one in front, he's struck by the other from behind. Even though it's a simple tactic, their movements are incredibly fast, and Daon can't land a clean attack because he's always being interrupted. Oh Tae-seop boasts about saving his brother, which Hyseop dismisses as nothing. The older brother then says he's disappointed in Daon Ha and expected more from him. Daon retorts that the feeling is mutual. Compared to a monster like Jung, their techniques aren't all that great. He concludes that what will matter in this fight is who can land the strongest blows. When Daon asks if they're feeling ashamed, they dismiss it as the excuse of a loser. Our protagonist decides his first target will be the annoying little brother, Oh Hyseop. He knows that as soon as he attacks the one in front, the other will come from behind, so he anticipates it with a blind spot move. Instead of hitting the younger one, he twists his torso to strike Tae-seop, who is now behind him. But just as he tries to hit the older brother, Tae-seop dodges and sweeps his leg. Knocking our protagonist down, he mocks him, saying he wasn't the first to notice their strategy. With Daon on the ground, the older brother tells Hyseop to finish him. Daon quickly jumps back up and prepares the Falcon's fall, knowing the fight will end if he can just land one strong hit. However, the younger brother leaps up and pulls his jacket, canceling the move. Hyseop lands a punch squarely on Daon's face, sending him crashing back to the ground. Oh Tae-seop says they need to finish this fight quickly so they can move on to their next target. The brothers grab the protagonist and pull his arm back, threatening to break all his limbs. Oh Hyseop asks our hero if he remembers the promise that he would suffer a worse pain. With a maniacal expression, he begins to count down from 3, announcing that the pain starts now. Straining with all his might, Daon tells them to go ahead and use their dirty tricks. He grabs both of their collars, declaring that whoever lands the strongest hit wins. As lightning crackles around his body, he shouts that their cheap tactics won't work on him. With a powerful roar, he uses his stunning blow technique to smash one brother directly into the other. The two maniacs go flying backward from the incredible impact, hitting the ground hard. Daon angrily asks how they dared to grab his arm like that. Clutching his arm, which they nearly broke, he furiously calls the brothers maniacs. As he glares at Oh Tae-seop, he realizes he must be the older one. But before Daon can say anything else, the sound of an approaching motorcycle cuts through the air. He looks up toward the top of the king's tomb and spots a parked motorcycle, wondering who the hell this new maniac could be and if the bike had been there the whole time. Meanwhile, the younger brother groans in pain, muttering that if the hit had landed properly, his skull would have been fractured. As the brothers struggle to their feet, Daon threatens to really beat them up this time. However, his attention is suddenly drawn to the newly arrived person. Oh Tae-seop, though injured, remarks that the person should have arrived earlier. Oh Hyseop adds that they waited a long time for him, boasting that when the brothers are together, they never lose. The younger one had been eager to fight, but the older one had told him to be patient until he received a message saying their backup would arrive that night. The newcomer finally appears, explaining that he was almost mugged on his way over, but that he beat up the muggers. With his arrival, the trio of maniac brothers is finally complete. The third brother, Oh Kwang-seop, grabs Daon's arm and declares that they're now going to fight as a trio. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the crowd claps and cheers wildly for the dance club. Choi Min-hai is putting on an incredible performance, executing several impressive moves that leave all the men in the audience completely captivated. Jae-han-yu, watching from the side, wonders if all the excitement is really just about the dancing. He feels his face flush as Choi Min-hai dances very close to him, and his heart feels like it's about to explode when she suddenly hugs him from behind. Back at the tomb, the brothers immediately start arguing amongst themselves. The youngest complains that Kwang-seop was just wandering around, while Kwang-seop claims he's tired and needs a break. Oh Tae-seop scolds him, telling him to act like an older brother and not show up late. Watching the scene, Daon can't help but wonder why all these idiots look so much alike. He briefly questions why they all suddenly appeared here during the school trip, but deciding it doesn't matter, he wastes no time and lunges forward, punching Oh Kwang-seop squarely in the face. He was already prepared to fight 2 of them, and now he would just have to take on all 3. Kwang complained that if he hadn't blocked the last attack, he would have lost a tooth. Seeing that Daon Ha was impatient, he charged forward, declaring that the gamer servant wouldn't be living for much longer. The three brothers then began attacking in perfect sync, with the younger ones flanking from behind. In response, Daon-ha turned and ran, sprinting straight ahead to get away from the three maniacs. The brothers immediately noticed him fleeing, and the youngest remarked that he had good instincts. To surround Daon-ha, Oh-hai-seop went left, while Oh-tae-seop went right. Tae-seop muttered to himself that while Daon-ha might escape one of them, getting away from all three was impossible. Just then, our protagonist appeared directly in front of him, asking why he was talking to himself. He landed a powerful punch on Tae-seop, and mockingly asked if he was feeling lonely being separated from the others. The blue-haired brother suddenly realized that Daon hadn't been running away at all, but had instead forced them to split up. Seeing that Oh-hai-seop was right behind him and about to strike, Daon-ha declared their efforts pointless. He then surprised Hai-seop with a blind spot attack, landing a kick right to his face. Caught completely off guard, the youngest brother was injured and spat out a mouthful of blackberry jelly. The protagonist commented that he had fairly used the attacks that came from behind. In response, the older brother asked what he would do about an attack from above, suddenly landing a massive kick on Daon-ha. Even though our hero managed to block the blow, the force of the impact sent him flying far away. Our hero managed to stop his body in midair, wondering if Kwang had jumped from the top of the nearby tomb to launch such an attack. Meanwhile, Hai-seop bit his tongue in frustration. Kwang thought his own ambush was amazing, especially since Daon-ha was fighting all three of them at once. Tae-seop warned Kwang to be careful not to get grabbed, but Kwang confidently replied that he saw the whole thing. Thanks to his earlier observation, Kwang knew exactly how to handle Daon-ha and told his brothers to use their usual formation. As the protagonist defended against Kwang-seop's blows, he noticed that he was very similar to the others. The youngest brother then threw a kick, and although Daon knew they were both injured, he was surprised by their speed when he blocked it with his hand. A moment later, he took a punch from behind by Tae-seop and questioned why they suddenly seemed even stronger. Taking multiple hits, our protagonist wondered what kind of trick this was. Kwang seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained that they weren't actually getting stronger. In reality, the nerdy boy was the one getting weaker as the fight dragged on. Daon-ha considered the analogy of 3 hunting wolves being enough to take down a single tiger. He recalled an old saying about how wolves would surround a tiger and take turns attacking it. The brothers were doing just that, repeating their attacks several times as they circled him to strike with ease. By constantly biting and attacking, they would slowly drain the tiger of its strength. Eventually and naturally, the tiger would end up kneeling before the hunting wolves. Kwang confirmed this, stating that while Daon fought them alone, he was burning through his energy. Kwang concludes that while the brothers are individually weaker than Daon, their teamwork will ensure his defeat because he is alone. Daon, however, retorts that such a statement is strange coming from a villain's mouth. The youngest brother bristles at being called a villain, prompting Tae-seop to suggest they move on to their next target. As Kwang-seop prepares to finish the fight, Daon suddenly declares that he is not alone, leaving Kwang completely confused. Just as Kwang asks who else is there, an unseen person executes a perfect judo sweep, taking him down hard. The attacker grabs his head and foot, twisting his body and slamming his face directly into the ground. The 2 remaining brothers are left in shock, wondering about the identity of this mysterious newcomer. At that moment, the attacker is revealed to be Ji-han-yu, who comments that he hit the guy really hard and hopes he was actually a bad person. Hai-seop and Tae-seop immediately recognize him as their next target. This triggers a memory of the moment the 3 brothers first got into formation and Daon ran. At the time, they had assumed he was fleeing the fight. In reality, he had realized he couldn't handle them alone, so he quickly pulled out his phone. He sent his location to Ji-han, telling him he was about to be eliminated and that he needed to come fast. Back in the present, Daon thanks his friend for coming, and Ji-han asks why he was fighting them in the first place. Instead of explaining, Ji-han simply asks if he needs to take them on, and Daon-ha confirms. Calling the brothers total jerks, the 2 friends charge into battle together. Tae-seop orders Hai-seop to handle Ji-han. The younger brother, furious that Ji-han attacked Kwang-seop, throws a punch. Ji-han easily ducks under the attack, grabs his opponent's waist, and apologizes just before touching his fingers to the brother's chest to deliver a 1-inch punch. The Bruce Lee-style punch sends Oh-hai-seop flying backward, completely knocked out. Ji-han is surprised by the result and assumes his opponent must have already been injured from a previous fight. Meanwhile, Daon rushes toward Oh-tae-seop, and the 2 clash with brute force. Ji-han asks if Daon will be okay fighting alone, admitting that he himself is not in top form, but Daon tells him not to worry. In truth, Daon-ha was actually talking about Tae-seop, the older brother, who was now preparing his signature technique. Daon points out that Tae-seop will be left all alone once his brothers are knocked out, then unleashes a flurry of destructive blows. Tae-seop takes several massive, powerful punches and screams in pain. Finally, a last heavy punch to the chin sends him flying off the ground. Seeing the damage to his opponent's face, Daon thinks he might have hit him a bit too hard. Feeling re-energized after his victory, Daon turns his attention to the waking Kwang. He states that it is time for them to answer some questions. Recalling their earlier conversation about targets, Daon Ha demands to know who sent them. Far away, another group spots the turned-on motorbike and realizes someone is dealing with their rookies. One of the delinquents recognizes the bike as belonging to the guide who recently caused a mess in the city. Suspecting a trick, they worry that they might be walking into an ambush. The delinquents say it doesn't matter, since they're itching to beat someone up anyway. They mention having guests in their group who came from afar just for a fight. Deciding to welcome them properly, they advance, revealing a massive horde of monsters from Silagile High. Meanwhile, the two brothers are lying defeated on the ground. Kwang Seop, who didn't see what happened, feels sad about the outcome. Daon Ha tells them that all they need to do now is answer his questions. He explains that he overheard them saying they came to take out a target. He quickly realizes the first target was him, and the second was Ji-han Yu. Our protagonist points out that there's no reason for them to do this since they don't even know each other. In a threatening tone, he demands that the older brother reveal who sent them. The scene then shifts to a past conversation between Lee Gyu-min and Chio, where Chio had assured Lee that he could count on the brothers. Lee had asked what would happen if the people he sent were defeated. Chio dismissed the possibility, calling them specialists in group fighting. However, he added that if they were somehow beaten, they wouldn't open their mouths. Although Lee doubted this, Chio confirmed that the brothers had been warned not to talk. What do you guys think about this manhwa? I honestly don't know what score to give it, from 0 to 10. Drop your rating in the comments, I'm really curious, and I'm actually excited to keep reading this one.